By the end of this concert run, I owed $1.3 million with interest to everyone. I thought I was untouchable. This drug dealer that loans us some money ended up getting popped. So he sends his cousin down to the club. Comes in the club, it's me and my business partner, pulls a gun on my business partner and puts it right at his head. Said, don't say anything slick. He goes over to me, says, go downstairs, we had a basement. So I'm thinking I'm dead at this point. My face was turning red. I was just like, this is it. So he brings me to the basement and he takes my hand and he puts it on the table. And there's a staple gun right next to it. So I'm thinking he's gonna staple gun my fucking hands. He's going through the drawer and he gets a screwdriver. He takes the end of it, the handle end, and he's whacking each finger until they're like broken. It's like, where the fuck's the money? Answer your fucking phone.
This is Ian Bick. At the age of 21, he was arrested for $1 million Ponzi scheme that landed him in prison for 3 years. His overly ambitious career as a concert promoter eventually led to a lavish lifestyle of parties and debauchery. Today, we're going to talk about how he made $100,000 by age 16 and lost it all, how his gambling addiction led him to be tortured by gangsters, and how he survived his stay in federal prison. Every Monday, we are dropping the most interesting conversations on the internet, so don't miss it. Hit the subscribe button right here, sign up for camp. Now, enjoy my conversation with Ian Bick. Welcome to camp. Ian Bick, AKA Ian Parker.
Ian Parker, yeah.
Yeah,
oh,
Ian Parker, the alias, bro. Thank you so much for driving up to chat with me. I really appreciate it. This is gonna be a lot of fun. I watched the Vice mini doc that they did on you. I watched the HBO doc. I've watched a bunch of your TikToks and all these interviews you've done around the web, and your story is simultaneously frustrating and fascinating and sad and awesome all at the same time. Like it's like every feeling. Like I think any person that watches and hears about your story will connect with it in certain ways and also hate you for different reasons. Like you're a very polarizing person in my opinion. At least the old Ian Bick. I don't know about the current Ian Bick sitting in front of me. That might be a different person. But dude, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. To start, obviously, I think we can just go chronologically. So I'm curious, how and when does all of this craziness that we know now, how does it start?
So pretty much like there's this one instance, my end of freshman year of high school, that causes everything. And when you think about it, like how crazy it is that this one moment caused ultimately me to end up in federal prison.
Yeah.
And then sitting here talking to you after that is insane.
Yeah. It's weird how life, like just one little moment is like, well, everything's different now.
Yeah. I reflect back on it. I'm like, wow, if I didn't do this one night, then who knows, I'd be at college or whatever.
Yeah.
And so basically the one night is I lived in this Jewish community growing up. It was a gated community. We lived on the lake and there was this board of directors. And every time that like I got a dirt bike or a paintball gun, I had a golf cart my parents got me when I was 16, the neighborhood would create a rule saying that I wasn't allowed to use it. Like the community couldn't use it.
But you specifically, there weren't like other kids in the neighborhood that were like...
No other kid was doing it. It was just me. So everyone knew the rules were about me.
Yeah.
And one night, me and my best friend, Steven, go out and take insulating foam. We went to Sears. It was mischief night on Halloween.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, he's like this tech, nerdy guy.
Did you say mischief night?
Mischief night, the night before Halloween.
I've never heard of mischief night.
Yeah, so it's mischief night, and we go to Sears and we get this insulating foam bottle, and he's like, all we have to do is spray the locks and it'll seal so they can't get into their cars. So I'm thinking, okay, this is all right, like icing their cars, the handles.
Yeah.
And so we take the foam and like we dress in all black and we have like hoods on or like looking like ninjas. We took our iPhones to like search for cameras. He was saying like if you put your camera on, you can like search to see if a red lights or anything's recording. And we're driving our golf cart around the neighborhood at like midnight. And we go to the president of the neighborhood and the vice president of the neighborhood. They had like a BMW and a Jeep Wrangler, and we insulate foam the handles. Well, the next morning, the guy drives up like and parks because he knew it was us. And he
if they're making the rules to be like, yo, no dirt bikes because one kid keeps riding a dirt bike. As soon as they get their car handles foamed in, they're gonna be like, oh, I wonder who it was.
Yeah. So the foam drips down all the handles and ruins like every door on the car. So it's like $5,000 worth of damage on each car. And the cops come. Now, we took toilet paper and toilet paper at our house that night to make it look like we got hit. So we were trying to say that, you know, we were hit too. It wasn't us.
Oh, they got us, man. It was just you and us. That's it.
So the cops come, and this is my first ever run-in with the cops.
Bro, you thought you were so clever when
I was clever.
You were TP in your house?
So I'm in my room. The cops come, and they talk to my dad, and my dad's defending me to the end. He's like, no, it wasn't him. They were home. He was the alibi, this and that. So the cop asks, can we search the garage? And my dad thought we wouldn't be stupid enough to leave the canisters in the garage. So he says, yes, absolutely. Cop opens the garage. What's in the garage is the golf cart and the foam, like 6 empty bottles. We left the foam on there.
And probably toilet paper too.
Yeah, there was toilet paper too. And there were used foam. And while this is going on, my friend's getting interrogated at his house, and they use the oldest trick in the book, saying I ratted on him, which is literally foreshadowing to everything that would happen, just on a much larger level.
Prisoner's dilemma.
Yeah, prisoner's dilemma. And my life was just like, it was just like a series of going from, you know, pissing off the local high school administrators and middle school administrators to then getting to the city level and then eventually to the federal level, all because of this.
Oh, that's crazy. So I'm curious, the type of person that would be willing to do that. Like, I was kind of a scared kid. Like, I was like timid when I was like 15, 16. I did not like being in trouble. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So your boy is like, yo, let's go, you know, foam the handles. Are you thinking, was it your idea or his idea?
His idea, yeah.
So were you thinking like, oh, we could get in trouble, they're going to catch us, this is not going to work? Or were you like, yeah, why not? Let's do it.
I was a very cocky, arrogant kid, but I also had no self-confidence in myself because I'm like this chubby, nerdy kid.
Right.
So like around girls and around friends, I'm not the confident one. But when it came to like standing up to authority and whatever, I'm the first person. Like they banned backpacks in middle school, so I started a backpack petition, walking around with a backpack.
Oh, really?
I had a Hollister shirt that said, "This is what happens when you party naked." I got suspended for 2 weeks for wearing that, and I wore it every day for the rest.
Just to intentionally piss off the powers that be.
I would wear flip-flops. I was selling like gum and energy drinks out of my backpack. Just like whatever, like I loved that kind of attention from it.
Right.
And I just thrived off of that.
Yeah, so like what part of it was the attention from like pissing off authority and people being like, yo, that Ian kid does not give a shit? And what part of it was you like actually not liking authority, being like, fuck you guys?
I think I just didn't like people that went up against me. I always felt like I was a targeted one. So like I could follow certain rules, but then if there were rules that I felt were like didn't make any sense, I was like that, you know, that Robin Hood type figure that was going against the norm. I wanted to do everything I could to be different.
You saw it as you're coming at me, so I'm just retaliating. Yeah,
exactly. And then like all my friends wanted to go, they were told like you have to get good grades in middle school to get into high school, this and that. So what did I do? I got all bad grades just to prove that you could go to high school by not following the norm. I was very against like the status quo and like what everyone else was doing.
So even in middle school, you're like, I'm going to get bad grades to prove everyone wrong that you don't have to fit in this little box to do it the right way.
Exactly. I did the bare minimum, like all C's and D's, and I was put on like this naughty list going into the high school. It was like kids to look out for going into freshman year. Yeah. So when they throw me on that list, what do? I go above and beyond to make sure that I'm the opposite of what they're claiming to be. So I got into all AP classes by sophomore year. I'm top of my class, top 10.
Oh, wow.
I'm like going the extra mile to do all these things. Everything was just like whatever I could to stand out. I was doing theater. Did the high school play all 4 years. Yeah. In middle school, I did theater camp. I just like loved the attention. I loved being on stage.
Right.
And like I thrived off that. Like that was my drug.
Yeah, yeah. And do you have any siblings?
I have a brother. He's 4 years younger, wants nothing to do with like my brand or me or the story, but he's super supportive, like super dedicated. When like the story broke out, he was always the first person to defend me on social media. Yeah. And everything like that.
I mean, your family's ride or die, bro. Your dad gets questioned by the police and he's like, not my kid. Couldn't do it. Yeah. Low-key, your dad knew it was you, but he was riding for you anyway.
He knew the second when the cop left, he's like, you guys are fucking idiots. How do you leave the canister in the garage?
Yeah. I mean, that's wild. And were you religious growing up? Like you mentioned you were Jewish, but were you raised like going to temple and like bar mitzvah and the whole deal? Or was it kind of like culturally Jewish, but didn't really like practice?
Our family raised us like very multicultural. So my mom's side's Catholic and my dad's side's Jewish, which technically according to, it doesn't really flow to me.
Gotta be a Jewish box, bro.
Yeah, but we grew up celebrating all the Jewish holidays, Hanukkah, Passover. And then like Christmas we celebrated. So we were very multicultural, diverse, played a lot of like family board games.
Yeah.
Went on family vacations, like super family oriented, Friday night pizza nights.
Yeah.
And things like that.
And your parents, were they, like when you're starting to do these little things in high school, like, you know, spraying the whatever, like disobeying the principal, like just trying to piss off authority, were they concerned, or were they like, all right, yeah, he's just being a kid, he's like feeling out the boundaries?
I think that my dad definitely probably defended me and enabled me at the same time, because he was like that growing up, very against the authority. He would be TPing houses, and that was like chalked up to just being a kid. So I got away with a lot. Like I could kind of do whatever I wanted. Like when other kids my age were not allowed out past a certain time, or getting grounded, or didn't have access to phones or whatever, I was like the opposite of that.
And now I noticed also, like in the doc and some of the footage of you like starting to plan some of these early events that we're going to get to, you have like some tattoos on your arms. Obviously now you're like blasted, but like the Harry Potter one's fire, by the way.
I just got this one.
Really?
Yeah,
that one's sick.
A few weeks ago. Yeah.
But like, how old were you when you got your first tattoo?
16. It was the strength one right here. My dad took me and signed off on it against my mom's will.
Oh, really?
And that was my very first one.
So your dad was like, yeah, get it.
My dad like pretty much supports me like with whatever. Obviously, if it's like morally wrong, like if I went up to him and said, hey, I'm doing this or that, or like if it was just like, hey, I'm gonna go rob a bank, like he's not gonna enable me to do that.
Right.
And I think a lot of people put blame on him for my situation, but the truth is like they raised me in the way where to be independent and to make decisions on my own. So I wanted to follow that route and not go to them for help. I wanted to do it on my own.
Got it. And as we'll find out, probably some of that like independence and like fierceness of doing it on your own probably led to some problems.
Well, it definitely
led
did.
to some
Yeah,
problems.
it definitely led to
Also,
problems.
it's so funny. Your first tattoo is definitely my least favorite. Like all the other ones are sick, and then you're just like, this one means strength.
Yeah.
Like there's no way that even means strength.
No, I checked it out. But all my friends teased me in high school. They're like, dude, there's no way.
Yeah, there's no way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that says wonton soup for sure. Like,
Yeah, no, I mean, I triple checked, but like to me, I was always like very motivational, spiritual. Like I looked at quotes. I was a kid that was on Instagram every day posting a quote on my feed. I was that annoying
I knew
kid.
those kids.
Yeah, my Facebook memories nowadays are all the quotes I used to post back in the day.
That's so funny.
So,
is that ironic that you get a Facebook memory and it's just like, hey, believe in yourself. Don't let anyone tell you different. And
Exactly.
you're like, I should have believed in some other people, I think. Honestly.
Yeah, it's talking about like love, and I was in a relationship at the time, so it's like 10 years ago. It's like, I love you so and so with the heart.
Yeah.
And it's like, you have to learn how to love in order to do this, and you have to fail to succeed. And
Yeah. So you're like breaking rules, pushing back against authority, getting attention from it, and the attention kind of feels good. And you're kind of are you getting like accepted from the people in like late middle school, early high school for your rebelliousness?
Well, half of the issue with this is that I went to private school after elementary school in like fourth or fifth grade, because I was getting bullied a lot. They used to call me like Twinkie and the Chubster and like all these names. And so my parents
Decent for elementary school. Decent insults.
I was getting in fights. Like these kids would jump me all the time.
Oh, really?
They would do they were very mean. And so I went to private school. I went to Montessori school.
Yeah.
And that enables independent thinking, because you're literally in a room from 4th to 8th grade. All the kids are combined, and there's only like 2 or 3 kids in each grade in this one room. So you would have like an 8th grader in the room with a 4th grader, and there's like bunnies hopping around like animals. There's a class turtle.
Yeah.
There's no desks. You're sitting on the floor like doing your work. You're making your own lunches, all the stuff. So then by 7th grade, I go back to middle school because I wanted to adapt socially into like the social regime going into high school. I didn't want to go from private school to high school. And when I get back into middle school, I'm trying to fit in like being like the skater was the type, wearing the DC shoes, having the Heelys. I carried around a skateboard, but I couldn't skate for shit.
Yeah.
I had the long hair, but it didn't look good on me. It would like curl up at the bottom. I got highlights.
Really?
Yeah, but I look like a raccoon.
Oh, that's so funny.
I'd wear like the hats. I'm looking at some of the oversized t-shirts, and I'm looking at like some of these photos. I'm like, wow. But that was just like showing that I was doing whatever to fit in, be with like the cool kids. And like I started selling weed for a little bit.
Oh, really?
I didn't need the money. I was just like, I got weed from my friend, and I would just sit there trying to flip it. And a couple times I got jumped for it because I'm the last person that should ever be selling drugs.
Oh shit. So you're like getting into fights growing up, like being targeted specifically.
Yeah.
And that's probably like eroding some of your self-confidence too. Like you get into a couple fights because people think you're fat or whatever. Like that's going to fuck with your head.
Yeah. I couldn't fight at all. I mean, eventually I went to karate and stuff, but I was just like, it just wasn't my persona.
Karate's not going to teach you to fight.
Nah, karate doesn't teach you.
Yeah.
I think the last time I got into a fight in like middle school was I punched a kid in the nose. After that, my dad was like, next time he fucks with you, just bam, right in the nose. And I did that and they left me alone after that.
Oh, cool. Okay. So that part actually worked.
Yeah, that was like 7th grade.
Yeah. So, okay, you get in trouble in your neighborhood. You're like, you fuck up these guys' cars. You get in trouble, rightly so. You definitely shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
And then what happens from there? Do you get sentenced to like some type of like community service, right?
Yeah, we get sentenced to community service and then the charges get dropped if we complete it, and we had to pay restitution. So our parents paid the restitution, and it's like 100 hours each of community service. And one day I'm sitting in our English class and our teacher reads an essay on homelessness and then plays the movie for us, the Pay It Forward movie, where it's like this movie about how all these different people in their life are doing this Pay It Forward project. So if you do one nice thing for someone, you have to pass it on to the next person and so and so.
Yeah.
So whatever it was, like those two things stuck together for me and resonated with me. And I went home and I started Googling like the homeless situation in Danbury, my hometown. And before I knew it, I have this idea to sell like those Live Strong bracelets, but write Fight for the Homeless on them. I went to like 24hourwristbands.com.
Yeah.
And my dad gives me the money to make these bracelets, and I launched this homeless project. It was called Fight for the Homeless. The bracelet said Fight for the Homeless, and I'm selling the bracelets for $1 each to raise awareness for the homeless shelter and donate this money to the local homeless shelter.
That's great.
Before I knew it, all the local news stations are covering it. We sell like almost $2,000 in bracelets, and the courts gave me all my hours. They signed off on it. Like I was a success story. They were really happy about that. Reformed kid in like the matter of 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
And this is the beginning of sophomore year. This is 2011.
Yeah.
Or 2010,
great.
Yeah.
So now you're like, not only are you paying restitution and being on the road to righteousness, so to speak, all of a sudden now you're like, oh, I can make money selling stuff. So like, is this the first time that like you actually made money from like enterprising on your own?
No, I was always a kid that sold like the lemonade stands growing up.
Okay,
very entrepreneurial. We thought we would make a candy shop. So we got like saws and started sawing down trees across the street from our house.
Yeah.
And we had this idea to build this candy shop. Obviously didn't work out because
Hilarious.
how are we going to build a candy shop as kids?
But you're dreaming big from an early age. You're like, oh, dude, we'll use this wood. We're going to build a store and we'll have a little hut and blah, blah, blah.
And then in middle school, I sold, candy, energy drinks, gum out of my backpack.
Yeah.
And I was making good money, a couple $100 a week doing that.
Okay, cool.
Which was not bad for a kid in 8th grade.
Yeah.
But so after these wristbands start selling, I'm thinking, what can I do to bring this to the next level? Now, I'm not thinking for me. I'm not thinking in terms of how I can make money. I'm thinking in terms of how could I bring more awareness and make more money for the project. Everything was about the project. Like This is my personal goals are, okay, I want to be like an FBI agent or the CIA or something. So I'm doing well in school.
Yeah.
And on the charitable side, I want to blow up this Fight for the Homeless project.
Yeah. And did you actually, like, in looking back in like pure honesty where you were at, did you really care about the organization you were working with? Or were you sort of like, oh, this kind of like builds some good reputation and I'm like on the road to doing something good and I'm able to like make money for the organization, blah, blah, blah. So like what percentage of it was it like, oh, I like the attention from it? And what percent was like, oh, I really care about like bringing awareness to this homelessness issue?
Well, I definitely cared about the cause, but I think my energy and motivation for the cause was getting fueled by the amount of popularity. I mean, like you got to look at it this way. I'm this freshman in high school that knows a small percentage. We had a large high school. It's almost 3,500 kids.
Right.
I'm in the bottom denominator. And all of a sudden, every single kid in the high school is talking about my project. They're saying it on the announcements. That's like every freshman's dream.
Yeah, the school or like newspapers covering it. Your parents are so proud of you. Like I knew kids like this where like they would do community service stuff, but it was partially because they liked the cause and like obviously volunteering, helping people makes you feel good. But a lot of it was because of like that was part of their identity from attention that they got, parents, stuff like that. And it really fueled who they were, and so they kept on doing it even though they didn't like care necessarily that much about the organization, you know?
Yeah.
So I think that's a really common thing that happens, especially with like young people.
I mean, even the kids that like want to or become obsessed with like trying to get into a good college, are they doing it for them, or are they doing it because they want to look good for their parents and their peers?
Yeah.
Like I would know kids that they're pulling all-nighters to meet deadlines, and then looking back on it now, they're like, wow, did that really matter at the time that I was doing that?
Yeah, especially if you feel disenfranchised in your school anyway.
Yeah.
And you're like, damn, and like you're the oldest of your siblings, you don't have like an older sibling that's necessarily like, you know, this is the sort of the path for you. You're just sort of like responding from external feedback coming from family and school and community and all that stuff.
Yeah, agreed.
So you're now like, okay, how do we level this up for the organization? What is the next step?
The next step for me was I wanted to throw a school dance. I saw that all the school dances weren't the best, and the only times they did school dances were for proms in May, and then the snowball in January, which was like the winter event, and then homecoming in November. So between January and May, there's a big market gap to do a dance. So I wanted to do one in March. This is like December, January now I'm planning it. I want to do one in March. And I go to the head of the student council, the teacher in charge of it, and she tells me, doesn't really give me the time of day. She just says, go talk to the president of the council, which was a senior. I go and talk to her after tracking her down, like I'm following her around all day. I'm just like this little freshman kid.
Yeah.
She had heard of my project. She's like, yeah, no, we plan those things like years in advance. Sorry, you can't do it, this and that. So then when I went back to the teacher said, well, whatever she says goes, referring to the student. So that wasn't the end of the road for me. I got a meeting with the principal. It was a new principal that year, and I sat in his office and would not leave until they got me on the calendar. He finally agrees, and it was me, my dad, and the executive director of this corporate center in Danbury called The Matrix, who I had found for a venue. No one had done a dance there yet. It was a brand new venue, beautiful ballroom, and we all sit down with the head of student council and the president of student council, who were not happy to be there because they had already told me no. I make this whole PowerPoint presentation about the dance, about the planning, what the plans were, the budget, how we would raise more money, what the cost of everything was, how we would sell tickets. And I developed this skill because I would watch my dad. He's in catering. Oh, cool. And I learned how to plan events through him. I learned the front of the house, the back of the house. I would run parties for him in 8th grade. That was what I did for like work at that time.
Did you have a bar mitzvah?
No, I never. I had a fake one.
What do you mean?
So it was I wanted the party, but without like the religion aspect of it. So I had it was a 13th birthday bash. We rented the community center in our neighborhood. We got a DJ, a dance floor. I had like a red carpet and security, like a bouncer working the door. Everything had to be a party for me. Like, yeah. The thing with me is when I go all in on something, it's got to be larger than life. It's not like a half-assed production.
Right.
And that just foreshadows, like, it's crazy looking back on it because every little thing I did at that time frame blows up on such a massive level, like later on, just like such larger scale.
Right. I think it's also significant that your dad is in events, like he's in event planning. And so growing up constantly, you're hearing him talk about, you know, DJs and food and like lights, and like you're just getting sort of impressioned about, you know, like how to throw a good event.
Yeah, I got to go to the Harry Potter premieres. I went to the Goblet of Fire in New York City.
Oh, really?
I met the whole cast. I was like 9 years old and I had a picture with Emma Watson. I thought it was like the coolest thing ever. To me, she's like, wow, she's super hot. And I'm like this kid. But the events, the production, like these
so
are
he's not doing like little events.
No, he was big time. He did stuff for like the Clintons. Like he would come home one night and he'd be like, yeah, I was with 50 Cent last night. Just like the Rolling Stones, like big projects.
Oh, so this is not like wedding planning.
He does
like,
that too.
But he's not like spending his whole day being like, we need more croissants for the fucking bridal party.
No, he's doing like he did. 50 Cent did like a backyard barbecue in the city like 5 or 6 years ago. Yeah. You know that Haiti thing that MTV did? He catered that like big event. He did large scale things.
Gotcha. Okay, so you already like not only are you hearing about events, but like you're getting to go to some of these and like you're seeing how he runs stuff, and you're like, spectacle is awesome. Like all that's getting impressioned on you, and you like the attention and the affirmation that comes with it.
Yeah. I'm a very visual learner. So for me, like, don't give me a textbook, give me a video. I'm going to study that video. I'm going to figure out how to do it.
I mean, especially as a kid, put you in an experience. It's like, bro, this is the whole world.
Experience is everything.
Yeah, exactly. And like, not only are you into events, but you also know how to make them good.
Exactly.
So now you're planning this school dance that's not affiliated with the school.
Yeah.
And what happens?
So I plan the school dance, and ticket sales are slow up into the last week, but I'm working around the clock. Like, I'm knocking on classroom doors. I'm doing the morning announcements. I'm getting news interviews. Like, I'm doing whatever I can. Like, it was do or die. Like, this was my life. And by this point, I'm like paying kids to do my homework and stuff so I could just focus on this.
Hilarious.
Because I wanted to maintain my grades too, because I needed to maintain that image. Everything was very image based for me. By this point, I'm wearing a suit and tie to school. I have a suit. I got the shoes. I'm carrying around a briefcase that had like the papers and the tickets and all this stuff. But this was like a well-promoted school dance. We got a big banner to hang in the cafeteria. Like, this was, they don't even market their proms this good.
Yeah.
So I do this whole thing, and the day of the event comes at the center. We end up selling like 300 or 400 tickets, which was really solid.
Yeah.
And we were going to raise like $1,500 just based off ticket sales. I get to the event center at like 8 a.m. No one's there. So I just start setting the place up. We didn't really have to be there till like 12 or 1.
Yeah.
I set the whole place up without their staff there. And the director comes. He's like, who did all this? And I'm like, it's me. I did it. Alone. I'm 15 at the time. And later that night, he brings the CEO of the company, who's like multi-millionaire, to come and meet me. He's like, you have to meet this kid. He meets me and he's like, Ian, when do you turn 16? And I'm like, in May. He's like, you're working for me. No ifs, ands, or buts. You're hired.
And how does that feel as a 15-year-old to get like...
I was on cloud 9.
Yeah.
Like, for this CEO, like, he's in leather boots, nice, like, thousands of dollar suit, hair slicked back. Like, this is my idol. This is who I want to be. And he's the firm handshake, and he's looking down on me. He's like, you're going to work for me. Like, that's my first corporate job at 16.
Yeah.
And
feels good. You're finally validated, like, in the real world.
I think, to me, it was so important to not be like my peers.
Right.
I wanted to be the people, the kid that people talked about. I wanted to be different from them, because everyone was so obsessed with college and school. And to me, that was just like, there's got to be a way to not go down that path. And at the time, this is when like the Mark Zuckerbergs are blowing up, and like Snapchat and Instagram, and like you hear all these stories.
Right. These young entrepreneurs that you're seeing, and you're like, I want to do that.
And it's not like now there's more young entrepreneurs, but back then there wasn't. It was just the ones the mainstream ones that you would hear about.
So how much of it was about like early on trying to like do these events? And I guess we'll learn more about that in a second, but like, how much of it was about money and like, oh, I want to be rich and like get fancy cars and like live this lavish baller lifestyle? And how much of it was, oh, I want just the validation of someone that is doing those things? For
me, it was never about money. I would spend my last dollar on my friends. Like in high school, I had my own money. Before I ever took investors from anyone, I had my own money from doing my teen nights, which we'll talk about, and working, because I had this corporate job. I would always be the one picking up dinners for my friends, because they had no money. They weren't working, or if they were making what, $8 an hour at a clothing store.
Yeah.
And I would pick up the dinner bills. I would take them shopping. I would do whatever, because that's just the type of person I was.
Yeah.
And but the first night, like, I really turned business mindset, and I guess I already had it in me from like middle school and everything, but it didn't click, was the night of that dance. And I'm sitting on the stage looking at what I accomplished, and I'm like, wow, if I could get this many people to pay $20 a head to come here. So that's when my mindset goes from, okay, I want to raise money for charity, to, okay, I want to make money for myself and make this a job. But I was never fueled by the money aspect of it. I was always fueled by, I like the fame part.
Right.
I like the popularity.
And are people coming up to you and like girls being like, oh, you did all this? Like, are you getting attention from specific people?
I think the most important thing that came out of this was I got the attention from the upperclassmen.
Yeah.
Because that's what fuels my house parties to come. If I never had the popular people that were in the upperclassmen, I don't think I would ever there wouldn't be an HBO documentary. There wouldn't be a Vice documentary.
Yeah.
It's all because those popular kids gave me attention, and that's just like a snowball effect.
And as an insecure young kid, that feels like the world when you're like a freshman, sophomore, and some seniors like, dude, oh, you're the guy that did the thing. That's sick. Like,
and people don't really understand like the dangers of that. Like, everyone wants to be the influencer on social media and do this and that, but once you get that attention, it's a power that you just don't know it until like you have it.
Especially if you don't know how to handle it. And if you're already insecure, once you're given those keys, like, you're just at the will of your insecurities rather than at the will of like your confidence and like knowing how to deal with that attention and power.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's really, really a really intimidating feeling. So you do all this. Are you bullied for wearing a suit to school?
No, I mean, my friends made fun of me, but I didn't really care. Like, I walked around like I owned the place. I had a cell phone, middle of the classroom, taking a call, a phone call. Sometimes I wouldn't even have a call to take. I'd just get up and say, hey, I got to take this. And so I would start getting like suspensions or like detentions. So what I would do is I'd text my dad and I said, Dad, I'm in detention. So he would call the school and he'd say, listen, my son needs to go home now or I'm calling a lawyer. And that worked every time. They'd come and get me and walk right out, go home, no issue.
And did your dad ever be like, why were you in detention?
I told him it was for the phone. Like, it was petty stuff. It was the phone.
And so he just kept on washing it away. Like, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, he was proud of what I was doing.
Right.
With the whole thing. I mean, I think that was just part of my persona to like be this business whiz kid. I had the glasses, I had like the outfit, and that was like the angle that they were getting at.
Yeah.
And
you were like, I want to be Zuckerberg. I want to be, Snapchat. Like, I am a founder. I'm a executive.
That was me. Yeah.
Yeah. And so you didn't even, so like people make fun of you, but you're like, oh, I'm above it. Like, you can make fun of me, but like, you're still worried about college. I'm building a 6-figure business. Like,
I just believe that you had to like experience like people attacking you and like going after you in that way. Like, I believe that you had to be like hated before like you got, like, I'll put it this way. If you weren't being hated on, then you weren't doing anything.
Oh, so you welcomed the hate because you were
I loved it. I fueled that because it was people, there's no such thing as bad press.
Right.
So, and I learned that at a very young age. So that helped me later on when I'm dealing with these larger than life situations.
So now, so like you're welcoming the hate because you're like, successful people get hated on. So if I get hated on, that means I'm successful.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Oh, hilarious.
I'm taking everything because you have like the nerdy kids that did not like what I was doing at all the parties, the popularity, so they hated on me.
Yeah.
And then you have the popular kids that hate on me because I'm taking away from their popularity.
Right.
And then you have my friends that are just like, they're supportive and they think it's cool, but they don't really know what to think of it.
And you're also taking calls in class. Like, you look like a dork. Like,
I
you
did
can't
look
be
like
doing
a dork.
it.
And then the teachers obviously didn't like it whatsoever.
Right.
They didn't like the parties because rumors started to float around that they were fueled like with alcohol, drugs.
What's up, guys? We're going to take a break really quick because I have to fill you in on a very important secret. Watching Netflix without ExpressVPN, it's like going to a buffet and 70% of the items off limits. You can't have them. You walk in, you go, oh, can I have the shrimp? No, you can't have the shrimp. You got to have this stuff, just the soup and the salads. Watching Netflix without ExpressVPN, it's like going to a nightclub or like a bar. And you're like, oh, can I get a beer? No, you get water. Netflix, if you don't know this, has a ton of shows all over the world. And different countries have different shows. If you're in America, you pay for Netflix in America. Hey, too bad, you don't get all the shows. It's not fair. They're on different streaming sites. You got to get 10 different streaming sites just to watch the shows you want. It's insane. I like to watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine, right? I go on Netflix in America. I can't watch it. But you know what I can do? I can go on ExpressVPN's secure servers and trick Netflix into thinking that I'm in Canada. And when I'm in Canada on Netflix, hey, guess what? I get my crispy Brooklyn Nine-Nine, baby. What's amazing about ExpressVPN is not only does it work on your computer, it works on your iPhone, it works on your media consoles, it works on your tablets, it works on everything. And on top of that, they have servers in 94 countries. What does that mean? That means any show that you want to get on Netflix, hey, if they don't have it in one country, they're going to have it in one of the other 93 countries. You understand? So be smart. Stop paying full price for streaming services and only getting a fraction of the content, all right? It's not fair to you. It's not fair to your wallet. Get your money's worth with ExpressVPN and get 3 months free when you go to expressvpn.com/Gagnon. That's right, expressvpn.com/Gagnon, Gagnon. Get control of your internet. Get control of all the shows that you deserve. Let's get back to the show.
So now you start doing more parties. So you have that night for the shelter, you raise a bunch of money for them, and you're like, all right, time to do this for me.
The thing with events is you get all this publicity, all this praise and everything up until the night of the show. And then once the show ends, that's it. No one's talking about you the next day. Like, yeah, the photos, the videos, whatnot, people will reflect on
right,
about
that
it.
lasts for a day though.
So
and
that,
you don't have any power at that point.
No, I have a Facebook page. So that night I'm getting tagged in amazing job, this and that, whatever, dries up. So I'm like, okay, wow, what do I do from here? So what do? I throw a spring break party at my house. I tell my parents 30 people are coming. And about 300 showed up.
Wow.
We turned our kitchen into a nightclub. We had a fog machine. I went to Spencer's at the mall and got like all these DJ lights. We had like a soda bar. We set up an alcohol bar that my parents didn't know about on our patio, charging $5 per solo cup. And this is like the party of the year. Like all the seniors are there. Like everyone who's anyone was at this party.
Yeah.
And this just like asserted that I was like the house party king in high school. And then after that, every weekend, I was the one throwing the house parties. I took over like the tailgates. I was doing the big barbecues. It got so big, my parents would have to put like a circus tent, like one of those wedding tents in our yard. They got porta potties, they got the dance floor, they put up lights and everything. And it was just like, it was crazy. And eventually it got to the point where it's like, my parents are like, you can't do this here anymore. This is too big.
Are cops showing up? Like, I remember going to house parties and it just seemed like cops would come every time.
We got lucky with our neighborhood. One, it's a gated community, and our neighbors were never there in the winter or the spring. They were summer weekenders, so they would come on the weekends, or they were very chill. So out of all these parties I've ever done, the cops only came once, and it was on a night where it was literally just my birthday party, and we had 50 people, but the music was playing too loud because it echoes across the lake.
Right.
But kids are taking the boats out. They're having like sex in the woods. We have a trampoline. They're doing drug, like it's a crazy, it's like Project X, like all the time.
And your parents know about it?
So at first I lied and said 30 people are coming. I'd hand them a guest list and I'd pay for a bouncer to stand at the gate, which never worked. Kids would break the gate and they would come. And so eventually they knew there wouldn't actually be 30 people. So they would be upstairs. I'd like give them dinner, wine, whatever, make sure they were good. It would always drive my mom crazy, but my dad was like, he'd rather us at the house where he could control it. They never knew that we were serving alcohol.
Right.
Were we? Yes, but they wouldn't have condoned that ever.
Sure.
Like most parents wouldn't. And we're just looking back on it. We're very, very lucky. Nothing ever happened. Like, because that could have just went. You hear about all these stories.
Yeah, some kid drunk driving. Yeah. Someone falls off the balcony. Breaks
but a lot
neck,
of our friends were always just looking after each other. Like my dad would walk the perimeter because we have this big drop off over the lake. So he was always making sure no one was there. He would kick anyone out that had a bottle. He got so upset because the school for the prom, as a souvenir, gave out these metal bottles to everyone, and he felt like that fueled underage drinking because everyone took the metal bottle and put liquor in it.
Oh, hilarious.
For the after prom party, because I did that. Yeah. And then our cars were just like, our street was lined up with cars, and it was just like this crazy scene. And now, by this point, like everyone knows who Ian Bick is at the high school.
And do you think in hindsight, your parents were, like, they saw you kind of struggling to fit in early on, and they were like, oh, this is a great conduit to him, like, being more accepted and more popular. Like, let's just have these parties. No one's drinking. Just all the kids are coming over to hang out with Ian at our house. Did any part of them, do you think they wanted to sort of enable and nurture that environment for that reason?
I know my mom was very against the parties. It always like drove her anxiety very high.
Good Catholic woman, bro. That's what happens.
Did not like that. That's not how she grew up. That's not how she was raised. That was like a whole different thing.
Yeah.
I think they also wanted to support me, and they were happy I had friends and I was making a name for myself, and that the kids had somewhere safe to go, because you would go to some shady house parties in high school and like there's no snacks, there's no food, like no one gives a shit. Yeah. It's just like a dump.
That was like my high school experience. Like, cause we're about the same age. I remember going to parties where like and so I never drank at all in high school. I had like a minivan, so I would just like whip kids around the minivan.
You have like the hippie minivan?
Yeah. Literally, I like gutted all the seats out of it and like put like a mini couch in the back with like a fridge. Like I was like my favorite shit. And then all my friends, like we would all just like bus out to like some field far away. And, but like there would be random parties we'd go to where like we showed up and like the lock on the front door was busted.
Yeah.
And then we walk in and it's just like kids from every school all over. And it was like, we walk in the house and there's like no pictures up. Like it feels very weird. And then all of a sudden my buddy's like, dude, I think this is like a for sale house. Like I don't think anyone lives here. And we're like, oh. So we all immediately like grab everyone, jump back in the car and drive away. And within like 10 minutes of driving away, cops show up, like lock all the doors, sit everyone down. Everyone gets like trespassing citations and stuff. So like I know that level of high school party where it's like disorganized, borderline criminal, like not a good scene. And I can get from your parents' perspective being like, oh yeah, let's just have everyone here. Everyone's going to be safe. And Ian's going to be super popular.
It was always good when the parent was home, because we'd go to house parties when the parent wasn't home. Cops would come. It's like a stampede running through the woods. That house clears out so quick.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And then the kid always gets in trouble because there's alcohol and this and that.
Yeah. And so your parents are like, let's keep it safe.
Yeah.
And most importantly, like I even knew kids like that where like their parents would, like we would go to a kid's house and like he wasn't the most popular kid, but he had this awesome house and his parents were like not condoning it, but like they were kind of cool with everything, kind of turned a blind eye. And they even knew some bad things were happening, but they were okay with it because that meant their kid was getting all this social interaction.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh yeah, this will be a conduit. He'll make a bunch of friends, then we don't have to do as many parties and he'll just have a friend group. So like, let's just let this happen.
Yeah, we'd have parents that would like breathalyze. They would serve liquor, but they would breathalyze and make sure no one left and take their keys.
Oh, so other parents would do that?
Yep, parents would serve liquor, have it there, but the rule was you have to hand in your keys when you got there, and you're getting breathalyzed before you left.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, there was some, I mean, I guess that's a neighborhood we grew up in.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah.
So, okay, so now you're having like a party, you're having multiple parties, you do the spring break thing.
Yep.
No cops show up. And now at that point, are you getting social validation?
I would say so, yeah. I was everyone knew me. Everyone was talking about me. Every weekend, it's like, are you going to the Ian Bick party? Are you on the guest list? Because I started doing like these, back then Facebook event pages were huge, where Facebook wasn't controlled by ads. It was, if you set up an event page and 300 people clicked attending, then you knew every single one of those 300 people were coming. Yeah. And the people that didn't click attending weren't coming. It was like so legit back then, and everything, like Twitter was big, Instagram was just beginning, Snap was just beginning. It's a whole different world. Yeah. There was no TikTok, there was no videos. Like, we don't have any footage from these house parties. Right. But yeah, that's how it got started. And then when my parents really said, you have to take this somewhere else, I'm thinking how I can turn this into a business. And I'm sitting around my kitchen table after this party one day with a couple of the upperclassmen, and we're thinking about planning like this end of the year school event, not affiliated with the school. And we get the idea to call like this new company called This Is Where It's At Entertainment. So if our parties were going to be like where it was at for the night, it would be a play on words. And so I started calling myself, This Is Where It's At Productions.
So you're forming an LLC just to throw parties?
Later on I did, but at my first party didn't have a business set up, but I would form an LLC.
But This Is Where It's At Productions, like you had like a name, because you wanted everything to be official.
I started a logo. I paid for a flyer design.
Hilarious.
First time I ever ordered flyers, I found some website and paid like $500, which is crazy to order for flyers. Yeah. But I'm passing them out in school. I'm flooding them around. We rent out this Palace Theater that my dad knew the owner, downtown Danbury, and I turned the theater into a nightclub for the night, the lobby. I'm renting bars. Everything's non-alcoholic. I'm renting a dance floor. I get the DJ. I hire local police. I hire the EMS. I put together a security team, and this looks like a nightclub for the night. Yeah. And my market was, the marketability on it was, okay, this is a house party, but at a venue. So you have to come drunk. You can't like drink or smoke there. Yeah. And by this point, kids are pre-gaming to the school dances. So what's the difference? Yeah. And the biggest upsell was you come to this, there's no chaperones. So you're not going to get like pushed away for booty grinding or whatever. Hilarious. There's no edited music. Because at the day school dances, the music's edited. Yeah. So all like those Akon songs and you know, all those different songs, that's all unedited. Yeah. And at the time, this is when EDM is first starting to burst. Yeah. Like with the mashups. Obviously EDM and techno was big back in the day, but not in an area like Danbury. So we're the first, my DJs are the first to play like the mashups where you'd hear rap mixed with techno, and that just fueled it because the school dances aren't playing that. You'd go to the school dance and they play the same 50 songs throughout the whole night.
Yeah, it's like the cha-cha slide and shit.
Exactly. Yeah. So at these events, the music was so on point, which was a hook too. Sell like 1,000 tickets for the first one. My expenses were really high, so I only made like $1,500.
But that's great. I mean, at 16, because now not only are you getting social validation, you're going to a sick party, and you made money. Yeah. Like this is like, and so far it seems like nothing here is like illegal. You know what I mean?
No,
like
everything's perfectly legit. I mean, if anything, like the underage drinking and stuff, but I never promoted that. I didn't physically serve liquor. Yeah. I knew in order to get the kids to come, I had to allow it and figure out like I would sneak them past security, do this. Like I knew I was smart enough to know, okay, the owners of the building can't know, and I can't be the one that's providing the liquor. But if I could find a way, because the upperclassmen weren't coming to something like this, the seniors who are already drinking every weekend and throwing their own smaller house parties, unless, you know, they could get a bottle or whatever. Sure. So they had like their own little area, this and that. And the cops are out front, so they didn't come. They did a walkthrough in the beginning. Everything was cool. Everything was great. Right. That venue didn't work out because the owner didn't want to keep. There was a couple ambulance runs that night. Kids that drank too much before, make it inside, the music, everything. Then they always, you know, they would have like need to get their stomach pumps or whatnot. Yeah, that's what kids did though back then. Yeah. We would have DJ skate night on Friday nights. Kids would leave in ambulances because they drink so much before. Gotcha. They drink in the parking lot, whatnot. So the owner says, "Listen, Ian, we can't do this event here anymore." So at that point, this is the summer of 2011, and I go searching for other venues around town because I can't go to my parents' house again. We're doing like a party once a month, but it's not as big, and I need a way to make money and build this business. And so I meet this kid that's a year older than me who DJs at these local nightclubs, and he brings me to the first nightclub. It's called Plasma, and it's downtown Danbury, which is kind of like a seedy area. And I go and meet the owner and I say, listen, I'm 16 years old, just turned 16, wearing a suit and tie and no facial hair whatsoever.
You
nothing.
look young now. I couldn't imagine what you look like at 16.
Yeah. And so I go to him, I said, listen, I need a date and I'm going to do an event and I'm going to pack it out. And he doesn't even look up at me. He's like fiddling with his paper or whatever. And he pretends to flip through. It's like a scene out of a movie, pretends to flip through his calendar and it's all empty. It's all white. And he says, I'm booked till December. And then I said, okay, can I have a date in December? He's like, come back in December and we'll talk about it. So he wasn't giving me the time of day.
Yeah.
So we go across the street to this club called Tuxedo Junction. Tuxedo Junction's a famous nightclub in Connecticut at the time. Had like Oasis, all these big names. And it eventually kind of went downhill, started doing rap shows when rock kind of died out. And it was known for teen nights years ago. Where when I was like in high or middle school, they were big, the teen nights, but they had died out because the market got oversaturated. And a teen night is an under 18 and under party, no liquor. The same thing I kind of did at the Palace. And it would have like the rap music and this and that was like the club night.
Yeah.
So we go to this venue and I go up and see the owner in like this little office that's like the size of a closet. And he's this Italian guy, like looks like he's in the Italian mob and his name's Al.
Yeah.
And he looks at me and he shakes my hand. He's pleasant, gives me the time of day, and I tell him what I want to do. Now at this point he had heard of me because he read the news. He knew what I was doing and we have a good conversation. And he says, listen, I'm going to give you a shot, but you're not getting the big room because there was a big room that would hold like 1,500 kids. And then it was divided into 3 other rooms. So the front room called Streets, he would give me for $750 and I can hold 200 kids. And he wasn't going to give me a weekend night. He was going to give me this random, it was like a Wednesday or something. And I say, okay. And I pay him with a check, the whole amount right then and there. And he was shocked. He didn't know what to expect because I'm a kid.
And you got this money from the other parties you had done. Like you're kind of up.
The other parties, and I'm working full time at that point at the corporate center. I'm a houseman. I'm putting together the meeting rooms. I'm helping them book proms. I was commission based too. I stole every prom from the surrounded areas, brought them to this new venue because it was a great venue. So every prom I booked for them, I'd get like $3,000.
Okay. So your net worth at this point, what would you estimate?
Probably like 50 or 60 grand.
Oh, wow.
I bought my own car. I had money. Everything's cash. I got money flowing in. Like I'm in a really good spot.
So at 16, you've done nothing illegal.
Except tax evasion, I guess, because I didn't pay any taxes.
So you're up 60K, you're 16 years old, and you haven't done anything illegal. This is great.
No, this is 100% legitimate business. I'm onto something really good because no one in my area is doing this at this age. Obviously, there's older promoters because this concept has been around forever.
Yeah.
But now there's a new twist to it. And so he gives me the night, and I don't really promote it. I just make a Facebook invite page, send out some texts and say, hey guys, doing this I called it the end of the summer bash. Come out, it's $5 to get in. Wasn't looking to make much money. The expenses weren't that high. And I pack it out with like almost 400 kids.
Easy.
Al wasn't there that night. His partner was there. And Al calls me that night. He's like, Ian, what did you do? I'm like, I told you I needed the bigger room. He says, come the next night. So I do this event, make a few $100. I go the next night and I book out 3 or 4 dates for a month each. It was like October, then it was December, then it was February, then it was April. And the big room was $1,500 to rent this room, plus $1 for every person that came in. I said, listen, this deal's great. And it included like the lighting, security, the sound and everything. And I would just have to pay the DJs. But here's the thing. I don't want you to charge for soda or water. I want to give that out for free as a hook to get kids to come. And that's like the concept older promoters were doing is free drinks or drink tickets.
Yeah.
He said, okay, but he would sell Red Bulls. And I said, okay, that's fine, but I want to sell soda. So I would go to the dollar store and get the 3-liter bottles for $1, the knockoff soda, and give that out. So I come up with these events and I call them the Halloween rave, the Christmas rave, the intensity paint party, and the MTV rave.
Yeah.
We would just say MTV was coming and then we'd have some guy in a badge and said they were from MTV.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and that would work. So the first event I do, 750 kids. Now at this point, it's not just Danbury High School. I'm building a networking team. This is back in the day, street marketing's everything.
Yeah.
We're passing out flyers. I'm driving around my car on school nights, meeting kids with stacks of flyers. I finally find a flyer guy where I could get like 10,000 flyers for like $200. Like my network is huge. We're putting flyers in every locker. We're flooding them down. The oldest trick in the book, go to the top of the staircase right before the bell's about to ring. You drop a stack of flyers down. It floods the hallway. And they can never tie it to me. They just knew my name was on it. We would have like our Twitter handles. Like,
you would actually do that?
Yeah. The whole school is
And were you
flooded.
doing this at multiple schools or just one school?
Everywhere. We had a whole network of kids. What I would do is I'd pick like 5 or 6 really popular kids from 5 or 6 local schools. And I would say, I'll put you on the flyer, your Twitter handle. And they loved that. They would get a free event pass. They would get a guest list. There was a VIP room. They were treated like kings.
Right. So they were ambassadors for your party.
Exactly. It was like affiliate marketing kind of, but back then.
Yeah.
What everyone's doing now, but it was a different spin on it.
Right.
And so that's what we would do. And we made these promo videos on iMovie when they started teaching you iMovie. And I look at these videos now, they're so fucking cringe. And they're still on YouTube. I'm like, shit, how do I take these down?
Oh, that's funny.
So we'd put a music and we'd call it like the Halloween rave. We had no video, so it was all photos. Put these out and it took off. Every event got bigger and bigger and bigger. And now this is before, there's no online ticket sales. The only ones doing online ticket sales back then are like Ticketmaster.
So how are you doing ticket sales?
Everything is day of, at the door cash. So you don't know how many kids are coming. So if God forbid, and this is where I start to realize my luck, and I'm a big believer at this point in luck and fate, because all it would have taken is one rainstorm and one snowstorm to derail me.
And you would have realized how fragile this business is.
Exactly. But I never, on days that a big snowstorm was planned, magically passed.
Wow.
Our biggest party to date was the Intensity Paint Party. Huge snowstorm hits the day before and supposed to go into the night of the show. Just snows the day before, wasn't as big. Roads are cleared up, and we do almost 2,000 people.
So at this point, you're throwing parties, getting all this attention. The buildup is probably like fucking drugs for your brain. Every kid from every school is hitting you up like, hey, Ian, I'm so-and-so's friend. Can I get on the guest list? Can you guarantee me a ticket, please? Like, blah, blah. And so like you're getting all this attention from all these other schools. You're making money from these, which is fire.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, you haven't failed. So you must think like, oh, dude, I'm a genius. All these other people, like, I don't know why they're not doing this. Like, I come into this market and you're satisfying something that like all these teenagers, you know, kids are looking for shit to do. So you offer like a space for it. Like this happened when I was growing up. We had the similar thing where it was like these teen nights and they would get, it was basically virtually the same exact thing. They would get like teen ambassadors from different schools, and then it'd be at like the House of Blues. Yeah. And it'd be like this big teen party and everyone would show up and it'd be the same thing. You would like, your parents would drop you off pregame in like the woods before and then like run in with like a buzz and like it was just like sweaty kids. Like I never went to them because I remember being like, ugh. Like the idea of like just being like sweaty with a bunch of kids, and it was kids from all different schools, and it was just like a nightmare. Yeah. But I saw all my friends went, and it was like this crazy thing, and they would pay like the ambassadors like, oh, I'll give you $100 if you can get so and so many people in or whatever. And so at this point you're like, okay, I figured this out. I'm making money. I'm getting attention. I'm a genius.
I mean, I'm making some nights $10,000 in profit. After my expenses were $3 to $4 grand, I'm making 10 grand in cash. Me and Al would be in the office counting this money, and my dad wanted to meet Al to make sure he wasn't fucking me. Yeah. Al, out of everyone throughout everything, always stuck by my side, never fucked me. He was just happy for me. Right. That I was doing this, because in his eyes, and this is something I would learn later on, when you own a nightclub, so many people come to you, and it's the same way in the social media age. Everyone comes to you with an idea and say they're going to do it. But a fraction of that, maybe 1% of every, 99% of people that come are the ones that say they can do what they said they're going to do. Yeah. So when I come to him and say, listen, I'm going to pack this place out, I built credibility. And from there, like, we just had this bond and word ever since that point. Yeah. So I'm making all this money, and it just like, it brings it to a new level. So I'm thinking, how do I make this business legit?
What's your net worth at this point?
I mean, I was spending it, so it probably always hovered around the same thing. Like I went and bought an Audi. I got played on it. I was like an $8,000 Audi. The guy switched the check engine light on it. The thing like blew up in the Wendy's parking lot one day.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
How old were you when you bought this Audi?
16. Yeah, I'm 16 when all this is going on. There was one night, I always had like unfortunate events happen too. So like the first week I got my license, I hit a deer. The deer survived. My dad's car got totaled. Fuck. While I'm driving that car, I'm in my mom's Escape, and I bring it to the club that night to do this event. On the way home, someone runs a blinking red, and I have $10,000 in cash in the car with my friend. I'm 16, not supposed to be driving anyone past 11 p.m. or even having a passenger in general, because I just have my license. I think I'm getting robbed. So we're screaming while the car's spinning. They're after us because we thought they were there for the money. Like we thought it was like a movie. And it was a drunk driver, whatnot. My dad had to come to the scene and say he was driving. So I didn't get in trouble. We switched seats and everything.
Once again, your dad comes through, bails you out.
My dad bailed me out a lot.
Wow.
So he came to the scene. We switched cars. They weren't after the money or anything, but like all these things would happen. Like I always damaged my dad's cars, had no appreciation for anything that wasn't physically mine. Now growing up older, I know, okay, I don't put a scratch on my car. I don't do anything.
Right.
So my outlook has changed so much from back then, but like that was the type of person I was. And also at the same time, I'm letting my friends invest into these shows so they can make money because they have no money. So I would say, okay, put up $500. I'd give you 10% of the show. If they gave me 500, they would make like $300 or $400 on top of it.
They had no money compared to you. Having $500 is pretty good as a 16-year-old.
That is true. So they would throw in, some would throw in 100, whatever, and they would promote it. I'd say, okay, if you do this, you got to make, the big thing was change your Instagram profile and your Facebook profile to the flyer image. So that was another way to market it. Because back then, no one was making videos, really. Like the selfie videos, that wasn't the big thing. It was flyers.
Yeah.
Back then, social media promoted a flyer. I could put up a flyer and it would get 300 or 400 likes. Now you put up a flyer and it won't even push it at all.
Yeah.
So it was just so much different back then.
Right. And now everything's going good. Life is great. You're up money. You're buying cool shit. And at this point, you're buying cars. What does your dad think? Is he like, oh, you're doing good?
Well, he called me an idiot because I got into 2 bad deals, like the first car, and then I bought a Honda Del Sol, which is like this little sports car, which was the coolest thing ever, but I didn't know how to drive stick. So he ended up taking the car and giving me his SUV. I'd drive this Ford Explorer around, which is actually another thing we would do as like pranks is we would put like a strobe light at the top and pretend to pull our friends over when they were leaving parties. Bro. We would change it to red and blue and we're like, me and my friends would be in the car and we'd pull our friends over on parties we didn't get invited to.
That's so funny.
Yeah, and they would be like shitting bricks and everything about it. And we would get up and pretend we were cops and then they would just like have a heart attack because they're like drunk. Or a little bit under the influence when they're getting pulled over.
And at no point are you worried about like, oh, impersonating an officer, I'm going to get caught, I'm going to go to jail. Like,
I had no like insight or, into any of that. I just thought I was above everything. I thought I was untouchable. I thought like I was doing something big. I was on the right path. At this point, my mind is, so I make business cards that say I'm like the CEO and this is where it's at productions.
Yeah.
All my bios are CEO. Everything I'm passing out business cards. I have flyers with me at all times. Everything's just this grind mode. I have 2 phones. Did I need 2 phones? No, but it's just like everything's an image. Everything's this grind. And I was the business whiz kid.
And you bought into like that whole social mindset of like hustle, grind, like make your money, blah, blah, blah. Like were you bought into that? I remember that being like an identity in high school. Like they were like hustle kids.
Well, now it's like if you're a Forex trader or whatever, like that's the image.
Yeah, exactly.
But back then, this was like I was the only hustle kid.
Did you see Wolf of Wall Street?
Love that movie. I read both books in prison.
I fucking knew it, bro.
No, I watched Wolf of Wall Street in 2013 when it came out.
Yeah.
And this is right around the time at the peak of my businesses when I'm living that crazy life.
And you saw this movie and you were like, this is what I would need to do.
Well, no, when the movie came out, I'm already fucked. I'm already, so we'll get to that point.
Okay.
But I did read the books in prison and stuff. And,
oh, shit. Okay. So, but also another thing, have you ever seen the I'm Schmacked videos?
So here's the thing with I'm Schmacked. I've worked with them. I know Arya. He's like a very controversial figure because he was investigated and stuff. Because of Arya is kind of how I blew up on TikTok because I stitched one of his videos. He was going on about how he got investigated by the FBI, but they didn't charge him. And I stitched his video saying, well, I actually got charged and it blew up. And that was like my first big video. But I'm friendly with him. He always paid good money for our venue. He rented it twice, our venue. A lot of crazy stories with that. That's later on in the story.
Yeah.
But I do know I'm Schmacked. The thing with that is, so we're doing the same thing, but on 2 different levels. So I'm controlling the high school market in Connecticut. He's controlling the college market. He sprouts off in Rhode Island and he emerges, he blows up into the whole country.
Because I remember these videos, like again, same age, probably like 2012, 2013 in high school and seeing these like FSU college party videos. And
we didn't see any of that until I started working with them.
Oh, interesting.
And his partners were my partners. That's how I got into the big concerts because I partnered with URI guys. because URI was the basis for all these big shows. That's where everything starts.
Gotcha. Okay. So now everything's good. You're making a ton of money. Everything's great.
Yep.
Doing all these events, getting attention. What happens?
Two things happen. There's two pivoting moments. One is at the time, Mac Miller and like Big Sean are big. And people are saying, you should start booking artists. So I go on stage one night during the show and I commit to saying, and I was like 1,500 kids in the room. And I'm like, guys, listen up. I'm bringing Mac Miller and Big Sean to Danbury. I didn't know how to bring them to Danbury. I thought it was a lot easier because there was like these random booking websites or whatever. So I make this announcement, crowd goes wild. So I'm committed to that idea in my head. No idea how to do that, but I figured I'd figure it out. That's one thing that happens. Number two is the market's getting oversaturated because everyone wants to be the next Ian Bick. The club is starting to rent out to any promoter. You could be the nerdiest kid in high school with no followers and you go and give the club $1,500, you're getting the night.
Yeah, they don't give a shit.
So everyone starts biting off my name. You know, they're changing it. They're doing deviations. Now there's a rave every weekend. These raves. And so
all serving this teenage market.
Exactly, but they're all flopping. So no one knows how to differentiate between what are the good ones, what are the bad ones. Had the market not got oversaturated, I'd probably still keep doing it throughout high school. Now this is junior year at this point, end of junior year. I'm turning 17 and I couldn't do anymore because my event started to decrease in popularity because all these kids from different schools they'd start going to every flyer they saw and they weren't good.
Got it. And so some of yours started flopping and like not making money.
I think the last teen night I did like 500 people, still made money. But at that point, like I couldn't do an unsuccessful event. That was a big part of my brand. I was getting every house party's over the top. I think that would have been, if I ever had an event that did 0 people, I think that's probably what I would have quit.
Yeah.
But I didn't. Like I had, whether it was luck or my hard work or fate or whatever you want to call it, every single time it just gets bigger, bigger, bigger and escalating. It never goes backwards ever.
What's up, guys? We're going to take a break really quick because I got to tell you a story, all right? I'm in the room right now with Shifty, and both of us have survived traumatic car accidents on bikes. I was struck by a bike, and then that same car 3 years later hit Shifty, going backwards, which is a way dumber way to get hit by a car. And both of us just walked away. We both got hit by the cars. Our bikes got destroyed. At the time, I was like, look, I don't want to get an attorney because I don't know how to do it. I have to look it up. I got to find a website. I got to reach out to a guy. I don't know. It's like Better Call Saul. I don't want to deal with all that. And that's why I wish I knew about Morgan & Morgan. Yeah, the official law firm partner of the UFC. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest personal injury law firm with over 800 attorneys and over 100 offices nationwide. They have over $15 billion recovered for their clients. The amazing thing about Morgan & Morgan, there's two things. One, submitting a claim has never been easier. You just go to their website. It's like using an app. You don't have to call anyone. You don't have to go to a sketchy website. It's easy, okay? It's like an app. You just boom, bop, bop, bop. Less than 8 clicks, you can submit your claim and see if they can help you. And here's the other crazy thing. Their fee is free unless you win. That's right, $0 unless they win your case. As they say, they fight for the people and not the powerful. And that's why they are giving away 2 tickets. That's right, 2 tickets to UFC 287 in Las Vegas. UFC 287 in Las Vegas to see John Jones and Cyril Gane fight. That's right. They're going to give those tickets away. And if you want to find out how you can submit for the contest, all you got to do is go to morganufc.com/gagnon. That's right. You just got to go to morganufc.com/gagnon, Gagnon. That is morganufc.com/gagnon, Gagnon. Go do that right away. No purchase necessary. Sweepstakes end February 21st, 2023. That's right, February 21st. So get on it right now. Open to residents of 48 U.S. states and Washington, D.C., ages 18 and older. Void where prohibited. For official rules, visit morganufc.com. Now let's get back to the show.
Right. And so that's going to keep you hooked. And on top of that, it kind of proves the money thing because you still had a profitable event. And if you were in it for the money, you'd be like, all right, yeah, I'm still making money. But you wanted that build up and the hype and people hitting you up. And if less people are coming, that's going to be less social influence that you're acquiring.
Yep.
And if you're not getting the social influence, then fuck all this.
Exactly. Now these kids reach out to me from the town over. One's a year older, one's my age, and they're from Richfield, which is like the preppy area of they're like the kids that are all doing cocaine when Danbury High School kids are doing weed. They're like the rich, all driving Audis, BMWs, whatever, despised by Danbury kids.
Hilarious.
They hit me up and we meet at a Starbucks. And these kids are everything I wanted to be. They had the money, they had the cars, they had the hot girls, and they had the business mindset. Now these, you have to realize, are the first kids ever that ever talked to me really on a business level and had similar ideas. Because I thought I was one of a kind, like I was the only one, and I felt excluded because none of my friends in high school were thinking the same thing. No one was making businesses, maybe like a homework business or something, but nothing like I had. So these kids come to me and they have all these ideas and they bring the Richfield market to my teen nights. This is on like the last couple ones we do. And we eventually decide to incorporate the business. Their parents are very entrepreneurial, like LLCs, real estate, all that. So they introduced me to that world of what an LLC is. How do you get one started? We paid like $400 to Rocket Lawyer or whatever to get incorporated.
Yeah.
And so we have this company now, and it's me, these two guys, and this other guy that I went to theater with who had just graduated. And we formed this LLC, and it's our mission now to book Big Sean or Mac Miller. That's our plan. We want to start getting into concerts. We're done with teen nights. So we motivated each other. They said, Ian, do you really want to be, 30 years old doing teen nights? Like, what's the next move? So they got me thinking bigger than what I was thinking before. And so we start planning. We don't know how to do it. We're trying to figure it out. One day, a flyer gets posted for Big Sean coming to Danbury. And my partners go behind my back. They find this guy from URI who I had met with before and kind of blew off. He was a Danbury High School graduate. And they go and they produce a show with him. And I bring it to them and I said, what the fuck, guys? What happened? They said, well, there wasn't any room to invest. So we didn't want you a part of it. So they had each put in money. These kids are very wealthy.
These are the Richfield kids.
Yep. They put in $5,000 each towards the show. And there's a bunch of other investors. I had nothing to do with the funding of it. And they say, listen, we did try to cut you out and screw you. But now they realized they needed me because they didn't have any way into the high school market. Because a college kid from URI doesn't have control of the high school kids. Mm-hmm. And the kids from Richfield's very small in comparison. That's all they had. Mm-hmm. So they needed me to promote it and get it out there. Eventually, we worked out a deal that my name would be on the flyer as like the host. So I basically got to say Ian Bick brought Big Sean to Danbury and I didn't have to pay $1 to it, which actually worked out for the better because had I been able to invest, I probably would have put 20 grand into it, which is probably what I had at the time, but the show tanked. Absolutely lost so much money. So I would have lost pretty much everything.
He came though, Big Sean.
Big Sean came, couple issues. We only had 3 weeks to promote.
Okay.
3 weeks to promote it. They didn't read the rider for him, which said they needed a video wall. So when they were reading it the day before, we told the production company charges double. Now back then video walls were they were on the up and coming. This is 2012. Wasn't as big as they are now. So instead of paying 10 grand for the video wall, we paid 20 for this giant video wall because he needed the full 2 video walls, this and that. So we paid 20 grand. So we went from having a budget of X amount to having a $20,000 increase. The break-even point was 2,000 kids that we needed just to break even. We got, I think, 1,100, which was pretty much all high schoolers. They didn't promote it in the college that well. It was at an off time of the year where they actually had Mac Miller as their opening to the school year a couple months prior. So it wasn't good planning. We got taken advantage of, but the experience was one of a kind. I got to spend the day with Big Sean's tour manager. He was the nicest dude ever. He's actually very short. I wasn't expecting him to be that short for someone called Big Sean, but so nice. He was feeling sick that day and just like really pleasant, still performed, did the meet and greets. And what I would learn is like, he's one of the very few hip hop artists that actually are very polite and just like in my experience, he was one of the best ones we booked.
And super professional.
Very professional. So, management was professional.
So this is another success that worked against you. Yeah. Because you get Big Sean, he's super professional, on time, feeling sick, still performs, and you're like, oh great, you hire people and they come through. Yeah. And so it's in your head, it's like boom, done.
That, and I got the experience. I knew that in my heart, like, cause I was a big believer and you have to fail to succeed. So I said, okay, this is our failure. Now we're going to be super successful because we failed on the show. We took the learning lessons and now we're going to cut out the denominator that didn't work for us, which was this additional company from Rhode Island. He had another entertainment group. And so I said to my partners, guys, we learned from this. Let's not deal with him. Let's go and do our own thing.
Great.
So we come up with the idea to book Wiz Khalifa in Danbury at the college. We get a connection to the college because of Big Sean, which was another plus from it. We had a great conversation with them. They wanted to start bringing big acts. We had just booked Asher Roth, who was signed to Scooter Braun at the time.
Oh, yeah.
And Justin Bieber's manager.
Yeah.
And so we had a connection in. And
that was the I Love College days, right?
Yep. Yeah. He was big. We booked him for a charity event. The show tanked because it was a snowstorm, but he still came. And we had a couple hundred kids. It was all for charity.
Yeah.
Really, really cool dude. Like we sat with him the whole time. He was telling us war stories. This is like right before he like died out. And
Asher Roth is fire. That's cool.
yeah, really cool dude. And he just came out to sit at this club. We booked him at Tuxedos. He was on like the I Love Kids tour or something like that.
I hope it's
I
not
Love
that.
College. No,
I Love Kids. Come on, bro.
I think performing was kids these days. I don't know. There was something with the name kid in it.
I love kids.
Yeah, I don't know what it was.
Don't do that tour, bro.
I don't know what it was. It's something that had the name kids in it.
Oh, that's so
and
funny.
so my partner had booked us Asher Roth, and we figured that he would be able to pull through with booking us Wiz Khalifa.
Great.
And he says Wiz Khalifa is going to cost us like 80 grand with production. Venue cost. The show is going to be about 125,000, 130,000. We're 17 years old. How the fuck are we getting that much money? Because we don't have that much money. Like we pulled together what our money was, and it would be like 30 grand.
Mm-hmm.
And so he says, listen, in order for us to book the show, and this is our friend, our other partner, who had just graduated high school, you need to show proof of funds, like all the money in a bank account, showing that we can do this, pay for all the costs, and do it. So I said, okay, no problem. I'll figure it out. I go to LegalZoom, and I print out these investment agreements that I had been using for these teen nights, because I was just under the impression if you're doing an investment deal, you have to have a contract. Never went to a lawyer, never asked my dad. It was in my mind from TV, from movies, okay, business, investments, contracts, they all go.
Yeah.
Print it out, change the wording. So-and-so is going to invest X amount of dollars for a percentage of the show. So to make it simple, if the show was 100,000, if they invested 10,000, they would get 10% of the show, plus their initial investment back, like whatever the profit split was.
Mm-hmm.
I start bringing that around to the kids that invested in me before, and I said, bring it to your parents, whatnot. This is like the first week. Everyone says no. They weren't going for it. They said, listen, you had a lot of success with the teen nights, but you know, this is a bigger thing. You're asking for more money. Because at the time, I'm looking for a minimum of 10,000. Because at that point, you would need like 13 people at 10,000.
You're asking your friends for $10,000.
Yeah, and they were taking it to their parents.
Got it.
So then, after like a week of failure of not getting the money, I'm thinking one night, what would happen if I changed the wording of the contract? I had one sentence, and this defines the rest of my future. I would guarantee their money back, their initial investment. So I wouldn't guarantee them a profit, but if they put up $10,000, if the show did 0 people, they would still get their 10 grand back. At the time, I had no assets to back that up. I had nothing to back that up. All I had was, I knew I was determined to win and to make money. I knew that I had already failed with the last show, and I was going to learn from my mistakes. And I knew that it was almost impossible for the biggest rap star in the world at the time to come to Danbury and not sell at least 2,500 tickets, which was our break even.
So you're like, I'm going to at least break even.
Exactly.
Get everyone their money back. I'm going to get the attention and clout and chill with Wiz Khalifa, so I'm good.
At that point, I didn't care. I really wasn't a big celebrity guy at
Really?
that point.
Oh,
No,
cool.
I Big Sean, I liked one song. So I'm the type of kid, like I'll listen to the same song on repeat.
Yeah.
Like if I find a song I like, I'm listening to it all day.
Gotcha.
Wasn't into designer clothes. Like the suit was cheap and the ties were like hand-me-downs for my dad.
Yeah.
But I wore a classic black t-shirt and khakis, which like would come up later in court, which is funny. But that was like my look. I didn't really care for clothing that much.
Right.
I didn't go to the gym. I wore whatever. I threw on whatever. And so what happens is the money floods in like 2 weeks we raise $130,000. We have like 30 investors because I realized I had to take smaller amounts to make the money up. So kids were putting in 2,000, 1,000, 3,000. My aunt and uncle put in 10,000. My dad put in 10,000. I put in 10,000. My business partner put in 15. His parents put in money. And we're just getting all these kids from Danbury High School in Richfield to invest. Raise all the money. Bring the receipt, the bank account receipt. Now we're kids walking into this local bank, depositing thousands of dollars. And they're looking at me like, what the fuck is this kid doing? But they never batted an eye, never raised an alarm, never asked questions, nothing.
And it's all legit. Like,
it's all legit.
Yeah.
Everything's legal. There was nothing illegal about this whatsoever. Mm-hmm. And at this point, I'm very well documented. I'm keeping an expense sheet. I had a business debit card. I had my own personal money. Anything, I was starting to learn about write-offs and stuff. So I figured, okay, office supplies are separate, business card, if I'm going out to dinner, personal, whatnot, everything's separate. I'm keeping detailed accounting.
Cool.
We give the copy of the bank record to our business partner. We hand it to him. And it's me and my other 2 business partners. And he looks at us like he's seen a ghost. Mouth drops. He's like, And my other business partner, his name's Zach. He's like very aggressive, and he's like the louder one of the group. So he's like, okay, make the phone call, get us Wiz Khalifa. And he's like beating around the bush, and he gets up and he throws the papers at him, and he's like, get fucking Wiz Khalifa on the phone. We have the money. Let's do this. Because at this point, it's November. We're promising our investors a January show, money returned by February. Let's make this happen.
And how does this guy know Wiz Khalifa?
Because he had booked us Asher Roth.
Gotcha.
So we were under the assumption that because he knew Scooter Braun, however, we were going to get Wiz. Totally wasn't true. Didn't have the connection to book Wiz Khalifa. He didn't even deal with Scooter Braun off the bat. He dealt with like some other company that had a connection to Asher Roth. So that was the whole thing. Had he been dealing with Scooter, it probably would have been different, but Scooter probably wouldn't have been dealing with some 16-year-olds.
And all your partners are all the same age.
One's older, Matt's older.
Gotcha.
And our other one who was at college but not really involved was a couple years older than us too.
Gotcha.
I was also fascinated with like Scooter's story because he grew up the same way I did with the parties and making it, and he had a lot of failures before he found Bieber. So like I was studying that whole thing too, and that's what was keeping me
Isn't
going.
he also from a similar town?
Yeah, I think he's from Connecticut.
Okay, cool.
I think like the Greenwich area or something like that. I don't know.
Gotcha. So you're looking at like, you're like this other Connecticut
I idolized
kid.
him.
He
Yeah.
was your guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so similar story, like failing, like doing the club nights. I'm like, okay, I'm the next Scooter Braun. Like this is me. Never cared about artists or music or anything. I like the promoting. I love that aspect of it.
Yeah.
And for me, it was never about the party itself. I like the hype up into the party. I like planning because I was always bored at the party. I never did drugs, didn't drink.
Oh, really? You were sober every party?
Yeah, I would smoke a little weed to seem cool, but I never drank. We did like Dubra in like sophomore year, like the cheap vodka, and that I got sick a couple times. I'm like, this isn't for me.
Were you getting attention from girls?
So with girls, I either always had a girlfriend. I had a girlfriend for the first couple years of high school. And then I did get attention, but it wasn't like sex or anything. We would just like make out like in the lake or like in the backyard.
Right.
And it always had to be them initiating. Like it was so awkward. Like we would be sitting there and you could tell she's into me, but I would never make the first move.
Right.
I had no confidence with women until the day I got out of prison and got on Tinder for the first time.
Oh, hilarious.
That's when the game changed.
All this prison time, you're like, man, women are kind of cool. I should talk to girls.
Yeah, like during the club, it was so easy because girls would just DM me or they would snap me like nudes. Everything was nudes for concert tickets or whatever. And they would snap me and they would be like, yo, where are you? I want to meet the artist. And they would come and they would just start making out with me. And then they would pull down your pants or they would go to the office. And it was just like this whole thing.
You were getting assaulted, bro.
I mean, I loved it, but I look at photos. You got to look at photos, videos of it. It's like, I wouldn't have gotten girls if I didn't own the club. Like these are just clout
So
chasers.
you had no game. They were using you to
game.
like meet people.
Yeah.
And you were cool with being used because you weren't getting attention otherwise. So you're like, all right.
Exactly. So
Got you.
Going back to this, the show doesn't happen. We call all our investors, it's December now, to a meeting in my living room. The parents didn't come. They just sent their kids to like talk on behalf of them. So we sit them all in my living room. This is like a funny scene. Instead of like a boardroom, it's like this living room and we're all sitting around and we come clean. We're like, listen, this is what happened. We have all your money. We'll write you a check right now if you want it back. Or we have a new idea to do a string of shows. That guy that we had done the Big Sean show with reached out and said, listen, why don't you divide the money? Because our business partner reached out to him feeling bad. And so he reached out to us and he said, listen, why don't you divide the money into a string of shows in Rhode Island, Connecticut. We learned from the Big Sean show also. We have the connections. Let's make this happen. So we bring that to our investors and perfectly clean. Every day I think about, I wish they all took their money out, but they didn't. 50% took their money out. The other 50% left it in.
Yeah.
We restructured the deal so it would be a percentage based off of every show. So it was also less risk. They would still get their money back guaranteed, not a guaranteed profit, just guaranteed money back. But now the logic was if one show bombed, God forbid, you would have another show to make up for it. So it was a lot less risk. Mm-hmm. Now the guarantee for a show to sell out wasn't the same because these weren't big names. Mike Stud, Huey Mack.
Yeah.
Like these were the college frat boys while Schmack was getting big.
Yeah.
These were those they were the next Asher Ross, Sammy Adams, all those guys.
Yes.
So those were the artists we were booking. We booked Rusko, which was like the first big DJ.
Yeah.
We did a really big DJ event at URI, and URI is like the breeding ground for EDM at the time. That and UMass are like their budding hotspots for like the Avicii's, the Steve Aokis, all those big names.
I remember this whole time. It's
Yep,
so funny. I
this
grew up
is
in Florida, and I remember like all these
Florida was
names.
another big one. Miami, New York City,
Yeah.
Massachusetts, and Rhode Island are like this budding ground before there were ever DJ residencies. And I'm exposed to all this, and I'm learning the game, and I'm learning how to do these big productions. And I'm 17. This is the beginning of senior year. And so right after the beginning of senior year, we did Big Sean, then Wiz Khalifa by the middle second semester. At this point, I'd leave high school a semester early. I actually had to sue them to get my diploma. They failed me by 0.5 credits over a class I didn't sign up for. And my guidance counselor kept telling me I was good. I had enough credits. Turns out I wasn't. Now at this point, the school's starting to cut ties with me. I had raised them a lot of money with doing homecoming dances, proms, doing all this stuff. But then when I started going into the teen nights and getting that reputation for like a for-profit business and everything, and the music and the drugs and the dancing and the house parties, and a new principal, new administration came in, I'm cut.
Yeah.
So they're after me now. They're out to get me. I'm standing up to authority. Like it was always a big thing. This is when I'm butting into them with the detentions and suspensions, and I'm go from like the super whiz kid to now I'm the black sheep of the high school.
And the more pressure they put on you, you're getting more pissed off.
Yeah.
Probably acting like a douche a little bit to like piss them off more.
I was a big douche to authority.
Yeah.
And you ask kids I went to high school with now, they would call me like a bully, and like I didn't think so at the time, but like I feel bad now. They just felt like I was this cocky, arrogant, like high school, like popular kid. Like I was a popular kid in the movies that everyone either doesn't like or is like a jock, but I didn't play sports or anything.
Yeah.
And I look back at now and I'm like, I didn't mean to come off that way. I was just trying to throw parties. Like you guys could have came. I never excluded anyone. It was never like, you can't come.
Right.
I wasn't that type of person.
Or you didn't know you were excluding them necessarily.
Exactly, but they felt excluded, and that's something I have a lot more self-awareness to now.
Yeah.
Because when I didn't realize this until I saw all the press when the days like of me getting arrested, because it would just flood on Facebook. Everyone was sharing it. When these like Vice articles and stuff go viral. Yeah. Everyone from high school talking about this kid was the biggest tool bag in high school. He was so mean to me, this and that. And like I read every single comment. And I'm just like, wow, like it really made me self-aware with all that.
Right. And do you think you were being a douche?
At the time, no.
You don't think you were?
At that physical moment, no.
But in hindsight?
In hindsight, yeah, I would say like I could get their perspective. I understand. Back then, I never looked at anyone else's perspective by mine. It was my way or the highway. Yeah. Now, after all this time and maturity and growth, I'm able to look at both sides. Back then, I was always, when I had something in my mind, it was do it. I never thought consequences. Mm-hmm. Now I'm analyzing something so simple as, hey, do you want to do an interview? I'm analyzing, okay, is this good? Is this bad? How can it go? Whereas back then it's like, okay, I'm either doing it or not doing it. Right. Very cut or dry.
That makes sense. Okay. So now you're doing all the parties. You have these smaller events you have to throw. You're just going to get some smaller acts. They're going to come in, pack it out, pay everyone back their money. You're going to make money. Everything's good. Yep. That's what's supposed to happen.
That's what's supposed to happen. But nothing goes according to the plan in the life of Ian Bick.
What happens?
So the first night was that Rusco show at URI. That wasn't even on the books to do. We had a reserve of like $25,000 out of like the $70,000 we had left in the bank account. And we were just saving that as a safety net. But 3 weeks before, this guy from Rhode Island calls and said, listen, we have a great opportunity to do Rusco. Now, a normal person would be thinking, Big Sean failed in 3 weeks. Rusco's a lot smaller. Why the hell are you doing it? But we got sold on the fact that EDM is this budding concert. Yeah. They just did David Guetta. They just did Avicii. Every URI EDM event's going crazy.
This guy's going to be the next Avicii. Let's just do it.
Exactly. But I didn't realize Rusco was like the bottom tier for this niche of like it wasn't on the same level. Like he never blew up to that level. He could have been, but he didn't. So they booked the show, and it's an expensive show. This is like $100,000 show. We're only a $15,000 investment in. There's multiple partners. So we had a percentage of that show, and then we're subdividing that investment to our investors.
Great.
We're getting ticket updates weekly of how the show's selling. 400, 800, 1,200. Show's looking great. They're saying tickets are selling good. We're getting these ticketing reports. Everything's great. So I'm telling my investors, everything's great. We're making money on the first show. I book us a limo and hotel rooms under the business to go to the show, where these high school, obviously the parents didn't come, but we're high school kids in a limo going to a college campus. We're 17 years old. All these hot college girls are around us. They're getting us bottles, VIPs, backstage passes. We're chilling with Rusco. There's drugs everywhere. Like, this is great. I'm standing in the back of the arena. This is the college stadium. And I'm like, wow, we really pulled this off. Now, at the time, this is when I first learned that looks and image are very deceiving. A room that has 500 people can make it look like it has 1,000, or vice versa. However you needed the room to look for optics, like social media influencers or whatever. So I'm standing in the back, and one of the partners on the show comes up to me, and he's like, man, we took a fucking beating tonight. I'm like, what do you mean? I thought, like, it's great. I got the ticket reports. I pull out the email, this and that. He's like, dude, those weren't accurate. We were getting the wrong numbers the whole time. They were getting like ticket reporting for another show that another partner was doing. It wasn't accurate information. It was in that moment. This is a defining moment. So when we go back to it, there's two defining moments. One night is the night I foamed the cars, where in reality was a blessing because it gave me a great high school business and successful and everything like that. Mm-hmm. This is where things turn fraudulent, is the second defining moment right here, when I had the option to either come clean to my investors and say what really happened, that we lost money, probably could have settled it civilly, or option two was to cover it up because, one, I had told them already that it made money, so they were thinking what I'm thinking, that the show looked packed.
Yeah.
So they're probably thinking, oh, it did well, Ian's trying to cut us out, which at the time, if I got a lawyer, he could have this could all be proven. I wasn't trying to trick them or anything.
Yeah.
Wasn't thinking that. And number two, I didn't want to come off as a failure, and I didn't want to not be popular and lose friendships over this. Mm-hmm. So what did I do? When we got back, I sent out fake spreadsheets that the show made money, came up with an imaginary figure. I'm thinking, okay, this show lost, the other shows are going to make money, still plenty of room.
Right, it's going to wash out.
Yeah, so like with all these shows, it cost about 80 grand, our investment money, 70 to 80. And if they all did well, it would have brought in like 200,000 if they all sold out.
Right, and that would make up for whatever you lost on this show.
And still give us a cut and everything like that.
Yeah, so
I'm
everything's
thinking,
fine.
yeah, and I don't tell my other partners involved.
Oh.
I tell them that, so one partner knows it lost money and he lost his investment. He did not know, because I was always the guy talking, the liaison with investors. He didn't know I was going to investors and then lying to say it made money.
So one guy knows it didn't make money. The other side thinks that it did.
Yep.
And this is where you officially break the law for the first time.
Yeah, it's when I start, when you're lying and you're dealing with money, that's when the fraud aspect happens.
Yeah.
But I'm not taking on more investors. I'm just like lying to cover up losses.
Right.
So now I'm already in the hole. So there's the first hole, because I have to pay not only that first initial $15,000, but I have to pay the imaginary profits, which was like another 5 or 6 grand. So I'm 21 grand in the hole off that. I think we got back like 3 grand from that investment. So say 18,000 I'm in the hole.
Right. And you never think, oh, I'm going to go to my dad. He can help me fix this.
Never went to him.
You never think, oh, if I get in a lawyer, then the lawyer can help me smooth everything out, settle outside of court, or I'll just like forfeit on the company or something like that.
Didn't think anything. Didn't think bankruptcy. I just figured, I was so confident the other shows were going to work.
Yeah. Was there any part of you that thought, oh, the other shows are going to work, I'm not even worried about it. Every other show worked in the past. There was never a snowstorm. There was never anything. Everything worked. And on top of that, I can outsmart these people.
I don't know if it was really outsmarting. It was just so confident that these shows were going to work. But you also have to realize too, is that I got lazy. So I have an office. The Matrix Center gives me an office for cheap. I have this like $2,000 a month office I'm getting for $500.
Yeah.
Bringing investors there. I'm going to the office every day. I'm working during the day for them, and then I'll go to the office at night. Got a nice chair, nice office setup. I'm on my computer.
Are you still doing the corporate job?
Yep. I was running a church's high school's cafeteria for them. So I would cook food for them and do all this stuff. I was very involved with like food prep and everything, and I'm booking the proms for them.
Gotcha.
And I was also getting booked as the DJ for these proms. So what I would do is I would subcontract a DJ, and I would get the lighting system. Like I basically figured out a way to put all these components together, event plan it, and still make a profit.
And not really have to do anything.
Not have to do anything. So I'm getting lazy, because back during the teen nights, I was hitting the streets promoting this
flyers
and that.
Everywhere.
Whereas these shows, I'm not promoting social. I don't have a big social media platform. Mm-hmm. We have event pages I'm setting up, which didn't mean jack shit for a college kid. And I'm trusting these other promo teams to do the fly, because that was our deal. They wouldn't be putting up any money. They would be doing the marketing for these shows to get 50% of the profits.
Yeah.
So there's too many people involved to begin with. We're splitting profits into like 3 different ways. 50% to the partners promoting, 50% to us, and then our shares then getting split again for investors.
Yeah, it's a whole fucking
And
mess.
I'm thinking I'm a hedge fund at this point, taking money and just moving it to other people.
Yeah.
That's my mindset. What I didn't realize is in business, if someone doesn't have skin in the game, they're not going to work nearly as hard because they have nothing to lose. These guys had nothing to lose. everything to gain by building up a reputation with artists. In the artist booking world, the more artists you book, the more credibility you're going to get.
Yeah.
They don't care if the show tanked as long as you're
They
treating
got
the
paid.
artist. Yeah, they got
Yeah.
paid and you're treating the artist right.
Yeah. So you kind of structured the deal poorly also, to where they weren't as incentivized as you.
I would say it's the worst business deal in history of mankind. It was absolutely terrible.
Yeah. But you kind of thought, oh, it'll all work out. So you have 5 more shows to make good. What
Yeah.
happens next?
Every show bombs.
Yeah.
Second one was Crisley, an EDM artist. No one knew him.
Yeah.
The nightclub was like giving away tickets to get people in the door. Show cost us 10 grand. I got back less than $1,000 on the show.
Okay.
Huey Mack, Giant Snowstorm. There was some other random show we did. Giant Snowstorm 2 was like in February at URI. Didn't do good. Then the closest show we came to breaking even was actually the show I half promoted. It was Huey Mack, Mike Stud, and Moosh and Twist, all at Toad's Place in New Haven. Toad's did pretty much most of the promoting. They had a college base. We got like 800 kids. The budget was like 12 grand. We recouped like 8 or 9 of it. But it was a wash.
And so now every single chance you have to redeem yourself keeps going away.
And I keep lying, saying they all lost money.
And
they all made money.
And so you keep on sending spreadsheets, and you
Yep.
keep on committing, fraud, basically being like, hey, this spreadsheet's good.
I'm telling, once you tell one lie, it just trickles to a bunch of lies, and until you come clean, the lies are going to keep going.
So now you're entering into like the last show, and as you're about to get into the last show, you can't make good on these.
So the last show, we invested in this foam party called Electric Flurry. You remember Dayglow? Yeah, so this was a company
I
like
forgot
Dayglow
that
and
shit.
Life
That's
in
so
Color.
funny. Yeah.
So we thought this was the next big thing. It was foam. They had a great business. We gave them $15,000 for a University of Rhode Island or a Massachusetts show. On that 15 grand, if the show sold out, we would get back like 45 grand, which was going to be great. It was going to fix all the problems.
Is that what you're...
All in all, I was down about 50, but I could have put in some personal money, figured
Okay.
out the rest,
Yeah,
delayed.
that fixes the deficit a lot.
That fixes it. So I had to stall because our last show was in March and the Flurry party was in May. So I had to tell a lot of lies. In between then, I started borrowing from some local drug dealers to pay like interest payments or whatever on people. That's when I first start like getting involved with people like that.
Oh, wow.
And so just local drug dealers like selling out of their parents' house, nothing big, no one dangerous, some white kids that were just doing it. And they would give me money and I would give them a few $100 back on it.
Right.
So I'm in debt I still owe the same amount of money plus a little interest. I'm just shifting the debt from one person to another just to keep things going. And so this phone party happens and it's packed. Like they sell a lot of tickets. Everything's great. To this day, I've never seen $1 of that money. They never paid. We paid $5,000 in legal fees with a lawyer and eventually said it's not worth it to keep going after it. The kids just like committed fraud against us, stole the money.
Wow.
And that was it. The company eventually disbanded a couple years later. I still have the kid on Facebook. He's like in real estate now. I'm tempted to hit him up and be like, yo, remember that, buddy? But it's like, it's so minuscule in the amount. It's like, dude, if you really had to like steal 15 grand from us, but like that was just like everything was a series of unfortunate events.
It also doesn't change the fact that you had sent these spreadsheets also. Like that money would have helped, but did like that event still, I mean, yeah, it sucks to get screwed out a bunch of money, but like you had at that point had already fucked up.
Yeah, but it would have been fixable if I just paid everyone. It was still fixable. Even with the lies, I could have just got a lawyer because I wasn't lying to get any money. I was just lying to cover losses.
Right.
It's a lot different when you're lying to get someone's money. Like if I sat here and told you a lie to get you to give me money, which is what's later going to become in a few months after this.
Right.
But I'm just lying to stall. I'm lying to stall at this point.
Right.
So totally fixable.
And you still think, oh, I'm gonna make good on this and everything's gonna be fine. I'm gonna keep my relationships and I'll be okay.
Well, at that point, I'm fucked. At the end of this.
Right. So you get to the end, this show, you never see a dime from it, and now you've had 6 L's in a row.
I'm about 50 in the hole.
Yeah.
Anywhere from 40 to 50 in the hole. We recoup like 20 grand maybe from all these shows that goes out to people. So we have like 50 back. And most of that money went back to my business partner because he didn't know I was lying to investors. So he got his money, whatever. He didn't realize what's going on. He's thinking investors are just taking the loss. But he didn't know I guaranteed them all their money back. He never knew that aspect because on his contract, he was subject to a loss. I only, because he understood business in the game. But these other people, he didn't realize I had to make that guarantee in order to raise the money. They didn't know that. I kept that from them.
All right. So now at this point, you should have came clean. You should have got a lawyer. You should have been like, hey guys, I lost your money. I'm sorry.
Yep.
And settled outside of court or gone bankrupt or whatever.
Yep.
You didn't do that.
No.
What happened?
So it's May 2013, just about to turn 18. And my best friend at the time, who was just an investor with his sister in the business, in the concerts, who had been in the show with me. And like, this kid's my best friend. Inseparable. We had met. He wanted to, like a few months prior, he wanted to get invited to this homecoming party I was throwing. So he volunteered to drive his car to get us these tailgate shirts. Like we called ourselves the Hatters Hooters in high school. Yeah. We wore these orange shirts. We drove like a half hour to pick up the t-shirts, yada, yada. While we're sitting in the car, we find out we're both hooking up with the same girl. Like one night she would hook up with him and then the next night invite me over and this and that. So we find out we're both hooking up with her and we relate and we form this bond over it.
You become friends over it.
We become friends over it.
That's hilarious.
And like we're inseparable. We're hanging out every day. I have this intern who's a year younger than me, who would later become my girlfriend. The three of us every day hanging out. So he's obviously owed money in this and he's under the impression that there's profits or whatever, but he sees I'm under a lot of stress. He's like, Ian, what's going on? Tell me. So this is the first person I come clean to about everything. And he's a very business savvy kid. He was always into something. He would sell if you had a broken iPhone, he would buy it from you, get it fixed and sell it for more. He would sell a little bit of weed. He would do all these different hustles. He was also like the shyster type kid. They would steal golf clubs and sell them. They would do all these different types of things. He was a hustler though. He was your high school entrepreneurial kid, very preppy, always wore like the latest prep clothes and everything like that. He says, listen, I have an idea. This is something I've been doing. And one day he comes over with Beats by Dre headphones. And I open it. I'm not into headphones. I'm not into electronics. All I have is a MacBook, but they're cool. And I'm like, how much do you get for these? Well, he says you could sell these for $300 or $400 a piece. I was like, okay, what's the cost? He's saying he's getting them for $50. So right away, my head's spinning. Okay, $50. That's like a 300 or 400% return. This is great. And he's also getting otter boxes. He's getting video games like for Nintendo. He's getting these pill speakers, Beats by Dre pill speakers, all these different gadgets, phone cases, all this. And the markups are insane. Like I've never seen anything like it.
So but what do you think that these products are?
I'm told they're wholesale items, from like off the truck wholesale items that like had a dented box or whatever, and that it's great. So this is where I get the idea to form a new business. We call ourselves W&B Wholesale, which is Roble and Bick, our last names.
Got it. And you're already in the hole for
I'm in the hole.
$50K. So you're kind of willing to look past some of the, questions about the electronics. Like,
I didn't ask any questions.
Are these legit? Is this whatever? Because you got to make your money back.
I'm desperate. If someone said, Ian, let's start selling drugs, I would have sold drugs. I just wanted to pay everyone back.
Got it.
I was so desperate to do whatever and do it quickly because the amount of pressure I was under as a 17-year-old kid, getting all these phone calls daily, telling all these lies. So I start raising more money.
I'm curious about that. Did you feel bad about lying?
Oh, I felt terrible every day.
Really?
These were my friends. Like this was mentally draining. Like I felt so defeated that I failed, that people would find out I wasn't a success story. I just felt like I got to the point where like I couldn't even come clean because I was in so many lies. So like I'm trying to remember what lies I'm telling and I'm trying to do this, I'm trying to do that, and I'm stalling. I would do fake screenshots, which was like a tactic. I would text myself, change the name on it, and I would do like fake bank records to show money was pending or a deposit. Back then, checks don't clear overnight, so there was always like a 5-day hold or whatever. PayPal was another thing where you could send the e-checks or whatever. That would take like a week. I would find delays not because I wanted to steal from them, but because I just needed to delay. Everything was delay. And
are you feeling anxious? Like is your heart like I don't know. Anytime I've been in a similar situation where like you tell a lie, then you got to tell 2 lies to cover it up and blah blah. Like when I'm a kid, like I think a lot of teenagers do this where like they start to realize the boundaries of what they can do when they manipulate the truth. And then always when you tell a lie, you have to tell more lies, and then you have to keep track of your lies. And anytime I did it, like I would feel so anxious, and I would just start like sweating, and I would just come clean immediately. I would just break and be like, dude, I gotta be honest, I'm so sorry, I fucked up. Like I didn't have the aptitude or the temperament to deal with that much anxiety.
Now I thrive under pressure. Like I can
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I can handle stress. Like I've been through so much at like such a young age. Like I've been, in order to talk about it, like the situations I've been in, like it's just, these are crazy situations. Like majority of people would not have come out of this whole thing alive. Like the worse and worse it gets. And so I'm developing thick skin, and like it's definitely a heavy weight. I'm always under pressure. I'm barely sleeping, and it was really like, it was mentally draining to deal with.
Bad for your health, I'm sure.
Definitely bad for the health. It was a really awful feeling to owing people money is like something that just like, until you clear it up, is always going to be like over you.
Yeah.
Like that's like the weight I carry every day now. So it's just like, it's a heavy weight and a heavy burden to carry, whether it's intentional, like people that go out and like steal from people or scam people or whatever, whether it's intentional or not, they're always going to live with that and carry that with them.
Yeah.
They could go out and say they don't feel bad at all or whatever, but there's always going to be a part because
you hope they feel bad. Like you'd have to be a true sociopath, narcissist to just not care.
I mean, you meet people in prison that'll rob a bank, like the only care they have is that they got caught.
There is something about robbing a bank where it's like an institution, and you can kind of be like, they got all this money, fuck them, it's faceless, whatever, insured. But once you're like, you owe a person money, especially people you know personally, like you hope you feel bad, or else you're just like, oh, you're sick.
I mean, I met a lot of fraudsters, like credit card scammers, everything like that just, they don't give a shit. In prison, you meet a lot of guys that want to learn from you to figure out how they can improve their crime.
Oh, crazy.
So I was idolized in prison because I was a young kid so in prison, you have a lot of people that are rappers and stuff that were interested in the music business. And then the other half are guys that like did bank robbery charges and they want a lesser charge the next time or anything like that. So they're learning, how did you raise the money? Like that's what they become fascinated with.
And these are probably borderline like sociopath people that might not care how their actions impact other people and carry no burden or things like that.
They're not self-aware at all. Like they're not.
But you feel bad about all this, and you're like, okay, now I'm in this electronics game, and I'll use this to. And was the goal with the electronics? Because now you don't give a shit about electronics.
I hated electronics. I did not want to be in the business. It was a means to an end for me.
Right.
That was not my passion. Promoting was my passion. I hated any other business, and because there could have been 9 million other businesses I could have got in. I had the business intelligence, but it was only for electronics. I mean, concerts.
Yeah.
My passion was concerts and promoting.
You just do this because you're desperate.
Yeah. So I do this, and I get some money from one of the kitchen workers, and I set these contracts up as loans because I'm figuring this is a guarantee. When you're buying an asset, we have inventory, so we could 100% sell it. They're selling well on Amazon or whatever. This is legit. I'm seeing the numbers, and we're making like 400%. So I could offer 50%. So I started offering people a 50% rate of return for a loan within 30 days. Because I asked my partner, I said, John, how long will it take us to sell it? About a week, 2 weeks, another couple of weeks to get the money out of PayPal, Amazon, whatever. So I'm looking, okay, so we could offer 50% rate of return in 30 days. So if you gave me $5,000, I'm giving you $7,500 back in 30 days. That's where the idea comes from. That idea did not form to steal from people or to get them to give up their money. It was a sound idea where we came up with that figure. I didn't know anything about usury laws, that you couldn't legally give an interest rate that high, structured as a loan. I didn't know about any of this. I just knew that we were making this much off of electronics, so we could afford to give it.
Now, at this point, now that in hindsight, the electronics were either stolen or counterfeit.
A couple months later, I would find out that they were counterfeit because the Beats by Dre didn't register online. And then this is when Amazon and eBay start getting stricter on their accounts and start banning all, like they do those purges where it's not a real account or whatever, and they start banning them all.
Was there any red flag in your head, like a little thing in the back of your mind where you're like, this shit, there's no way these products are clean, but I'm going to look past it?
I knew nothing about electronics, so I couldn't say. I didn't know anything about Alibaba. Like I did some research, and there was ways to get pallets of like cell phones or whatever from overseas.
Yeah.
I just didn't know how that all worked.
Gotcha.
Or whether it was legal or not. But the first red flag was when one of my friends, I gave a free pair of headphones to, and he brings it to me and he's like, dude, this is like floppy. And because the packaging looks great, it's sealed, it looks legit. When you open it, the barcode doesn't register, and it's like, you could just tell it's not
cheaper,
real.
it's not, cheaper. It doesn't look right.
Yep. So that's when I realized that it was fake, and that's when I wanted to meet the guy that was selling the product.
Got you. But still, at the same time, you're getting more investors to help fund this. Because at this point, do you have any personal funds?
No, I'm drained by this point.
So no personal funds, only debt.
Yeah, and I'm just using whatever money I come in to live off of.
Right. Do you have
dinners.
like? Are you selling any of your assets or?
I didn't have any assets. I just had my dad's car that he gave me. He had the Del Sol.
So the Audi at this point.
Oh, that was I was a loss because I lost the full month. The car blew up. It had like I wanted an Audi so bad that I got one with like 150,000. It wasn't worth anything. I think I got $500 for it.
Right. So now you have no assets. You just have all this debt.
Yeah.
And who are these other investors that you're getting money from for the electronics?
Mostly like sketchy, like drug dealers.
Oh, really?
I worked with these kitchen guys that were from New York, the town over, that all sold weed, and they hooked me up with people. It was cash. I needed cash. They gave me the cash. I gave them a high interest rate, bought electronics, sold them, and we got out of the hole.
Got you. So you're selling these fraudulent electronics.
Yeah.
Getting the money.
Yep.
And then what?
So then towards the end, like this month of May, I'm selling the electronics, and this kid comes to me that I'm friends with in high school, and he says, listen, there's someone I want you to meet. And it's this kid named Henry, who at the time just inherited over $1 million from, he sued a local gym. He lost vision in his eye after a freak accident. The equipment broke. It lost vision.
Oh, like a cable or something?
A cable snapped.
Oh, crazy.
So he gets $1 million or whatever after expenses, yada, yada.
And he's over 18?
He just turned 18.
Oh, so he has full access to his
Full
funds.
access. I think some of the money was in an IRA, whatever it was. So this kid brings me to Henry's house, and I go into his basement, and I tell him what I'm doing.
The electronics only.
The electronics only. I didn't know he was interested in concerts or whatever. And I said, listen, whatever money you give me, I'll give you a 50% rate of return. He says, well, this kid's already giving me 60% or whatever. You have to do better. Now, I did not know at the time that he was dealing with our vendor for the electronics that I had known nothing about. So ironically, we're all connected somehow. We just don't know it yet.
Yeah.
So he ends up charging me for $30,000 because I still needed another loan to pay off some old investors. I was phrasing it as a loan. I said, listen, this is the situation. I lost a bunch of money on concerts. I need money to purchase more product and to keep my business afloat, and I need a loan. It's just a straight loan, and he's in the position where he knows I need it. So for $30,000 he gives me, I have to pay him $50,000 back. That's a $20,000 interest rate.
In what time frame?
In 30 days.
Bro, come on, Ian.
I took the deal.
Come on.
When you are the things I would do out of desperation.
Yeah.
And it gets worse and worse. Like I'm fucking desperate. Like
Did you ever consider at this point just straight up stealing?
No.
Never were you like...
I always had high morals. Like what I was doing at the time, like I was raised in a good family. It was never a thought to steal. It was never, I knew drugs were bad. I knew stealing was bad. So when you piece everything together and it kind of like gives this image that I went out and set off the scam and stuff, that was never going through my head. I didn't know what a Ponzi scheme was. I didn't know about, like, I grew up knowing lying's bad.
Yeah.
I didn't grow up knowing that like lying is illegal when you mix it with money and this and that. Like it was with the best intentions.
The nuances of fraud are maybe a little bit more difficult to understand, especially if you think, I'm going to smooth it all over.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't teaching you about Bernie Madoff in high school.
So those initial investors, like the people that you owed the $50K to for the concerts.
They're all paid back by this point.
So they're all good.
I get Henry's money, pay everyone back with some of that money, but it was just a loan. He knew it was a loan, and it's a high interest rate. So now all I owe is a new $50,000 to Henry.
And what about these drug dealers that gave you money for the electronics? They're all paid back. So everyone's made whole.
Yep, everyone's made whole.
And they're all happy.
It's a fresh start. Yep.
And you give them a profit.
Yep, everyone makes money. So this is where things get out of control. Everyone makes money. Now all I owe is Henry's $50,000.
The crazy part is that you lied about the money they made.
Yeah.
You could have just said everything broke even.
And I could have said it lost, and then I would have just got a lawyer and said, listen, he did promise you their money back, but it's just a civil thing.
Right.
That's not fraud to promise someone their money back, and that's a civil case.
Yeah, of course. And so you could have settled with that or whatever that looks like.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you also could have said, oh, everything broke even. Like if you're going to lie anyway and be like, everything broke even, just give them their money back. And then you would have been fine.
Dude, I was obsessed with the clout. I was obsessed with the popularity. You see what people do for social media likes and stuff nowadays.
Yeah, of course.
That is the danger of doing that. I'm literally like that cautionary tale of this is what happens when you chase after that and you don't know what
This
those
is giving me
dangers
anxiety.
are.
If I was in your spot, bro, I would have fucking broke. Like, I wouldn't have been able to hang. I would have just came forward and been like, guys, I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I would have just crumbled.
Yeah.
But you were like, no, I'm determined to see it through and to fix it.
To the very end. I'm still determined.
Yeah, you still got to fix it. Loki.
Yeah.
So, okay, so now you're getting the money from this kid that got a settlement.
Yes.
A lot of money.
Yes.
With a crazy interest rate. You got to pay him back in a month.
Yep.
$20K.
Yep.
You haven't, like, technically, like, made money
in like almost a year at that point.
So now it's like crazy. What are you gonna do?
So the second I give everyone their money back, even though it was weeks late or whatever, and they were stalling, it just spreads like wildfire. Everyone's hearing I'm offering a 50% rate of return on the money, that I'm in a new business and I'm not doing concerts anymore. I'm doing these electronics. And all of a sudden, like, I have hundreds of thousands of dollars flowing in within weeks.
Same people, word of mouth.
Same people. Now it's spreading to URI. The kid I was doing shows with found out about it, and I started offering people like a 5 or 10% commission if they brought on lenders. It's like your typical pyramid scheme.
Yeah,
but
I mean, that's literally
but that's not what I was thinking at the time, you know? So,
and you didn't know about pyramid schemes? You didn't study Ponzi schemes?
The only pyramid scheme I'd ever known at the time was those energy drinks that was just starting. I had a couple of friends that started getting into those like knockoff energy drinks where you have to buy, 10 cases and a buy-in fee and all this.
Which is technically like multi-level marketing, which is shady but not necessarily illegal or whatever. So you kind of are hearing about that. You're like, oh, I'll just do that, but for this.
My logic was, I'm 17, 18 years old. I can't get a loan from a bank. I don't have credit, but you can always take credit from one lender to pay off another lender. So that's my logic.
So you're backing into a Ponzi scheme without even knowing about
it. Like, you know how you could pay off, use one credit card to pay off another one, like to refinance? That's what I thought I was doing. Like, if I took loans from you, if I said, hey, Mark, I need a $100,000 loan, just a loan. If I didn't use the word investment and our contracts were this loan's going to be used for business purposes, I figured a business purpose would be if I needed to use your loan to refinance another loan. But that's the Ponzi scheme aspect.
Right. So you're just thinking, okay, I'll do this. No one will know about it.
Yeah.
I'll beat the system. And
it was just like keeping afloat until I made money.
Yeah.
So I get in all this money, which still wasn't really illegal because I didn't raise it in a bad way. I was going to use that money for electronics. What happens is after all this money comes in, the electronic business flops.
And why does it flop?
It blows up. All the Amazon accounts start getting shut down. Everything, we found out the product's fake. This is all in like a 2-week period of time.
Oh, gosh.
But I continue to raise money on fraudulent pretenses that we have this booming electronics business.
Right. So were you accepting money after already knowing that the electronics were fucked?
Which is fraud at that point.
Right. So that's like mistake number 2.
So I try to pivot and I change it from WB Wholesale to WB Investments. I wanted to be like a hedge fund that was involved in not only electronics, but like I invested in a couple shoe businesses, a couple websites that I thought would be like the next PayPal. I opened up my first nightclub. I book another string of concerts, whatnot. So all these different things, but people are still giving loans based on thinking it's for electronics. So when they all testified court, they thought the money was for electronics.
Right.
I'm spending the money on concerts. That's fraud too.
Gotcha.
So that's where I'm mixed up in. And before I knew it, July 2013, I raised like $700,000. Henry had given me, he was very passionate about getting in the concert business. He gives me $250,000. Money's coming in from everywhere. Dude, I'm going to meetings at Chipotle to pick up $10,000 from random people.
You paid Henry back in the 30 days?
I pay him the 50 using other people's money.
Using the money from these other investors that think the electronics
it's all getting, there's no accounting. Everything's getting pooled together in a business bank account at Wells Fargo.
Yeah.
Just getting dumped in there. And money's coming in, and every day I'm on calls. All right, what are the terms? Now I start expanding my terms because there was a period of time when I realized the electronics weren't selling as fast as I thought they would. We were sitting on like $10,000 a product.
Where are you keeping everything?
In the office.
So you just have an office full of Beats by Dre.
It was like this we got a separate closet or whatever. Now we should have been buying hundreds of thousands of dollars a product, which was my intentions. But the second I realized the product was fake, couldn't do it. I could go buy more product.
Right, yeah, that would be dumb.
Yeah, so we meet that kid that buys us a product, and at this point, I meet and sit with a lawyer. I do go to a lawyer at this point, and I say, listen, this is my business idea. This is what I want to do. So he writes me this new contract saying I'm waiving the rights to usury, that I know that this is a high interest rate and the money's going to be used for business purposes. And I change it from 30 days to 45 days. And in some case, 60 days. Not much better, but it was something.
Yeah.
And I also say, listen, I don't want to be held liable if these electronics are fake. So we come up with an agreement with this other kid who was from the town over who I didn't know at the time. Henry had put $200,000 into him too for this electronic business.
So he's into 2 electronic businesses.
Yep.
Both of them fraudulent.
Well, with me, with concerts, which was legit.
Okay, so he was now giving you money for the concert.
Henry's money specifically, this is why there was a misjury or a mistrial on these charges, was specifically for concerts.
And this is the $250K.
Yeah, he gives me $250K.
Okay. And now that you're getting these big lumps of money,
yep,
you're up like $700,000.
Yeah.
What debts do you have?
At this point, it's just like, there's not really debts. It's just money coming in, money coming out. Like if loans are due, I would take money to pay off another loan.
Got it.
And I'm dumping a lot of this money into concerts. I lay out about 300 grand into concerts, all legitimately.
Yeah.
We link back up with Dave. He comes pretty much crying to me with this business proposal. He's the guy from Rhode Island. Mm-hmm. And he says, listen, we really learned from all our mistakes this time. Let us do it right. And he brings me this bulletproof proposal. Like he put a lot of effort into it. Mm-hmm. Multi-Excel spreadsheet, Tyga, YG, Chief Keef, Kid Ink, like names that are blowing up.
Yep.
And it's all these massive shows. And the budget's like, you need like, it's $300,000 or $400,000. That's why I came up with that figure for Henry. We didn't need to put all the money down. We needed to put down about half. And the return on that for that much investment, it's $1 million gross. If everything's sold out. Still naive enough at this point to say they're all going to sell out.
Come on, Ian.
I don't know I was just too ambitious, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, and at this point, I'm really sold on the idea, okay, now I know I really failed. This is my time to be successful. Like we went through all this failure. We got to have automatic success.
And you had no issue with the electronic stuff, even though they were fraudulent. And at this point, you knew they were fraudulent. No one that had bought the products like came to sue you, or there was any issue with those products.
No, Amazon just closes the accounts for fraud or whatever, and that's it.
So no one ever comes to collect and be like, yo, these headphones suck. What the fuck?
We had to start issuing returns. Like Amazon, you just get burned on the product. And Amazon doesn't, at that point, they don't release the money. It wasn't instant when there's a purchase like Shopify, you get the money right away.
Yeah.
Back then, it was you don't get the money until the buyer gets it and leaves a good review or everything.
Gotcha.
So we got burned on a lot of that too.
And what'd you do with all the backstock?
Just gave it out. Every time someone invested, they thought it was cool. Here, you gave me $5,000. Here's some Beats.
Wow.
It was just passing it out, which I guess the optics, which the FBI would later claim that's how I would enable investors, because I'm this kid that has a nice office, passing out product. That's like the hook and the line to get them to come in.
Right. But you were just doing it as like a cool thing.
Yeah, I didn't.
You weren't intentionally trying to grease them with fancy items.
No, but I understand the optics now that I had a nice car. I bought myself a Mustang with my own money because I'm still working. I financed a Mustang.
Okay.
Convertible. I have a nice office, which I'm just thinking this is what a business needs. We're going out to dinners all the time. I figured that's a business expense. If I have an investor meeting, that's a write-off.
So you weren't scared from this year of not making any money and being in debt. Once you get money back, all of a sudden you're back on top. You feel good.
Yep. Now, if I was smart back then, would have gotten into real estate, or I would have leveraged the money to get lines of credit at the bank against that money. I would have biggest regret to this day, if I had taken that money and reopened Tuxedo Junction, which is what I did 2 years after that, would have been a success story, would have been huge, would have blown up because my concept was so great. Mm-hmm. But I didn't do that. I did all this other bullshit. And while this is going on, I'm thinking I'm this big time millionaire. We're going to California trips. We're going to Vegas, where we bought jet skis as a business expense. Why the fuck should I be buying jet skis,
Yeah.
I figure it's a write-off because the investors are using it. I only used them like twice. I go to Key West on a trip with other investors. I brought them to Key West, and I'm a big shot paying for everything. We're driving around limos, all this. And I go on a jet ski for the first time, and I fall in love with it. So I called the power sports place in Danbury. I said, listen, have 2 jet skis waiting for me by the time I get off this plane.
Come on, bro.
I go back, and there they are, and the guy upcharges me, and I'm paying $25,000 for the basic model. There's no perks about this. Now you get 2 like decked out ones for that price.
Right.
But I get it for the basic model. And I bought, this was the biggest thing about the case. It was all over the news. Bick buys jet skis, like that was the fraud part. So out of all this money, I would say $100,000 of it got totally misproportioned with dinners, trips, toys. That was that.
And those trips, like when you went to California with everyone, what were you guys doing?
So the week I went to California, man, this was probably like some Wolf of Wall Street type shit. I think all together we spent like across everyone, because Henry still had a lot of money at the time and the other kids we were with, it was $100,000 trip. We have a hotel.
$100,000 trip?
In 1 week. Yeah, I didn't spend all that. I think I paid like 25 for myself. Never wore Gucci before in my life. We could break this down to a couple different parts. Never wore Gucci before. Henry goes into Versace, buys a $5,000 Versace outfit, a sweatsuit.
So you're there with the investors?
I'm there with the investors, yeah. And then I get the idea to go buy a Gucci outfit. I'm sitting on Rodeo Drive. They're feeding me champagne. I'm 18 years old, and I buy this, $5,000 or $6,000 outfit. The fucking socks were $100. The boxers were like $100. The jeans were $800. I had never wore designer clothes before in my life, and I'm sitting there wearing all these clothes, and I wore them once, and then my business partner took them. I never got them again. But these are the clothes like I bought to look cool. And
where are you guys going to eat? Like,
we went to Nobu. We were dining at Nobu. I went to a strip club for the first time ever in my life, and I fall in love with a stripper.
No.
Yeah, they said, Ian, don't fall in love with a stripper. And I fall in love with this woman named Rosie. Sucks me in hook, line, and sinker. And I'm like, dude, I got to get this girl back to the hotel. She brings a friend. Now she's grinding on me at the club. I'm getting the whole experience. I'm thinking this is great. So I go back to the hotel with them, and my other friends had other prostitutes and whatnot back with them from the club. And I hit the ATM and pull out a bunch of money, go to a store and change it for singles or whatever, and they come back with me. The second the lights are on in the hotel, I automatically regretted it.
Did you hook up with both of them?
So this is what happens. I'm laying on the bed and they're like dancing on me, and I'm like fully prepared to like fuck these girls. And I'm throwing singles around. They keep saying throw more money, and I think I had like $2,000 singles, and I'm throwing them all over in this
in the hotel room.
In this hotel
Which
room.
hotel? This is like a nice hotel.
This is the Embassy Suites in LA, and we got a deal because it was like through Hilton, and I had points or whatever.
Yeah.
And now this hotel is treating us like kings. They thought like we're like these business executives, because every time I paid with the business debit card, no one bat an eye.
Right.
Because it said a business. No one's questioning us.
No
we're
credit
drinking,
limit.
no credit limit. No, we're drinking. We're doing whatever like kings. And so my friend comes running into the room. I have my boxers on, my shirt off. They're on top of me, two of them. They're making out on top of me. My friend comes in. He's like, they're raiding the building. They're raiding the building. I jump off. I throw him off of me, and I look outside the window. There's DEA lined up over the road. There's like FBI. The whole street's flooded with cars. We're thinking they're there for us because we have these prostitutes. I'm thinking I'm breaking the law by doing this, and we're paying for sex, and this is what's happening. So I'm like, you guys got to go. They're like in stripper clothes. I'm like, get the fuck out of the room. The room's under my name too. So I'm like, we're fucked. So they put on these trench coats and run out the room. Turns out they were doing a drug bust across the street. Had nothing to do with us or whatever, but that like totally scared me off. Next morning, and I never went to a strip club again after this, I smelt my pants. And it was the most disgusting thing ever. Like their juices or whatever. It was just like
juices, like slugs.
Yeah, I don't know what it was, dude. My pants, these Gucci pants, felt so bad after they were like dancing on them all night. It was the most disgusting.
How much do you think you spent at the strip club?
Probably like $5,000.
Wow.
$5,000 or $6,000 at the strip club.
And so, how do you feel the next morning? Like,
I felt disgusted with myself. So like the thing with me, whenever like I drink or do something like I regret, and like if I sleep with a woman who I'm not into, or I sleep with her when I'm drunk or whatever, automatically, like the post-nut clarity.
Yeah.
Automatically, either that night or the next morning, I feel like fucking disgusted with myself.
Regret, shame.
Yeah, so that's the feeling I had. And it was not a good feeling.
And this $5,000 that you spent, or like all the money that you spent on this trip, like how much of it is like investor funds?
It's all pooled together.
All pooled.
So
all your personal money and the investor funds are all in just this big account.
So two things are going through my mind. One, it's a business trip, so anything can get written off. That's going through my mind. And number two, I'm like a business partner in this, so I feel like I should be taking a salary. So anything I spent was my salary. And I also was thinking, okay, any money I did spend, whether what could be considered a salary or not, I would make up from the concerts. So I was just spending money that I thought I was making from the concerts months down the road.
So you're spending money that you don't have yet because you think it's going to turn a profit because you're so sure that these shows are going to turn a profit.
So we're driving around a limo and then an Escalade, and we're just all over the city. We're going to clubs. We're meeting people, and it's like probably the best week of my life at this point.
Wow.
And we're just living large. We're going to these fancy restaurants. I thought it was the coolest thing in the world to every time there was a dinner, $800 dinner, business card. They didn't card us for liquor. Nothing.
Looking back, were you being kind of a douche? Or like, it sounds like douchey behavior. Like,
it's definitely, you could consider it douchey behavior.
Do you look back and do you look at yourself and be like, oh, Ian, why
I think it's fucking stupid because I was doing it just to impress others. Like, that's not, I don't care for that stuff, you know?
Right.
Like,
you feel guilty after the strip club anyway. So
yeah,
like
I need the bare minimum. I'm not someone that needs like the finer things in life to like get by. And I guess it's different to say that when you don't really have much. Like
right.
If I was making hundreds of $1,000s, or if I was a millionaire right now, like you put it into perspective, like spending $1,000 on a dinner is a lot different to put that into perspective. But back then I wasn't that at the time. I was doing it solely just to impress people.
Yeah.
But
people that, did you even care about these people that
so
much?
Henry really turned, this is always like a subjective topic, but me and Henry were genuinely friends.
Okay.
And he did pass away since he had a drug overdose.
Oh gosh.
But I grew a fondness for him. Like we were genuinely friends because I feel like we were both misfits. He struggled with his issues. Like we both had struggles like internally and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of like what brought us together.
Got you.
But just like, I think this is good that happened in the sense with the spending, because now I know like when I do get to that point where I have a lot of money again, I know what not to do.
Well, this is your second time that you make the concert mistake. So you got to not make this mistake again. So now you're flying back to Danbury.
After they had to put me in a wheelchair.
Wait,
I
why?
got drugged. So we're at the dessert, like this buffet dessert at the hotel. And I order the brownie sundae. It's like this big elaborate bowl. And I get up to go to the bathroom. And my friends were all smuggling weed brownies back on the plane. So they take the brownies and they put weed brownies in it. It's like 3 or 4 brownies.
Because weed is legal out there.
Weed's legal. And I eat all the brownies. And this is high dosage.
They put them in the brownie? Your friends?
My friends did. They thought it because they knew I wasn't really a smoker. I was declining it the whole trip. So I take it.
I mean, that's fucked up.
Yeah, I get back to the hotel room. Like an hour later, couldn't feel my legs. I was so high. I'd never been this high before.
Yeah.
I'm like saying, dude, what? Like I'm overreacting. I'm like hyperventilating. Dude, someone drugged me, this and that. Pass out, driver wakes me up, has to come up to the hotel room because we're not answering our phones, carries me down to the car. It's like 4 a.m. We had an early flight and they put me in a wheelchair to get through TSA.
Your friends did?
The driver, our driver that we were paying.
And what did your friends ever tell you? Like, yo, we drugged you?
Yeah, he said, you ate weed brownies. Because I said, I want to go to the hospital. I was like, I got to cancel the flight. I want to go to the hospital. They're like, no.
Yeah, if you're high and you don't even know why,
yeah,
like, that shit is terrifying.
I slept through the whole flight. Now, I've been to California a lot for family trips because our family lives in Malibu and whatnot. So I've been to California before.
Yeah.
Never could sleep through a flight. Knocked out, and I slept for like a day after. I was so like hungover from being high.
Yeah, 100%.
No, it was such a scary feeling.
Were you mad at them?
Nah, I mean, how could I be mad? They invested a bunch of money into the business, and they were like, I thought we were close friends and whatever. And I was just like, I got over it. I was grateful I slept through the plane. But
so you have this insane weekend in Key West. You have this insane weekend in California.
Those are the 2 highlights of this. So this whole period of time is only a few months.
Right.
It's like from May to September is this whole like extravagant thing.
And your parents, they just think, oh, there goes
My mom
Ian.
thinks I'm crazy that a limo is coming to pick me up at the house because we had a limo taking us to the airport, limo taking us back. I pulled up to the high school in a limo. I just took a 2-week summer. That was a part of the deal with the lawyer to take a 2-week summer school class so I could get my diploma.
Oh, taking a limo the whole time.
Yeah.
And are people making fun of you? Like, I feel like the kid that takes the limo to school or like the limo to summer school, people are like, what the fuck is this?
I don't know. I guess I was just like popular. Everyone referred to me as a successful business kid.
Right.
All the kids wanted to be with me. Like I was doing me. I was really never home. I still lived at my parents' house, but I was always traveling, always at someone's house.
And your mom thought you were kind of crazy, but like didn't try to stop it or
I shut them out. I didn't bring them any business ideas. I didn't talk
really?
business with them. My dad knew nothing.
And you had paid back their investment because they invested early.
Yeah, my dad's investment, yeah.
So your dad was like, all right, you paid me back. Like, I guess you're doing good.
They thought I was doing good. They were happy for me. I mean, obviously they had their reservations or whatever, but...
And you never considered college at this point?
No, so the college situation, my junior year of high school, I go to Johnson, Wales for the weekend in Florida.
Oh, yeah.
And they have a great hospitality program. And at this point, I'm still on the fence about going to college. And I go for the weekend. And at the end of the weekend, they brought us to the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami or whatever. Yeah. And they give us a tour. We got to see everything. They're like, this is where we give our students an internship. And I go and I talk to one of the interns. And she's sitting there folding silverware for $10 an hour, polishing it and folding it. That was a moment I knew I wasn't going to college. I was already making way more than that in the same field. I knew hospitality. I knew everything there was about it. I didn't know the business aspect.
Right.
But for me,
you thought you knew everything about it.
Very cocky in that field.
Right.
But I also idolized the Zuckerbergs and the Spiegels and all of them who did not go to college or dropped out. So I thought I could do it too. And at that point, going to college was the norm. And not going to college wasn't. Now you have all these people coming out and saying, well, you don't technically need to go to college.
Right, but at the time, it was college.
Exactly.
College.
So
did your parents care you didn't go to college?
My mom did, because she grew up with that sense. And my dad, ironically, was a teacher, a New York City public schools teacher.
Oh, really?
Who turned to caterer after he retired. He's a lot older. He had me at 50. So he lived like this whole life and stuff, but he understood my thought process. And I did have a great job. You know, had I never even gotten into business, I just stuck with the corporate job, you know, I could have been successful.
Right.
The owner did eventually die from the company, and then the company went bankrupt. So I don't know how it turned out. That's like one of those life questions. Right. But I could have probably went off to work for a hotel.
Or could you have taken over the company when he passed away? Or
yeah, there's so many. There's a lot of what ifs. Right. I didn't necessarily have to get into business, but I wasn't sold on working for someone else either.
Right. So you're in this lavish Wolf of Wall Street moment.
But I wasn't doing any work is the thing. Like I went from busting my ass in high school, working hard, being this whiz kid, to getting so lazy over the course of a few months.
Right.
Like even the second string of concerts we book with Henry's money, I'm sitting my ass down taking trips. I'm not doing any promotion. I'm not doing anything.
Right. You have a trip in 2 weeks and you're partying somewhere.
Yeah. I'm going, when I would go to URI to make a payment for a production deposit or whatever the case was, like I'm just hanging out. Like I'm sleeping on college couches. I'm doing whatever. But also at the time, the concerts that were booked for that fall were selling phenomenal.
Oh, cool.
On paper, everything was great.
Okay, great. So now the concerts are coming up. It's concert time. We're about to make our money back. What happened?
It's concert time. This is the fall of 2013. And I had just taken over the front room of Tuxedos and I turned it into Sky Bar. I made a $100,000 investment into fixing the place up. I'm now an 18-year-old with a nightclub.
Right.
Yeah.
And this investment, this money that you put into it,
is investor money.
And so technically they didn't know that they were putting money into that.
No, so it's still confusing to this day because the biggest problem is it's on me because of the communication. I didn't say, hey, we're switching from electronics to this big company that's doing this, this, and that. Mm-hmm. Instead, the whole pretense was electronics.
Got you. So they still think it's electronics, but you're putting it into this nightclub.
Yeah.
And the nightclub is really nice. You make it sick.
We make it nice. I have this new idea. This is when I'm thinking, okay, I was successful in doing teen nights. Why not be the owner? The nightclub had gone out of business. Al was staying on as an advisor and having the liquor permit for me.
Okay.
But I got taken advantage from contractors. A paint job that should have cost $2,000 costed me $6,000. Home Depot scammed me with windows. Like all these different things. I had this shady contractor that came in pretty much every time someone saw it, because all these news articles are getting published. It's breaking news in Connecticut. Teenager owns a nightclub.
Right. You can't even drink and you're owning the nightclub.
Exactly. They call me the most fascinating people in Connecticut at this point. They published an article. I'm getting all this good press. So all these contractors are coming in. I'm saying yes to everyone. I was a yes man. He said, hey, I'll make this cool design right over here. Okay, yes. How much? Here you go. So all in all, this whole output in this.
So you're getting scammed, but you're also letting yourself get scammed.
Yeah, I know. And Al's just saying, Ian, you don't need all this stuff. And I'm just trying to go for this different image. So he's saying, okay, you're going to learn, I'll show you the best I can if you want to be stubborn, because I was very stubborn.
But you're in the spending mode where it's like,
and now
get the best.
This is where I go from pissing off, high school officials to now pissing off the city officials, because I'm butting heads now with the mayor, with the zoning officials, because I'm not pulling permits for anything. I'm doing whatever. It's my way or the highway. So that's when the rift starts with now city officials. So we're going up a level in the world.
Gotcha.
So I do this club. The club never makes money. It just breaks even, can't recoup the investment. It wasn't the right type of club for that area. I wanted upscale. Wasn't supposed to be an upscale thing. It was too small. And Sky Vodka sued me for using their name, SKYY. I thought that would be cool. So they sued me and they offered me $10,000 to change the name. They said they would pay to fix everything, to change the name. Yeah, they offered me that. And the lawyer at the time responded too late. So I didn't get the money and I still had to threaten the lawsuit. So instead of getting 10 grand, I had to pay money to get everything changed and whatnot. And I dropped it to 1Y.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, they gave me a cease and desist order. I got cert. It was a whole big thing.
So you lose money on the branding. You lose money on the
Everything.
investment. It's a total loss.
Yep, it just breaks even every week. So while that's going on, while this is breaking even every week, all the concerts are happening. Now at this point,
And who's running the club? Like,
so Al was like the operator, the old owner of Tuxedos.
and he had done this for years, so he could
Yeah, he
get
was in the business
bartenders
for
and
30
bouncers
years.
and all that stuff.
Yep, he was teaching me the ropes and I was promoting it. Wasn't really putting too much effort. We did a Halloween party with this DJ Paris Bloom, which was a great success. It was kind of cool working with all these up and coming DJs that would later blow up a year from now that I would book at Tuxedos as these huge names.
Right.
So we're doing all this, and while this is going on, I have all the concerts planned. Now at this point, I'm structuring all the deals, the loan deals, so it's like 60 to 90 days out, funding them through other people's loans until the concerts. Everything is just money from one person to another until either the nightclub generates money or the concerts generate money.
The nightclub's never going to generate money.
Never generates money. And the concerts, which are all slam dunks, doing really well.
Great.
Man, do I have the worst luck in probably human history with these concerts. So the first three, we booked Kid Ink for 3 shows. This is the first set of shows in September of that year. And I'm 18, 2013 in September. The first one, they book at this shitty club in Waterbury, which is like a really sketchy area of Connecticut, and they didn't promote it.
Who's that?
This is my other partner's, Dave. Our deal was he would do the promoting, another deal where they had no skin in the game. 50% they get, 50% we get, and then we would split 25% with Henry, 25% went to us.
But you're fronting all the money.
Yes, we're funding all the money. They didn't put a dime. We're funding all these shows. There's no third-party investors or whatever.
Gotcha. And so what if the shows flop? Like
We own responsibility for that.
Oh, wow.
But Henry's deal wasn't a guaranteed. It wasn't like invest 250, get 500 back.
Got it.
There was risk.
Okay.
And we were taking the risk with him. We learned from our mistakes. This is what it is.
Got it.
So what happens is the Kid Ink shows, the Waterbury one, we sold 0 tickets, like literally 0. And we had to go to the local mall and pass out tickets. Like it just, whatever it was, like Kid Ink was great on paper with his social media, millions of followers, hit songs with Chris Brown, all this. But the sales in here for tickets just didn't equal up. His European tours all sold out, all this stuff, but just, it didn't work. It wasn't the Connecticut market for it. So it flops. Lose like 15 grand on that show.
You still have 2 more with him.
2 more with him. Second one, sold out. It's going to be great. A lot of hip hop shows, you make your money not from ticket sales, you make it from DJs paying to open up and perform. So if, say, someone wants to open up for Kid Ink, they'd pay us $5,000.
Yep.
The person in charge of collecting from the openers forgets to collect from the openers, and they all perform before the openers perform. We lose like 10 or 15 grand from that. Get played on that.
So even though it's packed, people are loving it. People are like, you best show ever. Kid Ink has a great performance.
Yep. Kid Ink has a great performance. We don't get the opener money. So we're down on that.
Right.
The venue then bounces the check to pay us back. It was like a shitty venue that only held 500 or whatever. We didn't get a cut of the bar like we were supposed to. Bounces the check. We eventually, like 6 months later, get a check from them for like $5 grand from the ticketing money.
Gotcha.
So we lose on that.
And why do you keep on getting into business with people that are fucking you over?
I don't know what it was. I had I mean, there was no business mind. I didn't have a good deal, bad deal type census. I didn't care. I was just like, let's book it. Let's do it. I was just I was always like, okay, I was super optimistic. This is the dangers of being like extremely optimistic. And then the third show we paid for, but it was in the Boston market and there was a third promoter on it. Now, biggest downfall to all this is ticketing was never in our name. So we never got the revenues. We always dealt with third parties. So this show we did in Boston, we put up like 15 grand for it. To this day, I never saw $1 of that.
Wow. Because they just ripped you off.
They just ripped us off. They took it and that was it.
But you keep on letting yourself get in positions where you can be exposed.
If I was a smart businessman at the time, if I knew what I knew now, I would have always had the ticketing in my name. If I was funding it, the venue contracts would be in my name.
Yeah.
The artist contracts, this is the one good thing that came out of it, was in my name. So I was building up a rep with these agents.
That's cool.
I was now dealing with ICM, CIA, these big name agents, which would later help me down the road.
Gotcha.
So I was building a good rep.
So all those shows you lose money on.
All those kidding shows lose money.
Okay.
End of September comes around. We have Chief Keef booked.
Great.
New Haven. He one of the hottest rappers in the game. No legal problems yet. Just dropped Sosa. Sell the place out. We got radio ads money. We got rappers that are going to perform money.
Amazing.
1,200 tickets sold. There is a lot of extra expenses because the city was hearing that he's a part of a gang or whatnot.
Gotcha.
So they're padding it up with police or whatever.
Right.
I'm on my way to New Haven, which is about 45 minutes from my house. I'm getting calls that there's already a line around the street. People are getting rowdy, though, but it's a great show.
Finally, we're back.
Yep. Get a call from my co-promoter on it, and he says, Chiefs Keef's management just called. They're having problems finding him and getting him on the plane, but he's going to miss the first flight. He's going to be on the next flight, so he's going to be there a little late. He'll perform later. I knew that was normal in the business.
Right.
Didn't think anything of it.
Okay.
I get to Toad's place in New Haven. Lines around the door. Everyone's getting rowdy. Doors are opening like an hour later now. And we got the final call that he's not coming. They can't find him. He missed all his flights, his last possible flight to even get them there at a reasonable time. We had to send everyone home, refund everyone's money. The venue still charged us because they had to pay police and everything and get the staff there.
Yep.
He said he would do me a favor on the next show we did. So I paid for everything. So I went there with like 15 grand. I still owed Chief Keef because I paid him his upfront deposit, and then his back end I had it with me in cash. I should have walked home with that, but instead I paid it all out to the venue.
Right.
Still had to pay flyers, still had to pay radio. We didn't get any of the money from the rappers to perform to open for him.
Of course.
Lost everything.
So now you're down on that one again.
Next morning he sends out a tweet saying, hey, Connecticut, it wasn't the promoter's fault. Sorry.
Oh, really?
We tried to sue him. Cost me 10 or 15 grand just in the initial lawsuits, and he's just buried in LLCs. So never got the money.
Nothing. Wow. Okay, so now at this point, are you starting to get scared? Like, oh, this happened once before. Like,
so those now this is 4 shows that bombed.
Yeah.
They added up to out of pocket, I would say each kidding show is about 15, so that's 45 plus another 20, say 60 or 70 grand of that 225.
Yeah.
60 or 70 grand plus double my money if it made money, so I'm at about 140,000.
Yeah.
Which is small compared to this $1 million gross that we would have got.
Right.
So it's not the end of the world.
Right. You still got a couple more shows.
October comes around. This is where Schmack comes into play. We have a sold out show, Halloween night. Halloween's the biggest party night of the year in college.
Great.
Schmack does a show the week earlier. It's a shit show. They sell out. It's great. All this underage drinking. The town shuts the venue down because of Schmacked. We lose all of our ticket sales for Halloween night.
Oh, wow.
That we sold. And we had booked the DJ duo Cazette, which I didn't even know who it was at the time.
Yeah.
Lost their money from them. I never got the money back from them.
Wow.
Lost everything. So I think we used them on a later show, which also bombed. But that was another thing. That was because of Schmack. That was my first meeting with Schmack having like an effect on us.
That got the town angry and then got your shows canceled.
Yep. Which then affects our Tyga show late the next month in November.
Okay.
Now Tyga, that show cost us $120,000 to produce. This is our biggest show to date. The gross on it's like $250,000. The dean of the campus calls us and says, we're not permitting out-of-school buses to come on campus because of this Schmacked event. Now, if you've been to college, you know that college bus trips are huge for the promoting world for concerts, busing kids because they don't have cars. They want a pregame.
Yeah.
They're not taking public transportation.
Uber's not really a thing at the time.
No, Uber's not big, and you'd get kids to pay $5 for a bus seat, and then the promoter rents the bus.
Gotcha.
College bans it. We lose like 2,000 ticket sales.
Wow.
We only get 1,200 kids to show up to this Tyga show. Tyga was probably the worst rapper besides Chief Keef I had to work with. Refused to take a picture. We had to sort through all his Skittles. His rider was like $5,000. Ace of Spades champagne, sorting through the Skittles, like all this stuff.
Wow.
Refused to take pictures with us. Wouldn't do any meet and greets. Wouldn't say hello. Just all around like not nice. Now, meanwhile, I paid him $40,000 for the night, and he wouldn't even shake a hand or do anything.
Wow.
So I did that. We had YG on the show too. YG
sick.
was actually cooler than Tyga.
I've heard he's cool.
Yeah, we got video footage with him and stuff. The show was a good show. Like Tyga did a good.
That's the thing. All these shows are generally pretty good. Even the good shows are good, but everything's losing money.
Yeah, but it was gonna make money. So but this is like we genuinely, compared to the first shows,
right?
We had the tickets sold.
Right.
This isn't a case of we didn't sell enough tickets. Like the Tyga show, we had the tickets.
Right.
But the bus trip.
But it wasn't enough tickets.
We lost the tickets sales.
Right.
We would have at least broke even on that Tyga show if we didn't lose the bus trips.
Right.
And we would have had more tickets sold because we still, at that point when they canceled, we had a few days left of promotion. We would have sold even more bus
Gotcha.
tickets.
So all these flop. You have this like basically, how much money do you have in the investment before these concerts? You probably got like 750K?
Yeah, we got about 750K all day.
And then that shrinks to...
I mean, by the end of this concert run, I owed $1.3 million with interest to everyone because at a 50% rate of return on 700,000. So...
And you're still kind of floating money to the investors to make it seem like everything's good.
Well, at that point, I'm stopping to get legitimate investors from coming through because they're getting wind that payments are being delayed. People are waiting weeks. So who do I have to go to get money? The shady people that I started to meet through the club business. I start associating myself with a local biker gang who they're all connected with drugs. And before I knew it, one day I found myself driving to Stamford, Connecticut with this promoter who was a part of a gang. And we go to his cousin's house and I basically say, listen, this is my situation. I need money. I need cash. And he says, okay, I got you. And I had to pay him 10% of whatever I got from this guy. And we go and sit down and the short Colombian dude comes out and he empties a pillowcase of cash. I've never seen this much cash before in my life. It's in 20s, rubber banded onto the table. And, you know, it's like $80,000 in cash on the table. And there's no like contracts. There's nothing like that. This is the money. You need to pay me X amount of dollars. And it was like 120 days. I had to pay him back like $120,000 on that 80 grand. It was like 40K interest.
Yeah.
And it's pretty much like alluded to, like you're going to get yourself killed if you do not repay this money. So I take the money because I needed the cash. And that put me into a world of dealing with all these, you know, mafia guys, drug dealers, anyone from the underground, loan sharks, whatever. And I'm just taking cash from one drug dealer to pay another drug dealer. And like there would be days where like I'm getting the shit kicked out of me.
Really?
Worst experience was I'm in the club one day. Now I'm the worst communicator in the world by this point. I do not like confrontation. My answer for everything was put the phone on airplane mode or do not disturb.
Oh, really?
I'm ducking everyone. I'm not answering calls. Now, had I been a better communicator, I probably could have avoided a lot of the shit. I put this upon myself.
Yeah.
It wasn't like I was openly honest, communicating whatever. So my phone would ring so much some days that it would freeze and turn off. I had like an iPhone 7 or whatever, it would just shut down.
All these different loan sharks, investors calling you saying, hey, where's the money? Where's the money?
But they knew where I was. I was at the club or whatnot. So one day they come and I had given one of them the key to the club so they could get in like as like collateral or whatever, even though that didn't really mean shit because it wasn't really worth anything, just the equipment.
But the idea that like, give me the money and you can have a key to my place kind of thing.
So this drug dealer that loans us some money ended up getting popped. He gets caught by the DEA or whatever, gets put on house arrest. So I had to go see him eventually or whatever if I ever wanted to talk to him. But I stopped answering his calls. So he sends his cousin down to the club.
Oh, gosh.
Comes in the club. It's me and my business partner. Pulls a gun on my business partner and puts it right at his head. Said, don't fucking say anything slick. That's what happens with that. He goes over to me, says, go downstairs. We had a basement. Leaves my business partner alone because he knew I was the face of it and my relationship was with him.
And what are you thinking?
So I'm thinking I'm dead at this point.
Like sweaty, fucking anxious.
I was just like in shock. Like my face was turning red. I was just like, this is it. And so he brings me to the basement. They got guys upstairs guarding the door and it's me and one of his other guys in the gang downstairs. And he takes my hand and he puts it on the table of the desk. And there's a staple gun right next to it. So I'm thinking he's going to staple gun my fucking hands. He doesn't staple gun the hands. He's going through the drawer and he gets a screwdriver. So I'm thinking, what is he going to do with a screwdriver? He takes the end of it, the handle end, and he's holding it by like the screwdriver part. and he's whacking each finger until they're like broken, like black and blue with the end of it. And it's freezing. It's like December, middle of winter. And just whacking each hand. It's like, where the fuck's the money? This and that. You have X amount of days to get the money. Answer your fucking phone. So by this point, I start answering my phone after this.
How much money did you owe them?
I mean, I owed all day like 200 grand to these guys, like with that whole group of people I was dealing with.
And that's so 200 grand of the 1.3 that you owe to everyone.
Yes. So this is December 2013. This is what's happening. The other investors don't know. No one else knows I'm involved with shady people at all, except me and my business partner.
And still never at this point are you like, I'm going to tell my dad.
No.
I'm going to get a lawyer. I'm going to call the cops.
So I do, right after this happens, now I never snitched on these people.
Yeah.
Never gave up any names, never did any of that. Always close to the vest. No one's ever going to know what really happened, like with names or anything like that. Never used it to try to benefit me.
Yeah.
And so, and maybe that's what ends up saving me down the road. Now at this time, all the concerts completely are failed.
Are you still living at your parents' house?
At this point, there's a little apartment up above the club that I'm renting now for like $750 a month.
Right.
And at this point, I go to my dad and I start telling him the basics to the problems, not everything. Right. Doesn't know about the drug dealers, doesn't know about anything.
But general, I'm in debt.
Yeah, I'm in debt. He puts me with his lawyer, this local guy who's like an ambulance chaser, well-known lawyer.
Okay.
He had promised my dad that I would have millions of dollars in legal support if I ever needed it. Like a fair gesture to a friend.
That's
so
nice.
I go to him, and this is the first adult figure that I tell the whole entire story to. Everything. The drug dealers, every dollar owed. He said, Ian, put together a spreadsheet, give me names, give me numbers, give me everything of everything. That's when we finally outlaid every single thing that happened, who's owed money. I track down every contract. I bring him every bank record. This is also the lawyer that was helping me with Chief Keef. He's helping me with everything. He then goes, this is in December, and sends a letter out to every investor. Obviously not the drug. I said, let me handle the drug dealers and the shady figures.
Yeah.
He sends a letter out to every investor. I'm thinking this is a good idea. It looks legit coming from a lawyer. We're trying to mitigate this.
And how many investors are there roughly?
About 20.
Okay.
And he says, don't call them, don't answer their phones, don't talking to them.
And what amount of money do they have in it? Is this like Henry?
So this is Henry, and this is the other parents and kids.
Gotcha.
So their out of pocket is about $500,000.
And each one at a different amount. Some 50,000 here, 100,000.
Henry's
here.
The most.
Got you. And the least is like.
Least would probably say 10,000.
Okay.
Yep. So without interest.
Yeah.
But you got to realize some people that have 10,000 out of pocket think they're owed 30 because they would keep rolling it over. Some people. So I got away with this for so long. So say a kid puts in 5,000, right? 5,000, he's now owed 7,500. He says, okay, in 45 days, put that 7,500, that turns into 12,500. Yeah, keep doubling.
So the principal is like 500,000, but
principal is 500. Interest is going to, not including the drug dealers, is like at 900,000.
And then with the drug dealers, that's when you're in the millions.
Exactly. So
this is a big pickle you got yourself into. Yeah.
This is the turning point on everything.
Yeah.
So he sends these letters out. This pisses everyone off.
Of course.
It's a shitstorm.
They're like, everything was great for years, and all of a sudden now I'm getting a letter from an attorney. And what did the letter say? The
letter says, we are representing Ian Bick and WB Investments. We are analyzing all the documents, this and that, yada, yada, yada. We will be in touch with you soon.
And they still think they're in an electronics business.
Yes.
So they're like, what is WB Investments? Like, exactly. I was dealing with WB Holdings.
Yeah, so there's a lot of calls. My lawyer's dealing with all of it, whatever.
Your phone's off again.
Phone's off. I'm not answering any of them. Then me and Henry have a sit down, and I come clean to Henry. I said, Henry, listen, all the concert, because I didn't tell Henry they made money, but I also didn't tell him they lost. I'm just saying I'm waiting to hear back. I'm trying to figure everything out. And I sit down with him, and I show him the show reports, and I hand him all of them. I said, listen, Henry, here's every document. Here's every email. These shows genuinely lost money. And by this point, he doesn't believe me.
And how do you feel walking into this? Are you like so shaking?
Well, this was my only choice because I knew he was owed the most amount of money.
Yeah.
And I felt like I owed it to him as a friendship to come clean. So he's the first investor I sit down with and come clean with. I say, listen.
And how do you feel walking in there?
I mean, I just felt defeated and that I needed to do this.
Because this is your worst fear. This whole thing was, oh, I don't want them to know. I don't want them to know. I don't want them to know.
And now at this point, I have dangerous people after me.
Yeah.
And my name's already tarnished because everyone's months and months late on payments.
Gotcha.
So I come clean with him.
Jig is up.
He doesn't believe me they lost money.
He thinks that you are trying to defraud him.
Yep.
Sorry, everything lost money, but actually you made a bunch of money.
Yep. He thinks I'm buying real estate, whatever I'm doing.
Because he sees you probably on these trips. He went on the trips with you. He's like, what are you talking about?
He sees the club. Every kid that knew I owned a nightclub thought I'm making millions.
Oh, because they're all going to Sky Bar.
Yeah. They think if you own a nightclub, you have millions.
Yeah, of course. Like, you're the only 19-year-old.
They think I own the building, this and that.
So they think, dude, there's no way he's losing money.
Yep, I'm 18.
But again, it was all about image with you.
Yep.
So everything was just like, everything's good.
Everything's good. I'm still posting on Facebook, opening up a burger restaurant, 2 downtown. I'm making everything seem legit.
Yeah.
So he goes to the cops. And he goes to the detectives. He's coked up one day. And he sits down with them. And he says, I was scammed out of $300,000 by Ian Bick. Cops are red flags going up. Okay, if there's one investor for $300,000, there's got to be more.
Yeah.
Henry gives them the names of every single person that he knew was invested in me because everyone's connected some way or another.
Right. You guys are all friends from high school and their parents.
They just don't know about the Rhode Island parents or whatnot.
Got it.
So they call my lawyer and we go in for a sit down with the cops, and it's these detectives, and it's like your basic antagonist detective that you see in the movies or whatever.
This is the dude in the documentary.
Yeah. Oh no, that he was that's McGarry. That's a Silver Fox. That's the U.S. attorney.
Okay. But
we sit down with them at this point. This is initial Danbury Police Department detectives. This is like the biggest crime of the century for them. And they basically accused me of spending all the money at Universal Studios and buying real estate. Now, they didn't have my bank records. They didn't know what the whole piece of the puzzle was. That was their initial investigation.
Why do they think real estate?
They're just throwing it out there. They didn't know.
And you had this nightclub, I guess.
They also thought I was running a drug empire because some kids were hearing I was going back and forth to California. But this is their initial, like, they're fishing. They're on a fishing expedition.
Got it.
My lawyer also at the time, while this is all going on, is sending another set of letters to people. This is what gets the other kids to start cooperating with the police, because he sends letters saying, we've assessed that my lawyer's team goes through all the amounts and he assesses, okay, we're only paying your out-of-pocket costs back, which is fair, but not in these people's eyes. They want their interest. So even though the whole thing fell apart, he's saying, listen, this is what happened. We can't pay the interest. We will work out a payment plan in civil court for just your out-of-pocket.
Right, so you're not going to be down any money, but you're not going to make the profit that you thought you made.
But this is what pisses kids off, because the kids that invested, say, $5,000 and were paid profits in the beginning of this would then get a letter saying they're owed $0 when they think they're owed $15,000 or $20,000.
Because they were rolling over all of their investments.
Exactly.
So as they were rolling over their investments, I guess technically they're putting in that money.
Yeah.
But
it's not their initial. So the lawyer traced it back, and this is what the government would later do. My restitution amount is only for out-of-pocket.
Got it.
So people that thought they were owed $100,000 with interest might only be owed $20,000, because people did get... Now,
yeah, I mean, I'd be pissed off too, though, because I'm thinking, oh, I'm putting in the money that I'm getting paid out as profit. And I think that that's my money because that technically is based off of what you told me.
I get it. No, I mean, there's multiple ways to look at it, but I think when the whole thing unravels and you look at the thing, I would be happy to get my out-of-pocket that I physically started with.
At the very least.
At the very least.
But if you think that money that you're putting in additional is also yours, then you would be like, well, that's also my money.
Yeah.
But that money never existed in the first place.
It never existed in the first place, right.
Got it. So that's tough. I get that.
This happens. That's how the investigation starts. While this is simultaneously going on, the drug dealers are after me. And I still don't have their money. Now, my business is now defunct at this point. This is December 2013. No investors are dealing with me, don't have any contact, police investigation starting. Me and my business partner come up with the idea to go on our main priority is paying these drug dealers the $200K. Yeah. That now we're facing death or severe injury.
Yeah.
So we get the idea to go fly out and see my aunt and uncle, who are wealthy in California. Okay. They're doctors. Their son's, a writer for The Office or whatever. They have money.
Great.
They have a house. And, but here's the catch. I owe them $17,500 from their initial investment that they had invested months ago. They had paid $10,000, and I lied to them too that they made $7,000 on concerts to show I was successful. When I could have just told them what the situation was.
Yeah, it's your family that would have been like, it's okay. And
so now I have $0. And at this point, I'm taking whatever change we have from the club or whatever and going to the casino. Like, I have a real gambling addiction by this point, and I'm getting lucky with gambling. I would go to the casino in Empire City in Yonkers, the electronic casino, And because I was 18, I could only go to that one. I couldn't go to the Connecticut casinos. That's 21 plus.
Right.
And I would play electronic baccarat. And there would be some days I'd go with $500 and turn it into $20,000. I remember this one investor, I owed her $120,000, and I restructured her agreement to say I would pay her $20,000 each week to pay that money back.
And you're thinking, I'm going to play baccarat and
Yes.
pay back this investor.
So the first Wednesday comes along that I owed the money. I go with $500 and I turn it into 20,000. So I call her and say, hey, I'll be there at 7 o'clock. No problem. Turn off my phone and I lose all the money. I have like $200 left. I kept doubling down and I got it to $30,000. Left the casino at like 12 a.m. and showed up at her doorstep at like 1:30, knocking on her door with a shoebox and cash, and gave her the first payment. She never got another payment again after that.
Wow.
But
because
that was
you
like,
kept going back to the casino and you would lose money. And then how did you feel when you lost money? Like
I felt like shit.
Yeah.
And the thing I would later learn, like this is when I kind of realized it was a problem, or this is why my thinking got me into a trouble. Because so say I would go to the casino when I owned my next club after that, which we'll get into. And there would be times I'd owe artists money. So for instance, Adventure Club.
Yeah.
You know, the DJ Adventure Club. I booked a show with them and I had to pay them $20,000. Now, they needed the money up front to perform. And I kept getting advances on the tickets. So like my first advance was $5,000 because the show was selling phenomenal. So I go to the casino with the $5,000 and I turn it into the $10,000 deposit I left. But to turn it, any normal person would say, okay, I just doubled my money. This is great. Let's leave. But I'm $1 million in debt.
And
so,
also a gambling addict.
Yeah. How do you stop? You're going to keep going until you know. So I lose all the money. I then got another $5,000 advance. And then that happens. And then I get a $10,000 advance. And that happens. I turn it and it's great. Now looking back on it, had I just took each advance normally and let it sit there, I would have enough to pay them the whole $20,000.
Right.
Instead, and this is where my luck fuels this whole story and my problems, I had booked them the show the week after Christmas. So everyone knows in the music business and the movie business, whatever, agents go on a 2-week vacation right around Christmas time. So I sent them a fake receipt or whatever saying it got deposited so no one checked to show that the money made it or not. They didn't notice till 2 weeks after the new year, after the show already performed, and that's when I paid them the money. So the show was able to happen without them getting paid.
But did they come to you and be like, hey, Ian, turns out the money's on the thing. You sent us a fake thing. Were they pissed at you?
They were pissed. They said, send the fucking money right now.
And then you go, all right, fine, I'm sorry.
I had the money. I said it was a accounting error. And they got the money. Now, I have more stories for that. We'll get to that. Anyways, back to this trip.
Okay.
With the California and my aunt and uncle.
Yeah.
So we need to come up with, our plan is come up with $17,500 to go to California, pay them and ask them for $200,000 to pay the drug dealers. Bam, everything's good.
That's a crazy amount of money to ask for your family, no matter how wealthy they are.
But we knew they had it, and we figured because they're family, they would help us, so I didn't die. Now, I didn't go to my dad, didn't tell him anything about this. He knows nothing about the drug dealer aspect.
Wow, okay.
He knows about the other debt and the other business.
Yeah.
So I find this guy, this Italian former mob guy in Danbury that had invested $10,000 into our business who we owed money to. And we are going through all of our contacts to raise this 17.5. I go through everyone. No one's giving me money. I said, listen, this is when I start telling the truth to people. I say, I owe dangerous people, but they're only concerned about getting their money back, which is fair.
Yeah.
So they're not going to help me. So we go to this guy, this Italian guy, and we sit in his kitchen and we tell him everything about the drug dealers. And he looks at us and he's like, you guys are the two of the biggest fucking idiots I've ever met. In like the Italian accent.
Yeah.
And I thought he was like going to kill us right there, like pissed about his money. Doesn't say anything about his money. He's like, John, who's my business partner, go over to that couch over there. John goes to the couch, picks it up, and he said, there's 10 grand in there. And then he writes us a check for the 7,500. He said, listen, just give me the fucking money back, like this money. Don't worry about the rest of it you owe me. Just get me this money back and pay those fucking guys that you owe and don't get into any more shit again. He genuinely cared, genuinely looked out for us, wanted to help us.
Wow.
Understood the situation because he came from that lifestyle, didn't want to see anything bad happen to us.
And he knew that you were in danger.
He knew we were in danger. We told him everything. We go to Bank of America, exchange the money, whatnot, write it, this and that. We then go on the way to the airport. We didn't have flights booked. We figured we'd just get a red eye or whatever which we didn't realize was going to cost us thousands of dollars at the ticket booth. On our way to the airport, because we only have 17.5, so we have no other money, so we're thinking we need operating capital. So what do? Stop at the casino on the way.
Bro.
Stop at the casino on the way to the airport. And I'm thinking, okay, we're going to turn the money into more, so we have spending money while we're in California.
And this is an addict brain. This is like gambling addict brain logic. This is not normal logic.
Not normal logic, and this is also, I've had success with gambling.
Right.
I had won more times than I lost at that point, so I went to what was normal for me.
Right, which is part of, I just think it's an important distinction because I think most people are listening to this being like, dude,
Yeah.
you can't go to the casino once you got the money from the guy that's trying to help you. Like, you can't do this. But you're not thinking like a normal person. You have, do you have a gambling addiction? Was that?
I'd say I would. I mean, I'm good now. Like,
right.
I worked through all that, and I'm not, like, I could shut it off. I mean, I don't gamble anymore.
No, right.
No,
but back in the day, you definitely.
I think back in the day, when you compare at the time, I didn't think I would because I was able to turn it on and off. But when it was on, that was definitely an addiction because the shit I would do. I mean, like, there were times like I would steal from my parents to go like and gamble and win money when if I just asked them for the money, they would have gave. Or I was just doing some crackhead shit. I was selling stuff at the club to gamble.
Like what?
Like coolers. I'd find scrapyard people. So this is another crazy story. You know the chain smokers, right?
Of course.
Yeah, I owed them $25,000.
From a different show?
So I booked them on Thanksgiving Eve, and this was a great show. We made money. Awesome show. And because of my relationships now with these agencies and because of the partner, we had started working with this other production company that was very reputable in the industry. And I was able to get away with paying them the bulk of that money after the show. We only had to pay $5,000 up front for them.
That's great.
And at the time, we paid $25,000 to book them. And that's a great price for the chain smokers.
I mean, yeah.
This is 3 months before Closer dropped with Halsey.
Yeah, like they're big.
Yeah,
single.
they're big because of Selfie, but they're not big yet. But
Right.
the show sells out instantly, whatever. And I don't have any accounting when I'm dealing with this club or whatever. So money's coming in and out, and I'm trying to pay off past that. So I use the ticketing money to pay other expenses. So I owe the chain smokers money from November all the way until like March. And his agent, nicest people in the world, normally management's never CC'd on it. Eventually, like, they were CC'd on it by like the time March came around.
Of course.
But I just kept delaying. They were super nice about it. And all these times I didn't pay artists, I never got blacklisted. It's because I always paid them. They always knew I was good for it. I think
right. It just might take 6 months and a couple give me some time.
They knew I was going to pay for them. And I think they were kind of battling the fact that my concert venue was so popular and the artists like playing there. Like,
oh, really?
Blau would comment on the photos. He played there twice. Like, we put on such a good show. We spent everything on production. We would always take photos with them. They loved playing at my venue.
And you took care of the artist. So they're like, yeah, it might take a little to get the money, but it always comes through and we have a great time. So
yeah, but to pay the chain smokers back, I was selling off coolers. I pawned a car that I had. I was just doing whatever to give them, and I finally paid them back.
Wow.
I was using ticketing money from other shows, but that was like the closest I've ever became to getting like blacklisted. And you know, in this industry, you get blacklisted, you're done.
Yeah, of course.
There's no venue
relationships
to operate.
are everything.
Yeah, relationships are everything.
So okay, so now you go take the money that you got from this guy.
Yep, we go to the casino
to go see your aunt and uncle.
Well, we stop at the casino.
Yeah.
And I lose pretty much everything except for $1,000. And my business partner, he always left me alone when I was playing because he knew I was doing what I was doing. And he comes to me and he's like, "You lost it all, didn't you?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "You're such a fucking idiot." And he storms off. Now, the casino at the time, because this is the end of the year, it's a week after Christmas, they were offering a bonus scratch-off special or whatever. It's like some word game. And I go and I buy a couple tickets, put all the money we had left, and I play it. I won $2,500. I take that money with whatever money I had left, and I play, and I end up with like 18 grand. We leave. It's 2 a.m. or whatever.
You feel high. You're like...
Yeah, I didn't want to... I knew to shut it off because we could not afford... We had to get the fuck out of the state because these guys are... At this point, my phone's off. I'm not telling anyone where we're going.
And once your phone's off, that's when you get in trouble.
I told the one guy that was like connected all of us, I said, "Listen, I'm going to Cali to get the money. Please stall for me. I got you." I sent the message. My famous thing was, because I didn't like confrontation, I would send a text and then block the person so I didn't have to see their response. Because to me, that was just like, I never like look at... You ever send like a email and you don't want to see the answer to that?
Yeah, and you just put your phone on the other side of the room and you're like, I don't
like when
want to
you're
see it.
hitting up a girl or whatever, like you don't want to see the response.
But
so
you straight up would block them.
I would block them so I didn't get it. But then eventually sometimes I would unblock them. I'd get all the text messages.
And they're like, hey, you blocked me, motherfucker. Like,
yeah, like
and at
all
this
this
point,
shit.
you must look back and be like, oh, that was cowardly. Like, I
did some coward ass shit.
Yeah.
Like I was not a man in this situation.
Right.
So we get the 18,000, which is really not enough what we needed, but we said whatever. We booked the flights, which were like $2,000. It was crazy to go to Cali. We fly out there. We're only left whatever that math is, like 16 grand, and we needed some spending money. So we said to my aunt and uncle, here's 14. And they were fine with it.
You give them 14 to
Give
try
them
to
14.
make good on their initial investment.
Yep. We show up. Well, their initial was only 10.
Right.
So they made $4,000.
Got it.
So we're there for a week, and we're too chicken every day to ask them for the money, to say what we're really there for. I think my aunt's kind of suspect about it. But yeah, we don't ask them for the money. And we're staying there the whole week. Like, we're doing bullshit. We get a driver again. We're going to strip clubs.
Again?
We're on cloud 9 and we have no money. So like, we're calling friends from home for money.
But like, you never learn at this point.
No,
Like,
I just kept doing dumb shit. Like,
you never like you're $1 million in debt. These people are trying to kill you, and at no point are you like, okay, I got to be serious and buckle down. And
so on the last night when like we were actually out of money, we didn't have money to book the plane tickets. I had to ask like some random friend to buy us the plane tickets on the promise to pay him back. We stiffed our driver for like $3,000. And
you didn't pay him?
We paid him eventually, like 8 months later.
But you're like, oh, I'll get you.
Yeah, I said, we'll get you. We bounced a PayPal e-check to him.
Do you feel bad at this point?
At that point in time, now or back then?
Back then, in the
Back
moment.
then, I was doing whatever I had to do to survive. I don't think I looked at other people's feelings or situation.
Right.
Obviously, my opinion's different now.
Sure.
But back then, no. I didn't have any sense of my surroundings. I felt bad people lost money, but I didn't really pay attention to the extremes I was doing. I never analyzed that. So on the last night, we come clean and we tell them everything. My aunt and uncle were sitting out on the deck overlooking the ocean, tell them the whole story and what the situation is. And
what do they say?
So he's like, wow. And he looks it over. He said, I'm going to talk to your aunt, which is my dad's sister. We're going to talk to him, and we stay another day, and we'll get back to you with what our decision is. So we're thinking they're going to help us. Like, okay, they're going to figure it out. I talked to my dad on the phone. He's like, wow, you guys got yourself into some shit. This is like the first time.
You told your dad everything?
Yeah, I told him more, but my aunt had told him too.
So at this point, he knows everything?
Yeah, at this point, he knows everything. He's like, I think they're going to help you out.
Okay.
Because they told him they're going to help me. So we have dinner again the next night, like before we're going to leave. And they say, we're going to give you $10,000 in 4 months. Like when their taxes return or whatever gets back.
Okay.
That was the deal.
Doesn't really help you that much.
Didn't help us now, didn't help us in 4 months, whatever. We were fucked. We were dead to begin with.
Yeah.
So what we're going to say, thank you. They didn't owe us anything.
Right.
So we flew back, and our first trip home was to the drug dealer's house in Stanford, because we knew if we went back to like his enforcer or the guy that networked us with him, we needed to win back over this drug dealer that's owed all this money.
Right, because his goons are going to fuck you up.
Or just fuck me up.
But if you can get him to kind of chill.
So we sat there and we told him the whole story. And we came clean to have everything about him. And
are you freaking out telling a drug dealer that you lost all his money?
I had given up at that point. I thought we were dead. Like I had owned that we weren't coming out of there alive.
At this point, did you think you had done anything illegal?
Not really with like I just figured like I lied. I didn't really know what the disparities are that I would later be charged with. And I knew I was like technically money laundering with all these drug dealers,
right?
Like cleaning their money, because that was a benefit for them. So whenever they wanted to loan me money, not to help me or the interest rate, they wanted to loan me money so I could give it back to them and they can use it.
Right.
So that's a cost of doing business for them on certain aspects too.
And you're not even thinking about that through a legal lens. Mm-hmm. You just kind of know you're like fucking over people, but you're like, it's not really illegal necessarily.
And in my mind, I'm not intentionally fucking them over because I always had a plan.
Right. The plan was always to make everything whole and to be good. Was there ever a point in your mind where you're like, I'm going to pay everyone back, and I'm going to go work at a regular job, and I'm just going to live a normal life?
Never. I mean, well, technically, I won't say never, because like a month before sentencing, I got a job at Whole Foods.
Right, but that's after you get...
No, this is before I got out of prison. I went back to Whole Foods after.
Right, okay, gotcha.
But this is way later on, but no, there was never... Because there was so much money, I figured, the only way I'm getting out of this is to do something bigger, which is
Right.
when I later get the idea to reopen the whole tuxedos.
And this is part of the gambling mindset where you're like, I
was
need
a
to
big
do,
risk
I need
taker.
to do moonshots. Like
Yeah.
this little like baccarat gambling you're doing is a proxy for your whole life at this point.
Yeah, I mean the idea of chasing popularity, risking everything, that's what drove me, like that adrenaline rush.
Of course.
And that's something that would still later happen in prison and everything like that.
Yeah.
So we go and we meet with him and we survive the meeting. And I said, listen, you know, I want my dad to come and talk to you. And my dad goes and talks to him, and I don't know still to this day what was said between the two.
Are you worried? Like you're sending your dad into a drug dealer's house who you owe money?
My dad's got some game to him, you know, like
Yeah.
He grew up in that era where drugs and whatever, you know,
Right.
he's got the game. And he went in there and he won the guy over, and they formed like a father-son relationship after that meeting.
Really?
And that's what saved my life.
Your dad wins over the drug dealer, bails you out again.
He wins over all the drug dealers. And my dad saves my life. And there's a newfound respect. He said, listen, Ian's not going to rat on you or snitch on you or anything like that. You know, I can assure you that that's not going to happen. And I think that, and also they finally realized that I wasn't intentionally trying to fuck them over.
Right,
So
you
there's a
weren't-
difference in this game. If I was someone that was trying to fuck them, then you have to prove a point.
And they see your intention is to just try to make things whole because you've gotten yourself into this debt through these bad concerts. You're not trying to just like take money from them and run.
And then when the investigation started and stuff, everyone backed off of me.
Wow.
But that's kind of what saved
And
me.
what is your dad saying? Like you go home to sleep in your parents' place, and is your dad like, "Hey, dude, I met with a drug dealer today to free you and save your life. Stop fucking around"?
I think he just felt terrible. Like right before that was heading up, before my dad knew about everything, I would go to him on random days and I would say, Dad, I need $10,000. And he would give it to me.
Oh, really?
And over this month, he gave me like $100,000 just to pay off drug dealers.
And does he know it's for drug dealers?
No,
or-
he doesn't know. He's just trying to help his son. So all of this stuff's going on, and you know, that's what happens. So now we're in beginning of 2014, investigation starting on the state level.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking to any old investors, not bringing any new money. LLCs are defunct. And I get the idea to reopen Tuxedo Junction. Now,
With the thought, I'm going to open this spot. Everything's going to be good.
my plan was to open it, build it up, blow it up, sell it, pay everyone back.
And
That
then
was
you'll
my
be good.
mindset. And then I'll be good. I thought this was going to be my way out of this.
Don't you already own the Sky Bar?
That folded.
But isn't that connected to it?
It is. So it's two different landlords. So we combined everything and turned it all into this name, Tuxedo Junction.
But
which
you're in
was
the same
original
area
name.
still.
Yeah, it's in Danbury.
But the fact that that the Sky Bar closed, did you not think, oh, when I buy this new place, it's also going to face the same problems?
No, because my mindset was different. One, we weren't doing liquor.
Okay.
So that alleviates that cost.
Yeah.
I was able to negotiate rent for free rent because the old owners of this club, who were the original owners of it back in the day, but were now the landlords, needed the place cleaned out. So I said I would clean the place out, clean it out, do everything in exchange for some free rent for the first few months.
Okay.
And I already had a relationship with the front landlord, who I was still paying on time through the business.
And what money are you using to revitalize this nightclub?
So here's the thing. I open up this big nightclub at 18 years old with no money. My dad helps me. This is what I should have did with Sky Bar. I'm doing all the work for myself.
Yeah.
I'm getting back into that hustler, physical labor. I'm doing the cleaning. I'm doing the painting.
Right. You're
I
not
have a
paying
cou-
some guy $6,000 to paint
No,
for you.
I have a couple friends helping me, and I do everything. I'm living on a couch in there at this point.
Right.
I'm working day and night to get this place
Because this is your
up and going.
ticket to fix every problem.
Exactly. My dad's helping me with a little money for essentials and whatnot. And I know that this is what I need to get out.
And is there any part that your dad's like, hey, dude, you've kind of caught yourself into a problem. Give it a break. Maybe just try to default on these loans and these investors and don't try to get into some more stuff.
So that was the plan, like to help with the lawyer. But then the lawyer sends me a bill one day for $15,000.
15?
Yeah, that promise of $1 million in legal fees. That's what also, brought me down the path. Because at that point, I have no money. And he's charging me $400 an hour. So then he starts suing me. And now I'm getting sued by the lawyer.
So the
for
lawyer
this.
that's supposed to represent you to
Yep.
help you against all these investors that you
and
owe
is
money
talking
to.
The police sues me and cuts me off.
Your
calls
dad's
the police-
friend.
Yep. Calls the police department and says, I'm not representing him anymore. So now I'm going through this investigation with no lawyer.
And your dad is helping you with the money to open up
The
Tuxedo
club.
Junction.
That and the mafia guy, he helps me because we explain the story to him.
Right.
and pretty much helps me finance the club when we need to get the acts.
Okay.
We beg an agency, AM only in New York, to give us DJ acts. We sent them a long email. I told them every artist I worked with, and my idea for this club was to book, because we're right in between New York City and Boston, to book large scale DJs to this nightclub in a town no one's ever really heard of, and kids would come and pay money for these tickets because they would want to see their favorite artists.
Right.
Because at the only time you could see these artists were either at Shrine at the nightclub in upstate Connecticut, or Electric Zoo, or the festivals, whatnot, EZoo and EDC.
Yeah.
And so we begged this agency. We said, listen, here are the pictures for the club, because agents do not like sending an artist into a brand new nightclub.
Of course.
Unless you're a reputable nightclub.
You got to build reputation.
So we sold them on it. They charged us like double the cost, but we booked GTA and Congo Rock for the first show.
That's cool.
First show with production and everything cost us like a crazy amount of money. We lost a lot of money this first show.
Bro, come on, Ian.
Stupid money.
And this is still your dad
My
injecting
dad
money.
and this other guy that was helping us.
Does your dad know about the other guy putting money in?
Yeah, everyone's connected. We're all working together as a
and this
team.
is all legit again.
It's all legit. The finances are completely separate. I'm now keeping track of the records of the business. I'm keeping books. I learned how to use QuickBooks.
But at this point, you've had like a dozen shows that haven't really turned a profit. Why do you think this one's going to be different?
So I'm going back to what worked for me before. The Teen Nights Tuxedos was where I started. So in my heart, I felt that if I get back into this nightclub where it all started, and I did the work and the promo grind myself, the first show only bombs because the expenses were just way too high. And it was also the first show we've ever done. So we needed to prove to our audience that this was legit.
Right,
and
so
people were finding it sketchy that GTA, who's a big DJ duo, was coming to Danbury at Tuxedo Junction, which had a bad rep.
Right.
So we spent a lot of money into production and taking video of it. And that's when we asserted ourselves as a dominant up-and-coming venue.
So your thought is, I'm going to take the L on this, but it's going to be worth it in brand equity to then do more shows.
Exactly. And Congo Rock ends up going to Rhode Island the next day and does the show with this big promoter called Envy Concepts, who's now a part of like Big Night Live.
Yeah.
And he says, hey, guys, I was at this venue last night, which is like, they're awesome. Great hospitality. Production's insane. It's a new upcoming venue.
Okay.
They call me the next day, and they become my official talent buyer for the club. And I am now able to book the biggest acts in the world at these insanely cheap rates to Danbury, Connecticut.
Okay, so things are working out. Your initial investors that you still owe all this money to, they have lawyers, they have a letter sent from a lawyer, and then the lawyer turns on you. They're all just kind of in limbo right now.
They're now dealing with the police because the police are saying, we're investigating, you're just dealing with us
Okay,
now.
so there's an open state level investigation with all the investors.
Yep.
The mob guys and all the gangsters and shit
they're off my back.
They're off your back because you tell them and your dad kind of wins them over.
Yeah.
And then now you have money for this new venture from your dad and another guy who's willing to help you.
Yes.
And now things are starting to look up. You have a good agent that's helping you book legit acts.
Yep.
Everything's turning around. Ian Bick's going to be okay.
Yes, but the problem is I was still trying to make right on the old money. So had I just totally cut off all the old money or at least had an advisor step in or someone say, listen, we need to put this to aside. And I was just kept trying to fix everything because I figured if everyone gets paid back now, the faster they get paid back, the faster the investigation stops, this and that.
Right.
So I'm taking money that should have been used. So say if a show makes 50 grand, you're going to use that to put into a new show or to pay for those artists or whatever. Yeah. I'm paying back old debt. So I'm mixing good money with bad money and I'm never getning ahead.
To pay back these old investors.
Yep. So I start owing new vendors money, and then obviously not every show is going to win. So on the nights that there was a loss, like the first few months, our production costs were high, our rent was high. There were some really high costs. It's a brand new business. And I have no operating capital really.
Right. And does
I'm taking losses.
Does your dad know about the other investors that you owe money to?
He knows about everything.
So at this point, is he like, hey, dude, stop taking the money from these investments. Let this go to court and we can settle with them?
He never said that, no.
No.
And I never really asked him. I was just in charge of everything.
Gotcha.
And he's, dealing with city officials who are now after me for trying to shut the club down, do all this stuff.
Right.
While this is going on, I get a subpoena to the Department of Banking in Connecticut.
Okay.
I didn't even know we had a Department of Banking. And me and my business partner both get subpoenas.
Yeah.
And he testifies on the first day, and I was like, how did everything go? He said, good. And at this point, we formed an agreement that I said, I'll take the heat for everything. Just stay in my corner. You know, I'll take the heat. I don't want you to get in trouble or anything. Just put the blame on me.
Okay.
But just don't go against me. Just like I'll own up to it and say you weren't involved and play it like that.
Right.
He testifies, whatever, nothing comes. Next day I go without a lawyer because I'm genuinely just trying to tell them the whole story. I bring all the documents they request. I go through every single detail, every single investor, minus the shady people. But I piece everything together for them because at that point they didn't know the pieces. And I testify for like 8 hours.
To the Department of Banking.
Yeah.
Tell them everything.
Tell them everything without a lawyer. And at the end of this, they said, listen, there's these 2 guys that want to meet with you. They bring me to a room. And it's these 2 guys that show badges that say they're U.S. postal inspectors. And I'm looking at them like, I don't know what the fuck a U.S. postal inspector is. Like, this has to be some type of joke. They say they're federal agents. And
why would you think it's a joke?
I don't know. I didn't know what U.S. postal inspectors were.
You think it's a prank? You think you're on Punk to do?
So
Come
apparently
on,
they were listening to the whole interview.
Yeah.
I didn't know that at the time. And they entrapped the shit out of me.
And you thought by telling them...
I was an 18-year-old kid.
You're right.
Just turned 19, trying to make this right.
And
that's
you thought,
all I wanted
if
to do.
I tell them, they can help me make it all go away.
Exactly. So I sit with these postal inspectors. They play the nice guy role. They say, listen, we'll help you through this process. You're not in any trouble or anything. We got this. Just tell us what happened. They knew the answer to every single question they had for me. Or at least by that point, they had a bunch of records and stuff.
Yeah, and you've admitted to breaking the law.
And what they did was they didn't give me a target letter saying I was under investigation by the FBI and the Department of Justice until after their meeting, which is why I won this charge at court, because they charged me after this meeting with lying to them. But they never told me I was under investigation, nothing. They were trying to be my friends. They gave me their cards. They gave me the subpoenas and everything. They said, listen, you're officially under investigation after this meeting. So that's when I was like, holy shit, this is the FBI. Like, I need a lawyer. I go right into my car, and I'm in Hartford, Connecticut, and I start Googling good fraud attorneys. I find one, Jonathan Einhorn, and I email him, and he emails me back right away. We got on a call. I tell him, like, this and that, million miles per hour, because I'm, like, nervous, sweating bullets. Like, this is scary. He's like, Ian, calm down. Do not talk to them. Now the FBI and the postal inspectors are blowing up my phone, and I got instructions because they were supposed to meet up with me in Danbury to get all these documents or whatever.
Right.
And I text him like, because he was trying to guilt trip me, the agent. He's like, listen, I thought we had a deal.
Yeah.
Like you're going to help us, this and that. I said, listen, I got an attorney. And that's when the FBI investigation officially starts. I meet with the attorney. I tell him everything, and my dad's with me. So this is the first time my dad's like really hearing like every detail, because I had to tell the attorney every single detail.
Right. And now you're like, okay, I'm in deep shit. I got to come clean. So you talk about the mob guys.
I talk about everything.
Everything.
Tell him everything. I tell him my partner's involvement. He sets us up a meeting with the FBI to do a reverse proffer.
Okay.
He's a very well-known attorney. He's connected with all them, whatever.
And you already tell him that, hey, I already talked for 8 hours.
Yeah, which I never should have done.
Right.
Without an attorney, because I just gave them so much ammunition. But my logic was a guilty person would never have done that.
Right.
I literally went there so innocently. I didn't lie at all during the thing. I just told the story.
Because you didn't really know what laws you had broken at the time.
Exactly. So we go to this meeting, and this is when I really know shit's bad. We go to this meeting at the U.S. Attorney's office, and we're sitting around this big table, like a boardroom table. There's 30 people in this room. It's me, my dad, and my lawyer at one end. And then you have like 3 or 4 FBI agents. You have 2 or 3 IRS agents. You have the postal inspectors. You have 2 U.S. attorneys. You have all the kids interning at the U.S. Attorney's office. And then you have like court reporters or whatever.
So there's like 15 people in this room.
There's a lot of people. And they're looking, a reverse proffer is when you're like snitching on someone or snitching on yourself or bringing a case to court. Mm-hmm. This is a reverse proffer. They're telling you what they have on you. So they're outlaying their case to us, this and that. They're explaining the whole thing. I don't really give a shit about it. I'm on my phone. This guy, the U.S. attorney, we start calling the Silver Fox. Yeah. Because he has silver hair, the glasses. He's the Silver Fox. He's like a very well-seasoned U.S. fraud attorney. He gets eventually promoted to like head of the division. And this guy he does not like me from day one. He's after me from day one.
And what do you mean you're on your phone?
I'm on my phone like promoting on social media the party. We had a sold-out show the next night.
So you're not taking it seriously at all?
No, I'm in a black t-shirt and khaki pants. I wasn't dressed up for this. And
what did you think was worst case scenario?
throughout this whole process, I never thought I'd get jail time.
Right.
They offered me a plea deal for jail time. And my lawyer and I sat with them. We said, listen, I will happily plead guilty. We know people are owed money. We don't think it's criminal, but Ian will plead guilty as long as there's no jail time. And they wouldn't sign up for that. They wanted jail time in this.
Right.
They were not taking any deal. They would have saved all the money they used to prosecute me, everything, if, if they agreed to no jail time, but they didn't.
Right.
So that's when we go and we take it to court and we go to trial. My lawyer believed strongly that this was chalked up to a kid that mishandled money, but it was not criminal. Like he didn't set out with the criminal intention to defraud anyone.
Okay.
Did this turn into like a Ponzi scheme accidentally? Yes.
Right.
But we didn't set out with criminal intent.
And he felt that would exonerate you from the charges they had outlined.
Exactly. A big thing at trial was promoting like my age, promoting that parents were grown adults giving a kid, 17, 18 years old, all this money at this crazy interest rate.
Right.
I think a lot of the problem is that we're a one-man team against the United States government. They have 50 people coming to court every day.
Yeah.
You're up on an uphill battle. I mean, I testified for 2 days.
And you also outlined your whole case against them when you talked to them.
And then the biggest thing was my business partner they were putting pressure on him. They eventually got to like his aunt and uncle, started threatening them. They play dirty, the feds. This is what they do. And he takes a deal where he's going to testify in court against me in exchange for immunity. He just had a state charge, a misdemeanor for lying to the Department of Banking about some clothing or whatever that we bought. So he gets no jail time, comes off scotch-free, and testifies for 2 days. My lawyer has a field day with him because we proved like 100 times he lied on the stand. When these defendants get immunity deals and stuff, they say whatever they need to say.
Right.
People will say, oh, they'll just get charged with perjury, but very rarely are they getting... It's so hard to prove, because it's just he said, she said.
Yeah. Wow. So now you go through all this, like the case is getting built against you. Is this involving any of the mob guys? This is just the initial investors with the 500,000.
No, I never talked to anyone about like dangerous people. Never mentioned I was threatened. I wasn't going to throw anyone under the bus.
Wow.
Never tried to save myself. Never tried to say, oh, I know these guys that are dealing drugs. I know this. Never that.
Right.
Never. I'll die with that.
Wow.
And so while I'm on trial against the federal government, they eventually indict me in January 2015 after a year of investigating. They raid my house, guns blazing, like 5 in the morning. I had actually just came back from the casino, ironically, and I went to bed for like an hour, and then they barged in, house surrounded, cars up and down the street.
So you were at the casino, like trying to make money
all the time. That's how I was funding the club in its early stages.
Right.
Because we're booking these big acts, and I would also be getting arrested some nights too. I got arrested on liquor charges because we were selling liquor without a permit. Just to make money, we're selling bottles. Right. One night we emptied all the red Gatorade bottles and took jungle juice and poured it in and sold it for $5 once the cops started coming onto us.
Right.
We'd do crazy shit like that. The DJ duo Dubs?
Yeah.
So I did a show with them and I got arrested in the middle of their show. The cops raided the place for this liquor charge.
So while you're being investigated, you're still throwing shows.
So yeah, I ran the club all up until the month before I got sentenced to prison.
And so the thought is to try to make money on the shows to then do what?
I wanted to sell the business. I wanted to build the business up so I could sell it and pay everyone back. That was my dying goal.
And so all these people with the case against you, are you trying to pay off that debt at all? Or are you just letting that be?
Once the investigation starts, I got court orders. I can't communicate with them. That's a condition of release.
Gotcha.
So when I get arrested, we had a deal with the government that I would turn myself in if there were charges filed, because I knew for months I was getting charged. We just didn't know how many charges or what the situation was.
Right.
And they didn't honor that deal. They did not I was still running the club. They raid the place, arrest me, bring me out in handcuffs. The detective that started the whole investigation comes like a scene in the movie, and he's like, "You remember me, Mr. Bick?" And I'm like, "Yes, I remember you." And they bring me down. I get arraigned. I'm on a $250,000 bond. In federal court, you don't actually put up the money. You just sign like my dad signed for his house or whatever, that they could go after him if
they use the house as collateral.
Yeah, but you're not like putting up like a lien or anything or whatever like that. It's just like they can go up for it.
Right.
And then I had my conditions of bond. They banned me from social media because they didn't want me reaching out to victims, but they really just didn't want me running the club. They were trying to disable me for the club.
And why do you think that was?
They didn't like it. They didn't like what I was still like taunting, like I was still in the news. Like the second I got released from court, I did an interview with NBC, and that just pissed them off. Like I did NBC.
Yeah, it makes sense. You're kind of rubbing it in the investigation's face.
They did not like
that. Is the agency like concerned about giving you DJs and like giving you acts, considering that you're under investigation?
When I got indicted, my first call was to our co-promoter at Envy Concepts. I said, listen, I'm out. We still got shows to do. Let's do it. He said, okay. And he smoothed everything over with the agents.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something I'm always curious about to this day. Like, these are the biggest agents and agencies in the world. Like, what did they see in me, or like, why, you know?
Right.
Like, why didn't they cut ties with me?
And I mean, I guess you were paying them.
They were still getting paid, yeah.
Right. And was there any issue with the shows? Like, were all those shows making money?
You would have some winners and you would have some losers. That's the nature of the game. Not every show's going to win.
Got it.
After we did the NBC thing, I sold out like 3 or 4 shows.
Right.
I was getting a lot of press, but also while this is going on, they kept trying to violate my bond because I was still on social media. I had changed my name from Ian Bick to Ian Parker.
Right.
Because you need social media to promote the club.
Right.
And I had the business pages.
So you break the bond order.
Yep. They were always trying to violate me. Eventually the judge rules in my favor.
Well, you violated yourself by going on social media.
But it was something I had to do. Now at this point,
you could have got someone else, like your business partner, someone else to...
they wanted me to delete the pages.
Oh, wow.
That was the court order.
And you felt like that was unfair.
I felt that was illegal for them to order to delete the pages.
Right.
So that was the thing. So probation kept trying to violate.
And once again, authorities telling you to do something, they're making a rule against you specifically.
Yep. Eventually they ruled that I couldn't have my personal pages, but the business pages I could have, but they just had to be monitored by a third party to make sure I wasn't talking to witnesses.
Okay. So if you violate the deals of your bond, what happens then? Do you lose that?
I go to, they try to violate me like 4 or 5 times over social media.
Yeah.
I win every time, and eventually the court rules I can have all my social media.
Okay.
Now, at the same time this is going on, the city of Danbury is extorting me and blackmailing me for EMS services. So by law, they're supposed to provide ambulance services and stuff. Well, they come up with this idea one night. They said I have to start hiring them and paying them privately. And now I'm paying them $3,000 to $5,000 every night, every time I do a show, which is eating into profits, causing me to lose money.
Yeah.
By racking up these bills so they would stay off my back. It was pretty much if I didn't pay for them, they were raiding the place, they were going to shut it down, this and that.
And are you going to all the shows? Like, are you partying?
I'm at every show. No, I don't party. No.
Right.
I'm running it.
You're not
working
drinking.
It. No, there'd be nights back-to-back shows I don't sleep. I'm cleaning the venue because I don't have much operating money.
Okay, so you're taking it seriously though. You're like, I'm going to get this business out. At this point, you're not doing parties for yourself.
I'm not drinking. I'm in grind mode, man. Like, I'm hustling. I'm 19 years old. I'm cleaning the bathrooms. Let me tell you, girls that go to raves are the most disgusting thing ever. I'm like cleaning the bathrooms. I'm on hustle mode, picking up artists, doing whatever I have to do.
Okay.
And so they keep raiding the place, the city. And at this point, I'm not selling liquor illegally anymore or whatever, because I have too much heat on me. I can't afford to get arrested or anything, because now I'm on federal bond, and I would go to prison if I violated that. And I stopped going to the casino because one of the conditions of release is to stop going to the casino.
Oh, really?
So so they bring me to court because I start bouncing checks with the EMS service, because I can't afford to pay it. Like, it's crazy. Eventually, they tried to violate me over that, and the judge rules that it was illegal for them to mandate me to pay for the EMS service.
Right.
And that's when it stops right there. And I make good on like the last payment or whatever. That ends that.
Okay.
Now, this whole year, 2015, because the trials ended 2015, I'm just this 19-year-old kid running this music venue that's getting bigger and bigger by the day in Connecticut.
Getting legit acts.
Legit acts, the Chainsmokers, Steve Aoki, Zed's Dead, Blau,
those are cool shows, huh?
Dubs, like crazy shows. We're doing after movies all on YouTube, like photography, everything. Like, these are real world acts. I'm running, it's every kid's dream to be running a music venue.
Right. So this is what you always wanted to do.
Yeah.
Except at this point you had racked up hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt.
And this is what I should have done with that initial investment. If I had taken Henry's money to form this idea and then somehow got a liquor license on it, it would have been huge.
Right. And you would have been fine.
It would have been fine. But I didn't. And I think it always resulted back to I got lazy. I didn't stick to my roots of what I was good at, promoting and working for myself and having someone else deal with the business aspect of it.
Yeah.
And the second I got back to that, things started working out. but it was too late.
Got it.
Now, by the fall, I'm still in a bad financial mess, and I just get found guilty on like half of the charges in court. And I start going to the casino again. And I'm going against the conditions of my release. I'm sneaking out of state. By this point, my license is suspended too in Connecticut. I had a Camaro and a Mustang. Like from a year prior, I kept getting speeding tickets going to New York. Never paid them. They racked up. License gets suspended. So I start taking either the train or a taxi cab for $100 to New York. I put my phone on airplane mode. I wear like all black and a hood, and I go to the casino to gamble.
Can you leave the state?
No, not legally.
So, but this is again addict mindset where you're
Addict
like,
mindset. I'm doing whatever, selling whatever, using concert money to go. I would win probably 60% of the time, lose 40%.
And you're trying to get this money
for the club
to put into the club.
Yep.
Is the club making money at this point?
First year was a loss. We
Yeah.
took probably like $150,000 loss the first year. The second and third years were profitable years.
Okay.
It was on the up and up. It's a normal business.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. You're going to lose for a while and then.
Yeah, I was able, like the first year I was paying like $8,000 for production. I got that down to $2,000 or $3,000. Like
Yeah.
I learned, you know?
Your margins get better over time.
Yeah. I mean, and like the electric was high. I figured out costs. I mean, like, I don't know if you saw that video, but I fucked over the electric company at one point.
Yeah, that shit's crazy. Like you have this electric bill, but then
Yeah.
you basically take wood and hide the meter.
Yep. I put all this wood in front of the meter, and people were like coming at me on TikTok saying, oh, they could shut it off or whatever digitally, but I don't think they could back then. I took all this wood, put it in front, got away with it for like 6 or 7 months.
Crazy.
And what I didn't tell in that story is when they shut it off, I had to go and rent a commercial generator because that was the night of our Carnage show. I had to rent, and the show had to go on. So I found some electrician that randomly helped me hook up this, you know, it was like a $2,000 a day generator to our building.
Because the electricity was cut off.
Yep. And I needed to do the show. So that was just more, I always, like, when I cut corners, it ended up costing me more money.
Yeah, because you would always find a way
to make money.
But
and
that was
then,
an expensive way
exactly.
to get there.
So this happened about 3 times, by the way, this whole electric fiasco where I had to get a generator and put it in, and then the city would come and they said, well, you didn't have a permit, but they didn't shut me because there's like a loophole with it. If the work's already done, if they come and inspect it right then and clear, it's okay. Obviously, if it's not safe, they wouldn't allow it, but the hookup was fine if it was done correctly.
Right.
So I would do that. And now while this is going on, while I'm on trial, I get a job at a Chinese restaurant to help fund the club too. I'm this little white kid working in downtown Danbury at a Chinese restaurant. So I'm doing that, and I'm sometimes sleeping on the couch at the club, and I'm walking to the dollar store down the road and with a red shopping cart looking like a homeless person, filling it up with like candy, water, soda, gum to sell at the club. And I'm just like, I'm in grind mode, just doing whatever I could. I'm very overweight at this point, like 260, 270 pounds.
Oh, wow.
Eating really bad. I do have a girlfriend that I met through the club who's like very loyal, like sticking by my side throughout this whole thing.
Wow.
And I'm just like this kid who the whole outside of the world thinks I have everything when I really don't. And I'm just like struggling, and like I'm very depressed and like trying to keep it going.
Yeah, because now at one point you were like, oh, I'm this whiz kid that's throwing all these events, making all this money. I used to be up 60,000 and I was going to be the next Zuckerberg, next Scooter Braun, next whatever. And now you're in like a semi-profitable club with this trial against you, federal agents on your back. Now you're like, you owe money technically to your dad who loaned you money.
I owe money to everyone and their mother.
Yeah.
Vendors. And the only thing keeping me going is this idea that I can one day get out of this.
Which is that gambling mindset. This is like the idea of a gambler. It's like, I lost all this money, but I swear the next spin, I'm going to fucking make it.
Yeah. I mean, I just kept taking out the club. See, the club, I was in a high risk business where I had to it took money to make money. So I had to keep borrowing more money, and I keep doing this, and it's just this giant hole, and it's just a money pit.
But you love the high risk. Like, that's a part of it.
And I also, dude, the popularity and the clout and everything. Like, whenever I announced an artist, people were going crazy. They were talking about me on social media.
Let me get a whatever. Like,
yeah, like I was the king. Like I was this king promoter in Connecticut, and like that feeling, like no one to have that, like all that energy and popularity on you, like it's insane, especially to have at that young age.
Okay, so now you go to trial. Are you taking trial more seriously now? Like before, you were on your phone, not really giving a fuck, trying to promote parties.
I mean, I was fighting for my life at trial. Like this is literally my freedom. Like
you see it on the table, like, oh, I actually might go to prison now.
Yeah, I mean, we always thought even if I lost, I wouldn't get prison, and I still think to this day I probably wouldn't have. I caused that by going out of state. They caught me. My bond got revoked.
It's a gamble.
Yeah. So that happens a year after the trial. But
Oh,
we thought
wow.
even if I lost a trial, I would get probably probation or house arrest.
And
or
you
something.
plead not guilty.
Plead not guilty.
On what grounds? Just like trying to maneuver.
Just to all that. There's 15 federal charges. I was indicted on 10 counts of wire fraud, 4 counts of money laundering, and 1 count of making a false statement to law enforcement officers.
The false statement being.
That first postal inspector meeting.
Gotcha.
And altogether, if you add up all that time, it would add up to like 125 years in prison. But the news media puts that out for clickbait. Really,
Sure.
my guidelines were like after trial, like 9 to 11 years.
Even that though, at
a long
18, that's a
time.
long fucking time. Especially if you are not really sure what crimes you're committing up until that point.
Yeah.
And obviously the wire fraud is from all the investors that thought they were investing in electronics business that was going somewhere else, and then
Exactly.
paying them back with money from other investors. And then the money laundering.
Money laundering. So that's not your typical money laundering of like drug dealing or anything like that. That's they were claiming that the wire fraud is the illicit ill-gotten gains, like that money. And then if I use it to buy a jet ski, that's a money laundering because that's concealing the money that's stolen.
Got it. So so technically it's stolen money, and then you're buying a jet ski
To
or you're
conceal
buying a
it.
car or
Yeah.
whatever. Gotcha.
And that's a money laundering.
Gotcha. Yeah, I can see kind of what you're talking about, because in my mind, I'm like, I don't know if that's money laundering.
Yeah.
But then I guess technically you break it down and you're like, oh no, it is.
But not as an 18-year-old kid or a 17-year-old kid doing this.
Right. I mean, I could definitely see that like using investor funds to buy personal items and toys is wrong.
Agreed.
But I didn't see that as money laundering. But
I
now
just
you
feel like that
explain
was a
it.
double charge, you know? Like the wire fraud, totally fair, but the money laundering aspect, I don't know.
I see.
Yeah.
Right. Because it's like, yo, I'm already floating the money around.
Yeah.
But I guess they're going to get you on everything they can get you on.
Yeah, all they need in these cases, like when you see someone pled guilty to 1 count, they were probably threatened with 15. That's what they do. They'll overcharge. They'll stack up as much as possible.
Just to get one guilty
They
plea.
just need 1 to stick to get
Yeah.
the jail time. That's it.
Okay,
you could have
so-
100 charges, get found guilty on 99. You're still getting the same jail time that you did at 100.
So now you're being sentenced. Like all of this image stuff is kind of falling apart.
I think it was very defeating. Like I was very cocky, did not think I was going to prison. And what happened was my friends that were working for me at the club. This is in 2016. I just turned 21. They were the only ones that knew, along with my dad, that I was going out of state to gamble to win money for the club.
And did they tell you like, bro, don't go, stop pushing it?
No, they drove me. Some of them drove me. And yeah, they were my drivers. They were loyal to me at the club. We were friends. They were helping me. They knew I genuinely did not set out. When all the kids from Danbury High School and whatever were talking shit about me online,
Yeah.
these new kids, new friends, were defending me. I feel like I went through so many phases in life of friends because this whole story elapses over different time periods.
Right.
But it's all within the same time period.
And in the
there's
same
all
place.
Yeah, and there's all these different characters. Everyone overlaps, and the only one that pieces it together is me.
Right.
I'm the middle of this giant web.
Right.
And so these kids get the idea. They thought I was running the club like shit, not business minded, which was fair because I was in such a big hole from the past.
Mm-hmm.
So they get the idea to call the FBI.
Who?
My friends that were working for me at the club.
Why?
They call the FBI and they tell them, they work out a deal with the FBI that they would give up what they had on me and they can take over the club. So this was their new plan. So the FBI was thrilled to hear this information that I was going out of state against my bond because they had tried for 5 months or five
Right,
different
to
hearings.
get you on the social media thing, to get you on anything.
Exactly. So now when the FBI gets this information, they sit on it for like 6 months.
Are they driving you knowing that they're going to sell you out?
I think they eventually, so I quit for a while. So when I was driving in like the beginning of 2016 with them, then I stopped until the end. Like I stopped cold turkey. I was like, I can't do this anymore. This is too much stress, too much weight on my shoulders, the lying, probation, everything like that. And so they give this information to them. The FBI finds out I'm not still going, and they sit on the information because they wanted to, and I read the reports later on that they wanted to actually investigate it because they can't go to court and lose again.
Right.
So my friends, I wanted to take the club, didn't think it was going to take so long. So they're sitting, working with me this whole time that they're selling me out to the FBI.
Whoa.
I'm with them. And eventually we have a falling out over something entirely different. And I didn't realize until I went to prison that they were the ones that ratted on me when I got the documents. So the whole time their snitches are working right under me, against me, and I thought they were my friends.
That's crazy.
And eventually we just had a falling out over something entirely different. We went our separate ways. and that was it.
Do you think they have a justification, like devil's advocate against yourself? Do you think they were like, look, Ian was doing this, this, and this to us, so we sold him out because we were going to take over the business and he was being an asshole anyway? Like,
No.
did they try that?
I always tried to help them.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't do any, and I'm not just saying this to make me look good, but I mean, I didn't have much to offer them except for like helping them like the best they could get into the industry. They met artists, they built a career around it.
Right.
Some of them have successful careers now because of their ties they made. Like, you know, this industry is all like networking and connections and stuff. And I didn't give them a good enough reason to go to the level of ratting someone out on that level.
Wow.
I didn't screw with their money. I didn't owe them money. I didn't disrespect them. They wanted to take the club.
Crazy.
And so eventually what happens is I get a hearing, an emergency bond violation hearing. I go to the court with my dad that day, and the judge tells me the party's over.
Wow.
And that I got remanded into custody, and my dad had to go back to my mom and say, hey, Ian's not coming home. And then I was in a detention center in Rhode Island for 3 weeks, and then 3 weeks later, I got sentenced to 3 years in federal prison. And I was 21 years old.
That's crazy. So you were already guilty at that point. You were already convicted of those charges.
Almost a year later, yeah.
But weren't sure of what the sentencing would be. You didn't think it would be jail time.
Yeah.
They get you on the bond violation.
Government asked for 7 to 8 years at court. Guidelines were 9 to 11. Government asked for 7 to 8. Judge departed down because of my age. In this sense, it helped me that I went to trial because it understood the judge's mentality. It was a very fair judge. He understood my whole case and everything.
Right.
But what hurt me was he got pissed that, and in all fairness, that I was disobeying the court's order.
So had you never gone out of town,
I don't think I
at
would
least
have
been
got
caught for that,
Yeah, I wouldn't have got jail time.
like a fine, you would have to pay restitution.
Restitution, I would say house arrest.
Right.
I don't, or at worst, a year and a day. I don't see
Wow.
myself getting 3 years. Because if 3 years and a year of house arrest is the punishment for doing all that disregarding the court, one could only think that had I been a perfect honorary person, maybe even closed the club, got a job. I mean, I got a job the last month, but that was just trying to save myself.
Right. Chinese restaurant, Whole Foods, like that kind of stuff.
But had I closed the club right after trial and said, hey, I'm going to work a job and try to make this right, I probably would have got away from the jail time.
Do you get their perspective that like while you're being investigated, you're still like throwing these parties and partying and blah, blah, blah. Like even if you were in a different industry, but doing the same thing, optically, it probably wouldn't look the same. Like, do you get their point of view?
I 100% get their point of view, but I also, my mindset was that's what I needed to do at the time to succeed. I was going through like the gambling and everything because I believed in my heart at the time that Tuxedo Junction, the nightclub I was running, was the only way out of this situation and was the only way in my mind to make it right. There was no thoughts of a movie deal. There was no thoughts of a TV deal. There was no thoughts of TikTok or anything at that time.
Right.
My thought was I didn't see down the road. I didn't look at different options. I looked at all I have right now is a nightclub. This is what I'm going to do with it.
Right.
And that's what drove me to whatever ends. If I had to go to the casino to win money to pay an artist, it all led back to whatever it took to keep the nightclub rolling.
Now, the victims, the people that had invested all this money to you, both like the mob people, but also like your friends and your friends' parents, did you feel like they knew that something fishy was up considering how their returns were?
I think a lot of people didn't bat an eye towards it until it was bad. Until
Right.
things got bad.
They get a letter from a lawyer being like, we don't know what's going on.
I think no one asked questions. I think out of all the investors, one person actually took the time to sit down with us, look at spreadsheets, look at all that, which obviously we faked.
Right.
But everyone else, it was just about the returns.
Gotcha.
It wasn't what I was doing. I could have been selling drugs. They cared about the money. And a lot of that came out in court.
Now, who were these people? Like, I don't know, obviously you might not be able to talk about them, but like, were they like old pensioners that gave up their last dollar to, try to make an investment? Or were they like wealthy people? I'm trying to like get an idea of who they were.
I would say about half of them are wealthy people that like had the excess money into investments, like them losing. So like the average person lost probably $20,000.
Right.
Or maybe I think it went from like anywhere from 10 to 20,000. One person maybe lost 30 to 40 or 50. And then Henry's was the biggest, losing the 225.
Yeah.
No one lost like their life savings over it. And I'm not trying to downplay like what someone's loss is.
Yeah, you shouldn't defraud people. No
Yeah,
matter what.
losing money is losing money.
Yeah.
So I don't really like looking at it like that, but it's not like someone was out on the street because of it too.
Right.
Like in that sense of it.
Got it.
But I don't want to like downplay that in any way, saying, oh, it's okay because they were like...
I mean, 250,000 from this dude, Henry, that like got the money from a settlement. Like,
yeah,
he got injured and then the money got taken from that fund. And like, that sucks.
The Henry situation is just like such a different perspective. Because the problem with Henry's thing is his was a perfect legitimate investment that he knew going into it he could lose money, whereas the others were guaranteed money. The problem with Henry's investment is it's so commingled with all this fraudulent activity that with the electronics and this and that, you know, so it's hard to differentiate the two. So like in the court system, that money gets added to restitution because even though I was found not guilty or a mistrial on it, because it's from the same time period, it could still get lumped together.
Right. And you were lumping it all together in that same pool in that same bank account.
But like I will always stand firm to this day that Henry's money was a legitimate investment. He got the concerts he was promised for. It lost money. And, you know, it's fair that he deserves money back because of the lies and not the truthfulness of it.
Right.
But if there was any other situation, he would have lost his money fair and square.
Right. But you didn't communicate properly what was going on.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And I felt bad about losing the money. So like I'll always say to this day, like I would give him the money back if I had it.
Right. Had you just been upfront with him, maybe that money wouldn't have been considered in the restitution.
I think they would have counted it anyways.
I got you.
Yeah, just because of how the court system works and everything.
Got you. Okay. So now you get sentenced, you're in prison, not coming home. It's all kind of finally dawning on you. Like, how do you feel in that moment?
It didn't really hit me until probably like a few weeks in. Like the first night I couldn't really sleep in prison. I was with like some crackhead that was like just coming down from a high and he was like bouncing off the walls. I couldn't eat. He's like, yo, you gonna eat your cheese sandwich? I was like, here, take it. And you're sleeping on this hard bunk. And it's like what you see in TV. Like you're locked into this cell, door shuts. The first 2 days, like you're in the cell because you have to get your TB test. You can't get released out into the general population. You're getting processed in. It was a shitty situation. I was in a private jail. And it sucked. The food sucked. You barely fed anything. Medical sucked. There was no good books or anything. And funny story is when I got to the pod, I ran into that kid that sold us the electronics. He had because he ends up getting charged and indicted for Henry's money and a separate fraud scheme. And he takes a plea deal, gets 27 months in prison, but he's in the prison that I'm in, the detention center, because his bond got revoked for getting like a DUI or something like that while on bond.
What do you say when you see him?
We catch up and whatnot. Just funny that like our worlds collide again. And they were calling him, he was like running the joint. They called him Harry Potter. He was running like the gambling tickets and everything like that.
Oh, wow. Were you angry at this point? Like, damn, I got put in prison. These people flipped on me. Like,
I definitely harbored some resentment towards the whole prison thing.
Yeah.
I don't think it wasn't until like the end of it or even when I got out that I really kind of like let everything go.
Right.
And didn't hold like any anger or resentment. I definitely harbored a lot of anger towards my business partner because I didn't think it was fair that he got off easy when we were 50-50 partners.
Right. And
it just wasn't a fair situation.
Gotcha. So now you're in this main prison, you get transferred out?
So I go from, I had quite the federal prison experience. So over the course of my prison stay, I go from Rhode Island to Brooklyn. I was at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
From there, I go to the Fort Dix Low Security Prison in New Jersey. From there, I go to the Danbury Low Security Prison in Danbury, my hometown. That's kind of bringing it full circle. I went from owning the nightclub in Danbury to being a federal inmate.
Right.
From there, I go to Philadelphia. I then go back to Brooklyn. And then from Brooklyn, I go to Chicago. And then, I go to Oklahoma City first. Then I go to Chicago. And then from Chicago, I end up in Wisconsin, which was a federal prison camp. I did my last year there. And came home in January of 2019.
Why did you get transferred so much?
So when I made it, it was normal to go from the private center to the Brooklyn Detention Center. That was in the FBOP's rule.
And the Brooklyn Detention Center, is that like a high risk?
That's everyone. They're mixing everyone.
That's just a Gen Pop.
Yep, Gen Pop. You're locked down like 8 hours a day or whatever. You do not want to be in a detention center. That's like what you see on TV.
And how long were you there the first time?
Like a month. So I was a month at the private place, a month in Brooklyn.
Right.
You're just waiting there in transit. That's not your designated spot. You're waiting to get designated.
And you get designated just...
to Fort Dix Low Security Prison.
This is like some Harry Potter shit. They're basically just like, all right, where are we going to put you? Sorting Hat. He's going to Fort Dix.
So I should have gone to a camp, but because of my age, my points were high. I was over the threshold to get to a camp. So I was at a low security prison that's behind the fence, not a country club whatsoever. You're mixed with sex offenders, drug dealers. There could be guys that were there for murder. It's anyone that's serving 20 years or less in their sentence.
Okay.
Is at this Fort Dix low security prison.
Got it. But when you're at the Brooklyn Center, that's a legit, like, that's...
Those are people pending trial.
Okay, but that could be anyone.
That could be anyone, yeah. They can mix you. That's why they'll keep, like, high-profile celebrities in like, the SHU, a separate unit.
And are they choosing up? Like, is there gang activity at that prison?
Yeah, there's some gang activity, but it's very, like, you don't have... No one has much property. Like, there is some commissary. People have hustles, but there's not much you could get into. Not really much contraband. Not really any cell phones. You're in, like, a tower. It's like a large tower.
Gotcha.
It's like what you would see on, like, 60 Days In, like what the cafeteria is like in the middle of the pod and it's surrounded by prison cells.
Now, is it scary? Or people, like, trying to jump you? Like,
I never felt in danger in the detention centers.
Oh, really?
I mean, I just felt at an even slate because everyone's fighting their case and whatever. People tend to gravitate towards the people in transit because they want to know what the prison system's like. A lot of these guys in Brooklyn at the detention center are people that are pending their charges. They don't know what a federal prison's like. They want to know what sentence they got. It's a lot of communication connection. People were like, oh, what prison are you going to? And I would say where I'm going. They said, pass a message on to so-and-so, this and that. It's like a connector's point. Because you have people from all over the prison system at this spot.
And it's not super dangerous. There's people coming in. There's people coming out.
Yep, danger does happen, especially if gang on gang and stuff. But at this place, no one knows me. No one's checking paperwork, which is the concept of proving if you're not a rat or a sex offender. So you could be living with a rat. You could be living with a sex offender. You really don't know.
And people will just say, nah, I'm in here because I stole from whatever.
Yeah, there's no way to check it unless a guard tells on a person.
Got you. And so now, it's called Fort Dix? That was the...
Fort Dix. It was an old Army base converted into a federal prison.
That seems like a pretty good spot to go. Like,
dude,
low security. Like, did you get lucky with that?
This was like a college campus.
Really?
When I was astounded. It's all these different buildings. It's not what I pictured prison to be at all. Our rooms were 12-man rooms. So the whole unit was this 3-story building. It's one guard watching like 400 inmates. You're locked into this building, but you're free to roam around. There's TV rooms. There's a little workout room. There's pool tables.
How much outside time do you get?
Outside, you could pretty much go out anytime during the day during certain moves. They'd call it like a 10-minute move. And you could leave the building on these moves and you could be in the yard, either the weight room or at the gym. You could play sports. So there's movements.
Okay.
Sometimes they would close the yard due to weather, or they would close the yard due to an incident or whatever. But it's surrounded by a fence, but you're free to roam around. There's a track and whatnot.
That's great.
Yeah, so it's literally like a college campus.
Did you get lucky to get sent here?
I mean, that's where I was low security.
Right. So it's not like you were going to get sent to some terrible high security.
No, not
max.
at all. Lucky would have been if I got sent to the camp right away. But I wouldn't say I was necessarily lucky this first place. I was just where I was supposed to go.
Okay.
But there's such a mix of people at this prison camp. The cafeteria is like a big, like picture a high school cafeteria with those seating and the chairs.
And the food is?
Food is a little better than the detention center. You have inmates cooking the food. You're getting bigger portions. There's like a buffet line. There's like a salad bar. There's fountain sodas, like the knockoff ones, but there's fountain sodas. There's desserts. It's better. You don't get seconds or anything, but the commissary is better. It's like a big economy. This place had like 5,000 inmates. Everyone's into every type of hustle. People are making hooch. They're gambling.
What is hooch?
It's like a type of liquor or wine. It's like they're making like, they make it off of like fruits, moldy fruits or whatever. They put it in the wall in a bag, let it stir up.
Just in the wall?
Yeah, in the wall. People are selling cell phones. There's a huge cell phone thing. You could walk around. You could rent a cell phone for $5. It would be like 5 or 6 mackerels an hour. That was the currency. It was
what do you mean
mackerels.
mackerels?
Is a pouch of fish.
Oh, like literally fish?
Yeah, fish is worth $1 each. That's like what a mackerel is.
And so that became the currency?
That was a currency in books of stamps, which were $10 each.
So one book of stamps, basically like a page of stamps, was $10.
And you would convert that, say like I was a new kid on the block, and if you wanted cash and I needed mackerels to like get a haircut or rent a cell phone or do whatever, I would wire you, Western Union you the money. My peoples would Western Union you the money, and you would give me the books of stamps at like a discount. If I wanted 100 books of stamps, they would sell that. Instead of $1,000, it would be like $850. Because the cash is gold. People want the cash.
And then you write a letter to your parents or something.
No, you hop on a cell phone and so you would hop on a contraband cell phone and say, hey, I need to send so-and-so X amount of dollars. People are using Cash App in prison. It's like everyone has a cell phone. People are doing all this crazy stuff. You could buy a cell phone at Fort Dix for anywhere from $1,500 to $3,000.
Wow.
iPhones weren't really a big thing because it's harder to get the chargers for that. But people were, a lot of Androids, they would use like Boost mobile phone plans, and people would convert like the ceiling lights into chargers. You could plug with prongs. They would wire it up to the ceiling light into the fan.
And COs aren't checking on this?
They are, but so you would have lookouts outside on the top of the building to see if multiple COs were rushing the building. You would have someone checking the office down below because there's 2 different staircases to run up. So when the CO is making his normal rounds and going up one staircase, inmates are holding their phones and going down the other staircase. Another guy's hustle was making these pouches for phones to hide in. So they would put the phone in the pouch in your area, but that didn't obviously work when they were doing the wands, like the metal detector wands.
Right.
It was astounding. Like there would be guys making thousands of dollars a week in prison, doing their hustles and sending it home to their families to live off of.
Wow. And there's probably drugs coming in and out. Like...
Major drugs. K2 was the biggest thing. And people it would basically get sprayed. It was like a K2 spray. People would get it mailed in, and you would smoke this piece of paper, and that shit fucks you up. They would put chairs in the bathroom.
Did you ever do it?
No, never. I was never into the drugs. I don't trust that.
Right.
But these guys would smoke it, and they would be so fucked up they had to sit in the chair. Like count time would get messed up because they count you like 4 or 5 times a day.
And they don't smell the smoke? Like
they do it, but this is like, it's a 3-story building with 1 CO, you know? By the time you know the CO's walking, you're out, and they can't prove who did it. Wow. There's no cameras in these buildings either.
Why?
The BOP just published an article saying they need to replace or add in their outdated cameras. But yeah, there's no cameras.
Wow.
This is not what you would expect for a federal prison whatsoever.
And so are you making friends? Like,
I had a rough time in the beginning.
Are there gangs? Like,
there's some gangs. I mean, they're called cars in prison. So like the Italians ran together. That's called the Italian car. That's like who you ran with. It also goes by state. The New York car rides together. There's the New England car. There's different cars.
So you would be in the Connecticut car?
Yes, but I didn't know how that worked in the beginning. So my struggle was, technically the process is you come in, you get linked up with your people, you find out who they are, and then you would show them your paperwork to prove you're not a rat, not a sex offender. They would give you a care package, take care of you, look after you. Yeah. I didn't do that. I didn't have any prison experience. I didn't know what to do. So guys right away started targeting me and saying I was a sex offender. And because I was young and white in prison, and there was no young white guys in for fraud. So there's really no young white kids in federal prison in general, unless it's like a RICO case. So
most of the young white kids are in because they're sex offenders.
Exactly. So I remember the first time I sat down in the chow hall, they looked at me and they said, "You can't sit there." And I'm like, "What do you mean I can't sit here?" He's like, "You belong with them." And he points to a table with all these guys with glasses, older guys, like looking at me like I'm fresh prey. And that was the sex offender table. And that's like the lowest thing you could be in prison, is like a sex offender or a child killer or anything like that.
Right.
And they all thought I was a sex offender. And when I said I'm here for fraud, they said that's what they all say, because that's normally the cover story. Eventually, like after a month of this, I got my paperwork in, my sentencing transcript, and I showed it to everyone, and it showed I wasn't a rat and I wasn't a sex offender, and I had a much easier time. But there were situations where guys would try to extort me. They wanted me to smuggle them in drugs. I remember one time these guys said, "Listen, we're sending drugs to your address. You need to figure out a way to get it in." And it was like this whole big thing. And they were like, "We're going to hurt you if you don't do this." And eventually I did get lucky. 2 things happened. One guy ended up getting caught with a cell phone brought to the shoe. And the next one, I started befriending guys. And I would look after them. Like I would buy them commissary, guys that didn't have anything. These are bigger guys that kind of ran the yard, and they looked after me, and people stopped fucking with me.
And so were they fucking with you because they thought you were?
It was a mixture of both. They looked at me as fresh prey, and I wasn't riding with anyone. So the fact that I was solo by myself, it was easier for me to get singled out.
And it took you a while to ride with people because you didn't have your paperwork to prove you weren't a molester.
And I didn't know how the whole process worked. And by the time I had it and stuff, people didn't really want to deal with me because I had already gotten myself in trouble by moving around too much. I was trying to gamble. I was playing dice in prison, the game CeeLo.
Yeah.
I was doing all these things like moving around because I was just trying to, the hustler mentality in me, the adrenaline rush, trying to be involved with everything.
Right.
And that got me into trouble.
You're back to high school. You're like, let me fit in. What can I do?
Exactly.
To fit in?
I was trying so hard to fit in, and prison is the last place you want to try to fit in at.
Right. So if you could go back to that first month, what would you have done different?
I would have just kept to myself, because that way no one knows. It's better to not be known what you're going to do than already show your cards and they know your vulnerability.
Right.
So with me, I technically showed my cards. They knew I was not like a fighter. I wasn't the type of kid that, like, they didn't know if I was carrying a shank or anything or what I was doing. There would be guys that you would walk around. I remember there was a raid one time and my bunkmate hands me this rod that's like this long and it's a shank. He says, take it. And I'm like, what do you mean take it? He's like, put it down your pants, take it. Because of his skin color, he knew I wouldn't get searched. And he would.
He's a black dude?
He was a black dude. And he knew I wouldn't get searched because I was new. I was there. I looked like a sex offender. They don't get fucked with. And I put it down my pants in that moment. And I didn't get searched. And they would do that in phone situations too, if there was a phone or whatever. Also, coming out of the chow hall on chicken days, we'd get a half rotisserie chicken. That was the best meal on Thursdays.
Yeah.
Guys would take a coffee bag and smuggle it out of the chow hall. NCOs would guard the doors to make sure you weren't smuggling food out. Or the kitchen workers would try to smuggle out a bunch of food. So they would give it to me, and I would stuff my khaki pants because you always had to wear your green or tan khakis when you're at chow line. Yeah, back to the khakis, and I would stuff it down my pants. I had like multiple bags of coffee bags. I'm like waddling out of the chow hall to smuggle the kitchens. They didn't fuck with me. The guards never fucked with me.
And when you were helping these people out, like you hide some dude's shank, is he grateful, or is he like, oh, I'll hook you up?
Well, that was my bunkmate. Like, we were in a 12-man room, so basically you always do whatever you can for your bunkmate. Unless you're a sex offender or like a rat, they will kick you out of that room. Like, you're allowed to sleep there, but the rule is if you're one of those, you're only sleeping there. In the morning, you got to get up, you got to mop the floor, you got to clean the room, and that's it. You have to go to the library for the day. You can't hang out in the room all day.
Oh, wow.
You're sitting in the back of the TV room. You're not getting a good TV spot. There's certain rules. But also at the same time, no one's fucking with these guys because they don't want to leave the low. The low is a good spot. So they're not going out and, like, obviously you hear crazy stories. I heard about guys getting locker socked in the hallway and stuff. Like, you put the lock in the sock and just whack someone.
Whoa.
I've heard about like a rod getting like shoved up a guy's ass before in prison. Like, I've heard crazy things.
But most people are kind of on good behavior because they either came from a max or they don't want to go to a max.
The violence is very low in minimums. Does it happen? Yes. A lot of it is agitated. It's not random. It's not just because of your skin color or because of this or because of that or because you looked at someone the wrong way.
Right. People are generally like, okay, I'm in a good spot. Let's just stay here. I don't want to go to a worse prison.
I mean, some of the hardest guys that will die on their sword will get to a low and they realize they don't want to leave the low.
So then they're just chilling.
They're just chilling. Because at that point, you know, say you got 30 years, you're down to your last 10, you finally make it to a low. You want to do your 10 years in peace.
Yeah.
You're not doing the same bullshit that's at the maxes. People will comment all the time, oh, you weren't at a max, you weren't at a medium. Like, that's real shit. I'm not going to hide that. It's surviving at a USP. You know that kid that did the Silk Road thing?
Oh, yeah. Ross Oldberg.
Yeah, like, I couldn't imagine. Like, he went right to a USP because he got life. You automatically go to a USP.
And a USP is?
A penitentiary.
And
federal penitentiary.
That's the hardest spot to be.
Well, if you go to Colorado, that's the max where all like the terrorists go and stuff. That's like the worst of the worst, ADX.
Wow.
But to be at a penitentiary, there's gangs, like that's the race wars, there's everything. I couldn't imagine to him to be that age, 27, 28 years old.
Right.
A white, scrawny kid.
Yeah.
I mean, I at least like had the tattoos or whatnot. But
do you think that helped, like having tattoos?
A little bit.
Yeah.
But I also had like long hair and glasses. I look like a sex offender. We'll put it that way. I literally look like a sex offender.
Oh, that's crazy.
And I say that on TikTok now, and they always do well. Those are my best posts.
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, I mean, you just don't seem like someone that would go to any type of prison.
Yeah, I mean, people say that they're like, you went to prison.
Yeah.
So
that's crazy. So now so how long are you at Fort Dix for?
I'm at Fort Dix for about 8 months, and I end up going to the SHU, which is solitary.
Why?
A phone gets caught in our cell, and they crack the phone. So at some points, they're sending it out to the FBI or they have passwords or whatever. And they get into the phone and there's a video of me and another roommate or cellmate wrestling. We were just like wrestling for fun or whatever. And I'm in a chokehold. And they brought our whole room in for investigation. So at the lows, if you get caught with a cell phone, you're going under investigation. You're going to the SHU.
Damn.
And they normally ship you off to a higher security prison.
Did you like your bunkmate?
Oh, I had a great guy. I had really good bunkmates. My room was really good. We would play cards together. We looked after each other. It was a really tight-knit room.
So you were winning money or mackerel from other rooms?
Oh, yeah. We never bet in our own room. It was other rooms.
Wow. And they would never, like, come get you? Like...
No, I mean, sometimes I would lose and they would get money, but I got lucky looking back on it. They probably could have tried stuff. But a lot of these people did not want to leave there. And whenever you realize in these prisons, when there is a guy that comes from a higher security prison and doesn't adapt to the new mentality quick, other people find a way to get rid of him. They will set him up. Like, I was in situations where like these guys come in because they'll rally guys. So there would be younger kids, right, that would come from, say, a medium, maybe in their 20s or 30s, and they would adapt to the new lifestyle of, you need to relax. This is a good spot. You don't need to be all on edge. But then when one of their guys that's older comes from these higher security prisons, and they're still in that mentality of like, you know, stealing or attacking someone or doing whatever, that's how they do their bid to survive, or running a gang or whatever, it rallies the troops up. And that doesn't sit well with some of these inmates that have been down there for a long time and are just trying to do their time in peace.
Yeah.
So they, like, I've seen phones planted on people's beds. There's a lot of snitches. They'll write notes to the COs. They'll get the guy out of there. If you're not adapting to that environment, you're gone.
You're fucking it up for everyone.
Yep.
So we're going to hide something on you, get a CO to catch you. We're not going to look out for you like on top of the towers. At
Fort Dix, at least in my unit, the Spanish guys ran that building.
Really?
They were the head orderlies. The head orderly always is, so they're the ones that sit with the counselor all day. They tell the counselor the drama. They get to do room changes. You could pay the head orderly to get a room change. If you didn't want your bunk anymore, like if you wanted to get out of rooms, go to a top bunk, whatever, you pay him like $400 or $500 and he'll take care of it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a commodity, but he had to do 20, 30 years to get to that spot,
right,
to get that role. They give the head orderlies 2-man rooms, which was kind of nice. And those are the guys that don't get screwed with, like the head orderlies never getting searched. It's all politics. It's a lot of corruption.
Gotcha. So the inmates are running the prison and the head orderlies are running the inmates.
Pretty much.
Wow.
And there's corrupt guards, of course. Guards are at the lows. Mostly guards are smuggling in the contraband.
Really?
Yeah. Sometimes the campers will throw stuff over the fence because there's a camp next to it. But it's mainly guards. A lot of corrupt guards. Guards are sleeping with inmates. It's crazy. It's like a whole underground
Did a guard
world.
ever try you?
So a guard, when I was at the camp, this guard...
How'd you get to the camp?
I got to the camp. So going back to the camp aspect, I was in the SHU at Fort Dix.
Yeah, that's tough. Solitary for how long?
I did a total of 6 months in solitary.
That's crazy.
3 months after they cleared the investigation or whatever. Now you're in a cell 24 hours a day. Monday through Friday, you can leave for like a half hour to an hour rec time. When they'll bring you to a shower 3 times a week. You're getting handcuffed out of that cell and brought to the shower. Whenever your bunkmate has to leave, like because you have a bunkmate, when it was really overcrowded, there was 3 and they'd put a mattress down on the floor for the 3rd. You're shitting and peeing, farting, whatever, in front of this bunkmate. And all you're doing is sitting on your bunk all day. It's this little tiny cell.
So
like
you were with
prison cell.
another person
At
sometimes
one point,
too?
sometimes with 2.
Okay, so you're not completely alone.
No, for sometimes I was alone, but sometimes it's good to be alone because sometimes you get some wackies. Like there was they'd put me with sex offenders. They were always smart. Like they're not going to put you up with someone they know you're in a fight with.
Yeah.
But there was just situations like they were weird. Some guys smelt bad, didn't shower. Like I was celled with someone that did not refuse to take a shower to like get back at the guards or whatever.
Damn.
Just like crazy shit. Like, and you're in the cell all day. I was reading every day. I would read like a book a day because that's all you could do.
Right.
And I was just like going crazy. Your mind's going crazy. You're losing weight really crazy fast because you're only getting 3 meals a day. They serve breakfast at like 5 a.m. So I wasn't getting up to have breakfast.
Right.
And then the other 2 meals are at like 12 o'clock and 4 o'clock is your last meal of the day.
Wow. And are your parents still communicating with you?
You get one phone call once a month. They'll bring the phone up to the door and you have to kneel on your knees and they slip the phone through it and to make the call. And you can get visits once a week in the SHU for like 2 hours. Wow.
So your parents are visiting you?
Not in New Jersey. I told them to stop visiting me when I was in the SHU. They did come to visit me when I was a regular inmate there. They would come in the visiting room. Joe Gaitis, whatever his last name is, from Housewives, was at that prison too.
Oh, really?
So I would always see like Teresa with her kids in the visiting room.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, it was always like a big spectacle. They'd all dress up and stuff because this is after she got out of prison.
You ever talk to him?
Ran into him a couple times at the chow hall.
Yeah.
Never talked to him. He kind of ran with the Italians. He was getting like big jacked up, lost a lot of weight.
Right.
Seemed nice.
What was the first time when your parents visited you while you were in prison?
Was at the detention center in Rhode Island.
And what was that like?
So that was like your typical movie scene where there's a glass window. They have to answer a payphone to talk to you. Now at Fort Dix, when they were visiting, you could sit next to each other. You have to face the guard, but you're sitting next to each other. You can hug just when they're coming in, when they're coming out. You're in your khaki pants and your boots. You get strip searched before you get there,
Right.
and strip searched after.
Wow.
And there's vending machines so they can buy you stuff, which is nice. You could get like cheeseburgers and sandwiches and everything.
So it's nice when people are visiting.
Oh, it's nice. It gives you a break. It could be an all-day thing. You could sit there for hours. Guys always go over the top. Like they'll have these identical pair of boots, but one's for visiting. They keep them all polished. They do their hair, but everyone's wearing the same outfit. But there'll be like some really hot girls like that come to visit some of these guys. And some guys would have a hustle of, being on dating apps in prison or right at Prisoner or whatever. And they would have a different visit lined up each day, sometimes 2 in one day.
So they have girls coming to visit them in prison that they met on Tinder.
Yep. Some girls are just sending these guys money. I don't know what it is. Like girls will cheat on their husbands with a prisoner. Wow. There's just something about like that prison mentality, whether it's too taboo of an item or whatever. But then like I kind of see it now, like girls like that bad boy type image. Like there's something about like that just gets them.
Were they conjugal visits or were they
no conjugal visits? I guess the feds used to do conjugal visits, but it's not a thing.
That's crazy. So girls from Tinder are leaving their homes to go hang out with a guy and go on a date in prison with a prisoner.
Sending them crazy money.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is insane.
It's a whole different world.
That first time your parents link up with you when you're in Rhode Island, is it emotional? Like,
no, I had just seen them. It was fairly new.
Right. But this is the first time that they're seeing you probably like in...
Yeah. Well, they saw me at sentencing, like in the whole suit and everything.
What was that like when you got sentenced? Were your parents like...
My mom cried. That was definitely hard.
Yeah.
She was like bawling and they spoke at sentencing.
Oh, fuck.
Sentencing's just like, it's tough, man. Like unless you're actually in that position, it's so hard to like explain it and feel for that person because you literally, like your heart's racing 1,000,000 miles an hour.
To get that sentencing from a judge and like hear your mom in there... And to look over and see your dad like disappointed. Ah, fuck. My
whole life is just like my perspective on things has changed drastically. Like I never want to put myself in a position where I lose that much control.
Right.
Like, cause at that point you're at the lowest of the low. You have no control. Like you're literally, your life is out of your hands. Like you're still alive, but you're not at the same time because you have no freedom.
Yeah. It's a weird feeling.
No.
To just be like, I can't control, because you had control all the way up until this point. But then to just be like, there's nothing I can do.
Exactly.
If I want to leave, I can't. If I want to, like, it's just crazy. Like, psychologically, it's crazy. I mean, regardless of, like, whether people did it, like, even people that did worse crimes than you.
Yeah.
Just that idea of getting sentenced and being like, damn, I got in a fight, I assaulted someone, and now I'm going to prison for X amount of time. It's crazy.
I think another thing to think about is the parents and the loved ones' perspective, because you see in the news, and it happens all the time, like, someone does crazy things, like, severe, and the parents have to stick by them and they support them and they show them like unconditional love, and like obviously the world jumps on that parent and gives them a hard time, like why are you sticking in their corner or whatever.
Right.
And it like, unless you're that parent or that loved one going through it, because they always say like in prison, when someone's in prison that you love or care about, you're doing that bid with them.
Yeah. Like
you're a part of them and you're feeling that pain of their sentence and going through it with them.
Yeah, it must be tough, especially for your parents, because it's like, yeah, you fucked a lot of people out of a lot of money. Like there are people that don't have money because you promised them money and then they didn't get it, and that sucks and that's wrong. But then at the same time, it's like, it is money. Like you can kind of justify it in your head, and I can get that perspective of like, look, I didn't hurt anyone. I didn't mean to attack anyone. I didn't mean to try to put anyone in a bad financial position. It just happened because I got caught in this web of lies. I'm addicted to gambling. All these things kind of converged, and now I'm out of control of my life. I don't know. It's just a lot to think about. That's tough.
You just don't realize how many other people you affect by your actions.
Yeah.
Like in crime and anything, like there's so many outcomes. Like I couldn't even imagine going through what I did, going through it now where I have more responsibility. I have car payments. I have credit card payments. I have housing payments. I didn't have any of that before. Mm-hmm. So you'd look at these guys that are like 40-year-olds with families, and like if they're getting arrested or whatever, you're destroying not only your own life, but you're destroying the people's around it. Like they're all a part of this, your kids, everything.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you're fortunate in that case. You don't have kids. You don't have...
I was lucky to go through it at the age I did.
Yeah.
To get that life experience at that age, like that shit's real. Like that changed me as a person, and it put me on the path I'm on now. I think that whole time I was chasing, going after the fame and the fortune, not realizing that every step I did to chase that was like creating the story.
Right.
That what I think it would be definitely like a redemption aspect if that story itself is what brings me to that level I was seeking to begin with.
Yeah.
So from there I go to Danbury, and I'm like, wow, this is great. People know me from Danbury because there would be guys that grew up in Danbury that went to prison or whatever, that guy that I did the electronics was in Danbury. He actually left the week I got there.
Oh, crazy.
He was just finishing his sentence. I knew people. I'm not on the yard for 24 hours. It was like 23 hours. And I got called to the lieutenant's office. And I get there and they're like, are you Ian Bick, inmate number 227-65014? And I said, yes. And they were like, put your hands behind your back. They put me up against the wall. They handcuffed me and they brought me the shoe, which is solitary. Now
Again?
The shoe in Danbury is like, looks like Alcatraz. It's the old bars that you could like stick your hand through. It's 3 tiers facing like a window that looks over the prison yard or whatever. And it's 3 tiers wide, like tall, like Alcatraz. And they put me in the shoe. They don't tell me what I'm there for. Alone at first. I'm asking what's going on. They didn't tell me for 2 days. Eventually a cool lieutenant comes around. He whispers and he lets me know what happened. A guard had reported that he knew me from when I was a free person before. I had dated that guard's cousin. He's been over to my house before.
Oh, you've like hung out with this dude?
I hung out with this dude. He had to report it. They deemed it a contract to influence, so they had to remove me from the prison yard.
Was he a CO at the time when you guys were hanging out?
Yes, he was.
Oh, wow.
But I never was expecting to go to prison at that point.
That's crazy.
So he reported it. They put me in the shoe. And
that's standard procedure. He just has to report it.
Yeah. I actually ran into him at the bar a couple weeks ago. And we had a long heart-to-heart about it. But I don't hold a grudge. I understand.
Yeah, he was just doing his job.
Yeah, he could have lost his job.
Right.
Because inmates do use that to their advantage. Like, I did meet COs working in the shoe that had worked for me as security at the club.
Oh, really?
They never reported it, though.
Wow. But they put their jobs on the line, not
They
reporting.
put their job, yeah. So...
and did they give you preferential treatment?
I did eventually become the orderly in the shoe. And they were calling me Squints. So my prison nicknames were McLovin and Squints.
Hilarious.
And one called me Bieber because they said I look like Justin Bieber sometimes.
Wow.
But this one CO called me Squints and he made me the head orderly of the shoe because I wasn't there for anything wrong. I was just like administrative.
Right.
And so I would paint the cells. They had me repainting all these old cells.
Back to painting.
Yep.
Bro.
I was painting. I was sweeping. I was doing laundry for the shoe, all that. So I got to be out of the cell most of the time. This was after like a month. Yeah. I was celled up with some pretty cool guys. One guy I was celled up with, it was under investigation for fucking a guard, a female staff member. So they punish both people. So that the inmate will never get charged criminally, but the CO can get charged criminally. But it was a pending investigation.
Right. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Like, it's coercive.
Yeah.
And if it was the other way around, like if it was a male CO and a female inmate, everyone would be like, bro, that's crazy.
So he was under investigation for that. He was in the shoe for over a year at that point.
For that. Wow.
And I was sitting there for 3 months, another 3 months. So this is like month 6 or 7.
Just reading the whole time, trying to stay sharp.
Reading a book a day, writing notes, whatever. My parents came to visit me every Monday. I'm in an orange jumpsuit for 2 hours in the visiting room.
And how much time do you have left in your sentence at this point?
I still have like a year and a half. I had just lost my appeal, my final appeal, and I had like a year and a half left.
Gotcha. So
they agree to send me to a camp, but here's the kicker. They throw me through diesel therapy.
What's that?
Diesel therapy is where you travel around from prison to prison. They put me on Con Air. I thought I was going to a prison on the East Coast, like Oxford or Otisville or a nice camp. Instead, they bring me the airport tarmac in New York, and instead of taking the bus to go to Otisville, I go on the plane, and you're shackled. You're in chains and a shackle, and you're like waddling up this little plane and surrounded by marshals with guns. And I'm on this plane filled with other inmates that are going all over the country. Some are going to the Maxes, some are going to this, some are going to that. And
what is that flight like?
It's scary because the plane looks like it's like for the 80s.
Really?
Yeah, it's like duct tape on the wing. The marshals are all armed. They're like really overweight, older marshals that are like on the verge of retirement. Their guns are in like these lock boxes attached to them that it's like fingerprinted. It's very secure. And they're all like eating fast food in the back of the plane. They're kind of like assholes.
And are you just sitting next to some random dude? Like,
so the
just
guy,
like a Delta flight? Like...
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the guy they're all inmates. You're all chained up. You get like a PB&J sandwich.
Yeah.
The guy I was sitting next to was coming from the mental prison or whatever in Massachusetts. He was from the ADX in Colorado. He was there. He got a couple life sentences.
For what?
So he was telling me he was on his way back to the ADX after a mental evaluation. He was telling me how he's a hitman for the mob in New York, and he was doing this for years. Eventually retires and he stops doing it, whatever. He has like 7 or 8 bodies on him.
Whoa.
One day, he goes to Sears and buys a toolkit for Christmas or whatever. And he goes and returns it. And part of the return policy or whatever to prevent fraud, whatever the situation was, he had to get fingerprinted. Somehow there was like some fingerprint system that they were enacting to reduce fraud. And that fingerprint got put into this database and it connected him to these 7 or 8 murders.
Wow.
So after he tells me this whole story, he looks at me. He's like, so what are you here for? And I'm just looking at him like, I don't know what the fuck to say to this. This guy's a fucking stone-cold killer.
Wow.
And yeah, that was an interesting conversation. When we get to Chicago,
are people chatting on the flight?
Yeah, people are chatting. It's like the Con Air movie, you know? Great
Wow.
movie. So we get to Chicago. We're stuck on the tarmac for like 2 hours. Eventually a bus picks us up. You're brought on the bus, a prison bus, chain shackled. I'm brought to MCC Chicago, which is the downtown Chicago.
Do they do flight announcements?
No flight announcements.
Like you just sit there and then eventually the plane takes off.
Yep, I think there was a safety thing, but that was it. I don't think there
What
was
is the safety thing, bro? We're all chained up.
I know, it's so, I don't know how they get away with it.
That's crazy. The fact that they do a safety thing is hilarious.
Yeah.
Like in case of a crash, like you're all dead.
Yeah, so that happened with that. And then I got to MCC Chicago. Well, first I went to Oklahoma when I landed.
Yeah.
Then I was brought on another flight. It was the second flight to MCC Chicago from Oklahoma.
Yeah.
I was in Oklahoma for 2 weeks for Christmas. That was a sucky spot. A lot of like Spanish gangs because it's right on that border, like down near the south.
In Oklahoma.
Yeah, in Oklahoma, like a lot of cartel people and whatnot.
Got you.
And then from there, I went to MCC Chicago. That's very like cartel heavy with people.
Whoa.
That's where like what's his name, Rage, or who's the guy that was in the R&B and R. Kelly.
Oh wow.
He was at MCC Chicago.
Oh crazy.
So I was in that unit. I was finally out of the shoe at that point, and I was in like a dorm area where there's bunk beds. I was there for 2 weeks, and then they finally put me on a 6-hour bus ride.
Was that 2 weeks scary, or was that just kind of like a regular like keep to myself? Like...
Yeah, at that point I've been down for a year and a half now. I know how the game runs. It's neutral territory. I'd play cards. We'd play Monopoly. I had phone access, so I could call my parents. You got a 15-minute phone call. Like every hour, you can make a 15-minute phone call.
Were you linking up with people that you felt like were similar to you?
A little bit. Everyone kind of you never know people's intentions. People are always trying to kind of see what you're there for. People talk a big game. They say they're running this, running that.
And you're dealing with the papers thing, so people can't prove that you're not a rat or a predator.
Exactly.
So you're like, no, trust me, it's fraud for real. Like, I'm
and
cool.
you can email in prison too. There's like a prison computers. You pay per word or whatever.
Oh, crazy.
So you do that, and then I eventually got brought to the camp after 2 weeks, and the camp was like, that was the best thing ever. That's like Club Fed. That was in Wisconsin, Oxford, Wisconsin.
Club Fed. That's funny.
Yeah, that's what they call it. Tennis courts, bocce ball courts, basketball court, softball field, track, gym.
Free access all day.
Yep, sports games. You can go outside all day long on the campgrounds up until it gets dark.
And what kind of people are here?
White collar crime, a lot of older men for fraud, and nonviolent drug offenses. There's no sex offenders allowed at camps.
Oh, really?
Because that's considered like a dangerous offense.
Oh, wow.
It's very relaxed. No one cares about paperwork.
Right, because no one's a sex offender.
Yeah, well, no one cares about the ratting. Like most of the people are rats. They took plea deals, whatever. Everyone stays in their own lane. Cell phones are so easy to get on the compound. I would be walking down the hall and everyone's on a phone. There's one CO for 200 inmates. Now we're in the middle of fucking nowhere in Oxford, Wisconsin. These guards did not give a shit.
Yeah.
They were like these country guys, very laid back, sat in the office. They would jingle their keys when they're walking by. Obviously, you would have some COs that were like super cops that would try to bang people.
Yeah.
And there would, on the weekends, food was always getting smuggled in. There would be runners that would run through the woods because on the weekends the main staff aren't in the building, like the case managers, counselors, anything like that. So that was the time to run through the woods to meet up with your wife or spouse or girlfriend or whatever.
Run through the woods?
They would run through the woods. They would have a lookout in the building to keep lookout.
There's not a wall?
Nope. There's no fence. No fence, no wall. And we're in Wisconsin. There's a medium security prison to the right of it down the hill. But you would run through the woods. You would go to a hotel, meet up with whoever, and then these guys would bring back garbage bags full of McDonald's, pizza, tacos. Every weekend we were eating something different.
Were you surprised by this?
At first, yeah, and then it just became normal. I mean,
that's crazy that there's no wall.
No wall whatsoever. It's kind of a joke of a prison, but no one's escaping because they don't want to get
Right. You're in the best spot. If you
Yeah.
escaped and you're back on the run, and most of the people there, how long are their sentences roughly?
By the time you're at a camp, it's less than 10. It's 10 or under.
And if you're going to spend 10 years in prison, you're going to want to spend it at a camp.
Exactly. And you do not want to get an escape charge for 5 years too on your sentence and then not be at a camp.
Right. Then you probably go to a mid or a max.
I actually heard a story. Someone smuggled a gun in. It was in the news a few weeks ago to a prison camp. I think the Bureau of Prisons is definitely looking at all their policies now.
Right.
Because there's so many weak points. I mean, it really is a joke. I think there was 2 cameras in the whole camp.
Did they use the gun or did they just find it?
They found it. They were trying to like kill someone in the visiting room and it didn't go off. It was like a whole thing.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but it's very laid back. I mean, like if I said, hey, I want McDonald's, you could pay someone to get you McDonald's. Shoes, we had protein powder. We had workout equipment.
What's the currency?
The currency at the camp was mostly just Cash App because everyone had cell phones.
Like iPhones?
Yeah, like not really iPhones because of the charging situation.
Still, the chargers are hard. Why is a charger from an iPhone harder than an Android?
You can't convert the iPhone charger apparently into the outlets.
Oh, weird.
There are normal outlets though sometimes, but they're in harder spots or well-known spots.
Right.
And you never want to get caught with the phone on you or anything.
Right.
But people had hiding spots like underneath people. So there was like a construction crew. Inmates could work down at the shop. Inmates did the plowing. There was a camp driver that would drive to the post office and back. A camp driver, another inmate drove me to the airport when I finally left. They go to the electrical shop. They do the garbage. I worked in the kitchen. I was the baker. And yeah,
Bro,
so I was
you
a
got
baker.
baker energy, bro. I'm being
I
honest
had
with you.
I had a hustle selling cheesecakes. I would make non-cooked cheesecakes. I ran the blackjack table. I ran dice. We would watch movies. The prison plays movies that just came out of theaters on the weekends.
Right.
We were living like kings. I had these couple Spanish cooks. I would smuggle food out of the kitchen. We would make big meals. I had really good bunkies. I had one kid my age that taught me how to work out. We set up like cinder blocks and rods.
Oh,
'cause
really?
They got rid of the regular weights.
What did he get in for?
He was in for food stamp fraud with his father.
Oh, wow.
I was in with this older Indian guy who was in his like late 70s who should not have been in prison, had a 4-month sentence. He got caught up in like a tax fraud with his old business partner. I started playing sports. I played basketball. I played softball. Now, when I started working in the kitchen in the bakery, they made pastries from scratch every day, which was nice. Bagels, everything, you name it.
From scratch?
From scratch.
No, they didn't freeze?
Nope, didn't freeze anything. Everything was made from scratch. It was nice, and the food was the best food I ever had because you're only cooking for 100 inmates, 120 inmates.
This is like legit nice food.
This is nice food. One actual celebrity was George Papadopoulos. He was Donald Trump's in his campaign or whatever.
Oh,
He got 14-day sentence. He was there, treated like a king, really hot wife. TMZ was like outside. We were all trying to like take pictures of him to sell to TMZ when he got there. Interesting dude. I had lunch with him a couple times.
Now, you as like an aspiring like business person, you're obsessed with like these entrepreneurs and shit like that. Now you're hanging out with all these white collar criminals and fraudsters.
Yeah.
Are you like getting along with everyone? Are you trading like business tips? Like,
I learned a lot about business, real estate. There's a lot of real estate guys in prison, like tax fraud. One guy was there for burning down his house for to get the money.
yeah.
All these different things. But there's a lot of older guys. Like there's a dog program there that these older guys would get assigned a dog and they can stay with the dog. I mean, I met a lot of good guys at the camp. I'm friends with a lot of guys from the camp.
And you still keep in touch.
Yeah. I would say my worst experience though at the camp. So when I started working in the bakery, they switch COs every quarter. So at one point the quarter changes and this cop, weird looking dude, like his head shaped like a penis, very tall, like super, super skinny. Like either he was a big runner, his pants, his like polo shirt always tucked into his pants, waist high. And I would get there at 4 a.m. That's what time we had to go in and wake up at 3:30, go in at 4. And it would be me and another guy or me and 2 other guys. And after about like 3 weeks, one day he tells the other 2 not to come in, that he wasn't needed. So I apparently he told them the day before. He said we weren't working the next day or whatever. And I didn't know this. So the next day I show up, I was like, where is everyone? He's like, oh, they're not in today. They're not on the schedule. So I was like, okay. And I start going about my business. I'm like scooping scones or whatever. We're getting scones ready to make for the morning. And he comes up to me. Normally we would just talk in the morning. He was always very interested in my life. He always would like say like, oh, you don't deserve to be in prison or this and that. All this weird stuff. Now in prison, they call you by your last name. You do not have a first name. So I was called Bick. And he gets a little closer to me when I'm making these scones, like scooping the scones or muffins, whatever it was. And he stands behind me. And at first he like rubs my elbow, like my right elbow a little bit. And I'm thinking it's just like an accident. Like he's there because we're having a conversation. Everything's fine. It goes from 0 to 100 real quick. All of a sudden he's like grabbing my ass. Like this guard is standing next to me, grabbing my ass, just like a quick, like some Jeffrey Dahmer type shit. It was very strange. He grabs the ass and I'm just like, I'm stone cold. Like, I don't know what to do. Cause it's one of those situations. Like if I go to swing on him or do anything or push him,
it's your word against his.
It's an assault charge. There's no cameras in there. I don't know how he's going to react. This guy's a creepy dude. Like he smells weird. He only drinks water. Like he's just like, no, like he has a big
water, bro?
No, like he's just like, I don't know. He's like so creepy. He has the creepy vibe.
Water's not creepy, but I'm with you.
No, I don't know. Just like the way he went, I don't know what to, anyways, he does that. And I don't know what to think. So I let it go. I don't address it or whatever. So he's just like standing there and he's just like rubbing my ass and he's rubbing my elbow and that was it. I go after that. Like after an hour later, I move around. I don't address it. Nothing. We continue the conversation. The next morning it happens again. And he does it like he'll corner me in the cooler and it'll just be really weird. Like whenever I walked into the cooler, sometimes the CO would follow you because they don't want you stealing stuff and everything's locked in the kitchen. They always have to go around and unlock it.
Right.
We would steal like bricks of cream cheese.
Yeah.
We would steal everything out of it.
Yeah.
And it was at the camp, so it was easy to smuggle out. We'd smuggle eggs, whatever. He corners me in the cooler one day, and that was kind of like the last straw for me. So he corners me in the cooler, and he's touching me again. He forces me to rub past his like chest. Like he's so close to the door that I have to like rub my ass kind of while I'm holding up against him, like against his crotch while I'm walking out. At that point, after that, I told my friend and my bunkmate who had witnessing him, like he would give me special attention in the chow line. He would give me extra servings. He would let me smuggle stuff out intentionally. He would give me food like, here, you want this brick of cream cheese? Like he would do shit like that. And we talked about it. We're like, should we ask him to like get contraband in? But I didn't really want to give up. Like I didn't know what I had to do for that shit. So I didn't want to approach that topic.
Yeah.
So we decided to bring it to a CO. We brought that information to the CO and we told him everything that was happening. He then informed his superiors and the SIS, who's like the Special Investigation Division. Lieutenant came up from the medium security prison that afternoon to sit with me. It was him and the psychologist. And they sit down with me and they interview me. I'm like, listen, I don't want to say anything because I do not want to go with the shoe. Because normally in these situations, they remove the inmate from the compound. Inmates in the shoe, I was like, listen, I've been in the shoe for 7 months. I like it here, this and that. They said, no, we're not going to send you the shoe. You know, tell us everything that happened. I told them everything that happened. I wrote a statement, talked to the psychologist, and they start like an investigation. They're interviewing people, but like the case goes cold. He's sent to the medium. I had gotten wind. So I wrote to the judge and I said, listen, Your Honor, I wrote a handwritten letter. This is what happened. The prison's covering it up. They're not doing anything about it. And he ordered in a court ruling that the U.S. attorney had to look into these allegations. Nothing ever really came of it. I guess like the Department of Justice Inspector General started looking into it. And they were I had talked to some of my friends that were getting interviewed at different prisons because they had got shipped out for cell phone charges or stuff later on after I left.
Yeah.
But ultimately I found out he was allowed back on the yard as soon as I left. He came back to work in the medium. And they said he was like very retaliatory towards people. But I think what it came down to is he said, she said, because there's no cameras to back this up. There's probably nothing in his file that substantiated it. But also at the same time, they never fucked with me. Like the rest of my time at the prison, never searched me, never did anything, let me go home on time. So maybe like that is what I got out of it.
Right.
But either so, like that shit's wrong. Like that's, I'm sure, is what inmates deal with on a daily basis.
Yeah, that's fucked up. That's wild. And so at that point, after that had been done, how much more time did you have in prison?
That happened in like September, August or September, and I was to be released in January.
So you're like, look, let me just do my last 4 months.
I was actually trying to leverage it to go home early. I said, give me extra halfway house time.
Wow.
But they didn't go for that.
How do you jerk off?
In prison?
Yeah.
So...
What do you mean in prison?
Right. No, I didn't know.
You're like, well, they're at my house. I just grabbed lotion.
All right, so in prison, it was actually...
in prison. Come on, Ian.
The first couple months, I did not know when the time or place was to jerk off because you're always in a cell with someone.
Yeah. And you don't want to ask because then it's like...
And the showers don't have curtains.
Right.
So there was no area to jerk off. So I'm like holding it in for a couple months. Now, when I get to the Fort Dix, it was nice because there was its own private shower stalls and like these brick stalls, actually good water pressure. So like I would jerk off in the shower.
Even though other people could see you?
No, in the shower stalls.
Oh, okay. So it's closed off.
It's an own stall. You could do that. Some guys would bring phones in to the shower, or in the bathroom stall. It's their own bathroom stalls too.
Okay.
Problem with that is COs will hold their keys to come in the bathroom and peek over it or hold a mirror to see if you're on a phone.
Oh, crazy.
But
so
yeah,
you don't want to risk it just for some porn.
No, you would. I mean, I would just use images in my head for like past relationships.
Yeah.
So that's what I would do. I would always like think of like a past hookup or something.
So even you were thinking about your strippers in Vegas?
No, I was thinking about previous girl. I'm very like an image. Like I remember everything.
Yeah.
Like I have every detail, like these images in my head.
Crazy.
So it's just like it's good memory.
So you didn't do anything until you went into like a private stall or whatever, but like nothing in the bunk.
Yeah. Well, I had a wet dream.
Oh, crazy.
That was kind of embarrassing because I'm like trying to like, I have this wet puddle on the fucking bed and my shorts are yeah. So I'm like quickly doing my laundry the next morning and stuff.
Oh,
so,
that's funny.
Yeah.
Okay. So now like your time is winding down. You're making all these connections. Like eventually you're like, all right, my day is coming. What is like that last week like?
Last week I started giving away all my shit like 3 weeks out.
Yeah.
I was counting down the days, handing stuff out. Last night I couldn't sleep at all. They gave me an airplane ticket. The next morning, got at 4 a.m. The camp driver took me to the airport. It's like a surreal feeling, like that sense of freedom. But I was never really free until 3 years later because I still had probation. I still had house arrest. I had the halfway house.
And are you thinking about your reputation on the outside world? Like, have you read articles about you? Like, have you heard about your story while you're in prison?
I read every single article. Like, I saw what all those people were saying, friends from high school when I got arrested. Like, they were saying some vicious shit.
And what did you think? Like, how did that make you feel?
I mean, it made me feel like depressed. Like these are people that I was like close friends with that are literally saying, don't drop the soap. Some kid said, thanks for the Wendy's in high school. Like people, my whole thing was for the longest time.
Thanks for the Wendy's?
I used to buy them like Wendy's or whatever.
Oh, hilarious.
So for the longest time, everyone in my town, because it's like a small town, only had this one view of me.
Yeah.
Which they knew me in high school and it kind of all went out the window when this case dropped and they only looked at the prosecutor's perspective. It wasn't until the HBO documentary came out that it really told my whole story.
Right.
That it humanized me in the sense where it started off so innocently. People are able, with the way media is nowadays, to just take the bad and they don't acknowledge the good. Granted, now I'm not standing up for someone that goes and kills someone or rapes someone or anything like that. But I'm saying in my situation, I think people were very quick to judge and very much say I was guilty. Like it's definitely guilty until proven innocent.
Right.
And again, not standing up for some of these people where it's like cut and dry in that scenario.
Right.
But there does has to be some sense in that. And I just felt like I was brought through the mud. Whether I made mistakes or not, that's kind of irrelevant. Like people that I was close with, went to school with, who are not owed money, who are not a part of it, did not know the situation, to go out there and like share those things.
Yeah, I mean, they shouldn't have shared it, but at the same time, you might have made yourself easy to hate. You know what I mean?
No,
like,
I was definitely...
You're running this nightclub,
yeah.
like people are trying to get into parties. You're like, sorry, dude, you can't get in. Like it's an image that you created for yourself intentionally that I think might have been unlikable to a lot of people.
I just think though too, like it's very dangerous. Like you look at these kids that say commit suicide or something because their nudes got shared or stuff. We're not thinking of the ramifications of what happens when you share things about people like that that may or may not be true, or so-and-so is a slut, or so-and-so did this. Like in my situation, you're sending all these articles that definitely had a negative, impact, especially on my mental health and stuff.
Right.
But obviously I did make myself, I was a hateable person.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Like people wanted to hate me. I gave them a reason to hate me.
Right.
Like I was reading an article recently, or it was a video about the Andrew Tate thing. And someone made up a good point. They're like, you want to hate Andrew Tate so bad that you are willing to hope that he committed these atrocious crimes against these women.
Right.
So what is wrong with society in that aspect that you're rooting for him to be guilty of this all because you hate him?
Right, as retaliation.
So they were rooting for me to have stolen our friend's money because they did not like me.
Right, yeah. They don't actually care about the victims. They care about seeing you get punished because they don't like you.
Exactly.
Right. But at the same time, if you're going to create an image that's unlikable, you got to be bulletproof.
Yeah,
like,
which the Andrew Tate shit's shocking.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing. Like you're creating an image that is unlikable. You're saying wild things and people will see it. And obviously some of the things that he says people like, and so they'll root for him. But if you're saying things that you know will be controversial, you got to be bulletproof. You cannot create an image for yourself that then can get out of control, especially when you're doing things that or it might be illegal. I don't know in his case what the ruling will be, but if you're doing things that are illegal, like you can't have a target on your back and be doing things that can get you targeted.
Yeah, and I definitely had a target on my back then. I still did more illegal shit, still did whatever, still stuffed my face to the court and to city officials.
Yeah, of course. So then you get out. Did you ever, or have you gotten like professional help for like your gambling problem?
I mean, I did mental health therapy. That was court ordered for a year.
Yeah.
But it wasn't, I just didn't have an urge to gamble. Have I gambled since then? A couple times, but it's nothing like crazy.
Where though?
No, just like if I did a sports bet for fun or anything like that.
Be careful, bro.
No, I have not done that in, I would say, like a year now. So
yeah, I mean, that's good. Like, that's awesome. Like, I'm glad that now that you're out of prison, like, you're like, all right, let's try to reorganize things. Once you got out, you obviously house arrest, everything like that. You're trying to rehabilitate your image. Was there any party that was like, oh, let me get back into these parties. I love events. I know how to throw them. And now I'm going to do it the right way.
The whole time I was in prison, I was so like obsessed with redeeming myself. I had plans to open a nightclub. I got out. I do an article saying I want to get back in the nightclub business. I want to do this. I want to do that. And I realized, one, that wasn't really going to be feasible because you need money to do that. And the optics of me going to get investors to opening up a new nightclub was not going to work out.
Yeah.
It really wasn't until I sat down, did like a 12-hour interview with HBO where that was probably the best mental health therapy for me.
Talking through everything.
Because that was the first time people asked questions that I was never asked before. Even the therapist, the therapy was more not about the past. It was about the present.
Right.
We were talking relationships. We were talking, how was your day? It did help me to open up and stuff to things I wouldn't normally talk about. But to have like a director sit down, they knew every detail in my life and sit down and dissect it and ask me questions I was never asked ever by anyone.
Right.
That opened my eyes. That made me more self-aware. I understood, and the more interviews I do and that it helps develop me, I would say, as a person.
Right.
So very quickly, my ideas of opening a nightclub or getting back into that faded. No passion for that. I think I get that fixed now from the social media. Right. Because I like marketing. Mm-hmm. I'm good at marketing. I was never good at business, but I was a good marketer.
You acknowledged that you weren't the best at business.
I wasn't the best. I was terrible. Listen, I'm not going to take credit for that, but I think now I'm definitely business savvy because of what I've been through. Mm-hmm. I've learned that. Now I'm very self-aware of like the accounting and doing everything legit and how to monetize money, which is something I never did before. There were so many ways for me to monetize a club that it was never even a thought. Right. Now through reading, talking to people, doing interviews, I've learned since then. Yeah. But I get my fix now from the marketing aspect. And I was talking to someone about this and we kind of dissected it. Me chasing popularity and fame or whatever is what got me into trouble. Mm-hmm. But that's also a part of who I am as a person. Mm-hmm. That's a characteristic and in a way that's a part of certain people in general. Mm-hmm. How do you control that to do good? Yes. How do you do good with that? So now the question is before me, can I go down that path and do good with it? And I think that's what I try to do now. Still contain that and direct it into a good channel. Because when you're on social media and when you're going out there and you're putting yourself out there, a lot of it's obviously driven by views and your engagement, just like back then, mm-hmm. where mine was driven by parties and people showing up and stuff. So I think now I just need to find the balance of doing it in a good way and not letting it consume me and putting it into driving into bad habits. And I would say like I'm doing a good job at doing that right now.
Right. And do you have guardrails up or like things that lines you're not going to cross to not make these same mistakes? Because like as we saw in the past, like you would have a concert series that would fail, borrow money, try to fix the mistake, do the same mistake again, fail, and like try to cover it up, and like you would do it a few times. So what do you have now to be like, all right, I'm not gonna make these same mistakes?
There's a lot of things I've learned, and a few of them are like I'm always assessing the risk factor. Mm-hmm. So like if I took $10,000 right now and put it into a concert versus $10,000 and buying it and investing it into merch and like a personal brand, mm-hmm. that personal brand and the merch it's risky, but it's a safer bet than me investing it into a concert where there's way more things that could go wrong.
There's less variables.
Yeah. So I'm always looking at the variables. Another thing is every day I get approached by people that either want to invest money into me because they hear my story mm-hmm. and they think I have potential. Really? Which is surprising. Yes. Ever since the HBO documentary get out, I get at least a DM a day. Really? Someone that wants to invest, get back into concerts. And a big question I always pose, this is something I always ask, which is something I never asked before, is what if because these people will start off saying how successful they are or whatever. if they are so successful, why do you need me?
Yeah.
Like, it's different if you're a big podcaster and you want me as a guest. That's totally different because we mutually benefit.
Right.
But someone that is a successful person, why do you want me in business who, one, has a terrible track record?
Yeah.
There's always something. So I'm looking at that, which is something I never analyzed before.
Right. Before, you're like, of course you want me.
Yeah.
I'm a fucking whiz kid. I throw all these parties. Everything I do is great. So duh.
Exactly.
Right. But now you're kind of more aware of...
And I just like, I have no interest in planning. Like, can I plan a concert? Can I plan an event? Yes. But I think in that role, it would need to be a guarantee. Like, someone would need to bring me on as a consultant. But even that, COVID changed everything.
Right.
Like, that whole business is so different. And I'm in a lot less riskier business. And I think the more I work towards it, the more it's going to grow. And it's not more so dependent on all these other variables. So I'm analyzing that. And I'm actually building a brand that I never had before. Like, when I was doing the clubs, I never had a big social media following. I was well known, yes, but it's not anywhere near like to ever think back then I would have like 100,000 followers on a platform.
Right.
It's just like, that's building tangibility. And like, I'll listen to interviews where it's like, you have to learn how to build subscribers on your own because you're technically renting from these sites.
Right.
You don't own them. So it could be taken from you.
100%.
So I'm working on how to develop that. I'm getting into the podcast. I'm trying to build, like, diversify. So I'm not, at first when I started, I was like, okay, I'm just doing TikTok. That's my way. But now I'm expanding to everything. Yeah,
of course. Do you miss prison at all?
I think I miss, the thing I miss about prison is the lack of responsibility. You are in your own world. You don't have to worry about anything. But also what comes with that is that fear of missing out. I think that's one of the biggest things I struggled with in prison. Seeing your friends having a good time, the whole world outside of you is going at a different pace, and you're just like in your own world. And like, people grow up, people form different relationships. I remember hearing about all the people that were dating now, doing this and doing that, and it's just like very surreal. But I also know that this is what I need to be doing now. And I'm glad I'm not there. And I'm like, so like, I feel for people that are going through a situation as me, take their charges out of it, but just like going through that process, going through the mental aspect of it. Like, not a lot of people can go through that and come out all right on the other side. Yeah. And I think like the last few weeks, I've really dived into what my message is and what I stand for. And it's more towards like, you could go through all this bad shit. You could fuck up on like a really big level, but there's still hope to change it around and do good with it. And obviously I'm not sitting here super successful, but I do have a plan and a vision to get there, and just be like that inspiration to others that you could go through bad shit. And it doesn't have to be prison or crime. It could be relationships. It could be anything. You could go through that bad shit and you could find a silver lining in it and come out on top of that. And that's what I want to like get out there to others.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you feel remorse for the people whose money you've taken and not paid back?
I've always felt bad that people have lost money. It was never an intentional thing.
And you know these people. Like, these are like your friends and your friends' parents.
That is not something I don't think about every day. Like, every day I will be thinking about the day, when the day comes that I pay that back. I mean, there'll be days I'm sitting in my car and I'm like in tears just like over the situation, because it's mentally draining. Like, to have that weight on your shoulder. People will, like, I'll read comments that are like, oh, just declare bankruptcy, which obviously isn't an option for federal restitution, but there's ways to duck around it if someone wanted to. There's people that make millions that aren't paying towards their restitution. That's not my intent at all. And so that's just like a burden, because I'm trying so hard to show that I wasn't what I was made out to be. And the only way I prove that is by paying that money back and doing the right thing.
Right. Absolutely. And so when do you think you would pay that back? Like, just hypothetically?
I think a lot of it depends on how much I can get my story out there. I think my story, I've learned what the value is in my story. I think it's definitely one of a kind, and no one else has like a similar exact story as me. So I think, you know, other people have been able to monetize their story on a large platform, and I think I'm like on the verge of doing that. I'm getting a lot of traction in just a short period of time. I mean, I've done over 80 million views in 4 months. And I just think I just need that one person to really believe in it and to see the potential of that story, and that'll just catapult me to the level I need to blow it up. So you never know. Like, we're talking to studios now, we're talking to people, we're doing different things. The right people are seeing it. I mean, just you reaching out, seeing the story, like, I'm stepping one foot in the right direction. You really never know who you're going to meet. And I think the podcast is really going to take it to another level too.
Right. Do you get hate from people for your story?
I get hate all the time. What I've learned about hate is like there's no such thing as bad press.
Yeah.
And you need the haters to kind of drive engagement. The most hate I get is on TikTok. 50% of the comments are hate. Either they're making fun of me the way I look, sex offender, whatever.
That's whatever.
Yeah, and I embrace that and turn it into a funny thing, and that drives it. Or they hate on me for trying to monetize my story. I think a lot of those people don't realize why I'm trying to do it. I tell people this: if they gave me the exact amount, say Netflix came to me and gave me the exact amount that I owed, I would be happy with that. I don't need a penny. Just put me at zero. All I want to do is be at zero. I'll figure that. I'll go be homeless, whatever. I don't care. I just want to get to zero. I'm not looking to make money. Obviously, like social media revenue I bring in now, like I'm just trying to live. I needed to quit my job to be able to do this full time, to have a chance at paying this back. But I think that once I do solidify a big deal, I don't care. I'm not going to take that money, try to figure out a way to diverge that to me and go buy cars or anything like that.
Right. Now, I get the perspective, like, you know, there's the Jordan Belfort, like, you know, Wolf of Wall Street example. Like, he defrauds all these people, takes all the money, has a crazy party, goes to prison, writes a book, makes a movie. It's the best movie of the year. Like, I can get why people are frustrated, because it's like, look, you fuck everyone over and then you get out and then you use fucking people over to make more money. Like, I can get why people are frustrated by that. At the same time, though, I'm like, people don't criticize him. Like, I watched the movie, I enjoyed it. Like, you know what I mean? So there is like a gray area. So I wonder with you, is there any part of you that's like, you know, I don't need to go into publicizing my story. I could just get a regular job and just start paying off this restitution and, you know, every month just basically like a car payment and just kind of live like a quiet life.
I mean, I did the math on that. If I was making like, I could have, if I stuck with Whole Foods, I'd make like $150K a year after like another 5 years.
Because what were you doing at Whole Foods?
So I worked my way up from a cook to a manager, and with overtime, like I'm killing myself for this. It was like $100K. That's with the overtime. I left making 32 an hour.
Well, that's pretty good at Whole Foods.
That's good for a felon with no criminal, I mean, no college degree or anything.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I could have got capped out at 40 and then moved on to store managers, make 6 figures.
That's great.
So what do I pay? Like if I lived a modest lifestyle, 10 grand a year, maybe, whatever the math is on that. How many years is that? That's a lot of years.
Wait, what are you saying? You pay 10 grand in restitution?
Yeah, say if I paid 10 grand restitution a year.
Right. I mean, could you just like live at your parents' house and just do nothing but work for 4 years and then eventually give the money and be like, all right, I'm at zero?
I mean, I don't know if that would even cover that. If you sat there and whatever it comes out to, you still got to live and you got to look at the mental health aspect of it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like for me to live 4 years at my parents' house, I don't know if that's necessary. Like, everyone's going to have their different opinion on this.
Yeah.
I just know in my eyes, my perspective is I'm dedicating a year to not working for someone else and trying to do this. And if it doesn't work in a year and a half, I figure by the end of this year, I'm going to know whether this is going to take off or it's not going to take off.
Gotcha.
Because that'll be the 1.5 year mark.
And if it's not taking off, then you'll pivot.
I'll pivot. I can always go back to retail. I'm a hustler. I'm a hard worker. I could go to Whole Foods. If I got to start back at the bottom, end of this year, I'll be 28. I'm back there. By the time I'm 30, I'm making 6 figures again.
Right. So this is you kind of taking that shot again. Like,
look, I'm at a good age where I don't have a family. Like I'm not married. I don't have a girlfriend. I don't have kids.
Yeah.
Now's the time to take a shot. Not live with that what if at 35 saying, oh, I got a family now. Let me go quit my day job.
Right.
So let me struggle for this year. You know, I'm doing Uber. I'm doing social media. I'm matching the income I made almost at Whole Foods by doing all these different things. Am I busy all the time? Yes. But I got to try it.
Right.
Like if I can get this to the level I think it can get to in a year and a half, because I started in July of last year, I just need this full 1 year to do it.
Right. And you've already spent, what, 3 years in prison?
3 years and 27 months.
So do you feel like you've paid the price for what you've done?
No, I hate when people say that. Like people are like, they comment, they're like, oh, you did your time, you shouldn't have to owe money, or you shouldn't have to do this, or you shouldn't have to do that, or like you paid your debt to society. That's stupid. Like my debt is the money. Like I get the prison aspect and what people think a prison reform is or whatever, but prison did not rehabilitate me. I had to rehabilitate myself. Prison sets you up for failure. Most of the people that come out of prison are going back to the same shit. They don't have a success story. You know, it's so hard for like a felon to get a job, to get an apartment. There's so many things and the system's not set up for that person to succeed. People in prison are learning how other prisoners are doing crimes and they're going out and committing them.
Right.
So for me, I think my debt is paid when I pay this money back.
Gotcha.
That's my plan.
Yeah.
The prison thing, that's a part of the punishment. That's my own actions. Like, that's a consequence.
Gotcha.
But the debt part, that comes when the money's paid.
Yeah, that makes sense. And do you have to pay back a certain amount every month?
So the judge had ordered $1,000 a month once I started probation.
Yeah.
I paid like 25 to $50 a month in prison. When I got out, I was paying anywhere from $200 a month based on what my income was, to towards the end, I was paying $1,000 a month. Mm-hmm. Now it just fluctuates based on my income.
Gotcha. Wow. I mean, yeah, I guess if you are able to then pull in income from your new ventures, you could potentially pay it off. And like, what would be like a dream like situation, like 5 years?
No, a dream would be this year. I mean, it's obtainable. Look at Anna Delvey's story. Netflix gave her $350,000.
Yeah.
I think that if you analyze my story compared to hers, and I'm not hating on her, but there's no action in her story. Mm-hmm. Where's like the drug dealers? Where's this? Where's that? Like, there's so much. I think my story has a potential, and I'm not trying to say that to be like cocky or arrogant or anything. I just know what I went through, and I know that this is the type of stuff that sells, and it's my job to monetize that to pay everyone back.
Right.
I don't need a profit from that. Do I make money now based on social media? Yes, but that's not just me. I don't really talk about the investment aspect. Do I mention it in the social media? Yes, but most of it's just the prison stuff.
Right.
That's what's going viral on TikTok and stuff.
Right.
It doesn't really dwell about, I don't really get too in depth. This is probably the first time I've gotten in depth about the dynamics and what happened since I did like the Mind Pump interview.
Right.
Very rarely do I sit down and do like a whole long interview like this. It's mostly just short form content, and it's about like those crazy 1 minute stories.
Yeah, of course.
And with the podcast, it's not focusing on my past, it's focusing on other people, to, like you were mentioning earlier about, you want to find the stories of the people that no one knows about. I want to do that in the prison world, because no one's doing that. You hear about the major crime cases. You don't hear about that person that you did not know about yesterday, who went through all this crazy shit, had a drug addiction, robbed a bank, killed someone, whatever, was able to come out from that, and whether he did or didn't make it to the other side of that, could he overcome that?
Right.
People like that underdog story, and I want to showcase that to the world.
Yeah, that makes sense. And your parents' perspective on you and what you're doing now after everything, like, are they kind of like, look, we're going to put training wheels on you, kind of like help you get going, or like, we don't want you to go crazy again, like, and start kind of falling into that matrix? Like, what is their perspective?
My parents are very supportive. They were super proud of me that I got out, was able to like stay pretty much in one piece, get a good job, do well, get an apartment, get a car, build my credit.
Yeah.
My mom was definitely like, oh God, when I quit Whole Foods to jump into this.
Yeah.
But then she got my perspective. My dad's definitely very entrepreneurial. I mean, I'm still very independent. I won't go to them necessarily for advice. But I'm not making decisions that really warrant that. Like, when I went to go and quit my job, I ran it by my dad to get his perspective.
Right.
But like certain things now, like I'm not going in and picking their brain, because I'm not making those types of moves, you know? Like if I'm going to look for an apartment, that's something I can think of on my own.
Of course, but you didn't think you were making those moves before.
It's night and day difference. We're talking, I was taking in hundreds of thousands of dollars to this. I have legitimate revenue streams.
Right, of course.
I'm not in any way taking, if someone offered, you could offer me $100,000 for a piece of my business. Thank you, but no thanks. I don't want it. I will figure it out on my own.
Right.
Before I take someone else's money. I don't want anything to do with it.
You'd rather build it slow and steady, like do it the right way.
Yeah.
And even if it means going a little slower, but as long as everything's above board and, you know, on the books.
I worked hard to build my credit so
Yeah.
I could get business loans, do whatever, and work on my business and shit, but I don't want to do anything else.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's super important. Are you like, have you considered therapy, just like regular?
Well, I did the year of therapy and I would have continued with it, but then she was like 80 years old, COVID hit, and she kind of got like pushed out of the therapist thing. And they paired me with someone else and we just didn't connect. And that was kind of like a turnoff. It's very hard for me to open up with someone.
Of course.
I feel like it would be good now for like I would like to talk to someone just like about like, because there's no one that I can really connect with and relate with, because everyone's just like really different with me. Like I struggle in like relationships and that, and just like it's hard to like I just like live this very public life, and just like a lot of people don't understand me, and it takes someone on the similar thinking level to sit down and actually understand what I went through and understand my situation.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's tough, like, especially from where you came from. Like, think about all of these things you're doing, trying to earn approval from people, and you're getting approval and people are fucking with you, but they're fucking with you for the wrong reasons. Like, they're your friend because you have this nightclub and you get them access to this DJ, or you're getting them table stuff. And like, a lot of these people you saw turned on you once you got sentenced because they didn't fuck with you really in the first place. They were friends with you because what you could do for them and this image that you've built for yourself, and not like really who you are in your core, like who is Ian Bick.
Yeah. And
that person is worth loving, and that person is worth being a friend to.
Yeah.
And when you're creating this image, people will attach themselves to the image that has like no vulnerability and no teeth. And as a result, once the image goes away, then they're just like, yeah, fuck it, I'm done with it, because they never connected to the core.
Yeah.
And so it's like, I understand the difficulty and the pain in that, especially once you are like, finally I'm accepted, finally I'm on the in-group, and then they throw you away and sell you out, and you're like, fuck, they never actually even liked me in the first place. So like, I would just caution you, like, don't make the same mistake again of, you know, people fucking with you and like getting tight with you because of your image, or because of your story, or because, you know, eventually one day if you start doing like a Netflix show or whatever, I would say like, you know, that, I don't know necessarily, but like that could be a bad thing for you if you're not mentally in the right headspace. And if you haven't resolved like those internal issues that you were dealing with before, you're going to fall right back into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm definitely very like reserved in now not everyone can get my time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very reserved. I like to keep a close circle, whereas before I needed to have everyone around me.
Yeah, of course.
I think throughout this whole experience, I'm very comfortable with being alone.
Yeah.
Whereas before I didn't. I always needed someone around. Like, I have some really good friends that have stuck by me through day one. And I know all the people that like had my back and were with me. And like, those are people that I'll take care of like when that day comes. That
really like you for you.
Yeah.
And not because of whatever access you have or things like that.
Yeah. So now I'm just like very reserved. Like if I'm going on dates or just anything like that, like, cause there's so many people, like I'm sure you get it too, like that just like reach out just because you have like a little bit of fame or a video goes viral or whatever. And they just want to, like, after the HBO thing came out, like everyone from all over the country is hitting me up, like all these girls, guys, whatever. And you kind of have to weed that out. Like, what I was getting roped into, like meeting people and doing this and doing that. And it's like, they only want you for that, and they don't want to like get to know the real me.
Yeah, of course.
But I'm very much okay with like, I feel like right now I'm in this headspace, like I like being alone right now, and I'm still young enough where like I can be alone.
Yeah.
And just like put in that grind mode. Once I get into grind mode, there's like everything else is like irrelevant. Like I just want to do this. Like, I think we all like relapse in certain ways from our demons. There's going to be times where I go make mistakes and stuff, but
of course,
just being able to be comfortable enough to pull myself in. I think I'm at the thinking level where I can look at it now because I'm being more analytical. I'm looking at data, I'm looking at everything, and now I can pivot and I can reel myself back and not go down that certain path. Yeah.
And then especially like the gambling shit. I think that's like, I know people that have dealt with that. Then an addiction is a fucking brutal thing. Like,
no, I have no, like that just like, I was like, dude, I just need to focus on like my business, growing this. Like, I don't want to do any of that.
Yeah.
So that was a switch for me. And also like, I found myself, like I was talking to this girl and like, I really was falling for her. And then I started getting into like partying every weekend, which is something I didn't do. And I was drinking and this and that. And I was like, this is not what I want to do. Like, I felt like shit after. So I just turned that switch off, and like, I direct my energy into my work and into my grind and what I'm passionate about. Like, this is what I'm passionate about. This is what I like doing. And I think I can really like change a lot of people. Like, I can help people in my position with my story. Cause I went through the worst of the worst. Like, I went through some bad shit and I made it through the other side, and I'm still fighting to make it like up that battle.
Well, the camp stuff sounded pretty good. I'll take that. Maybe
I guess.
but there are some shitty parts, of course.
Yeah, just what I'm coming from, the way I like, I think back on certain things. I'm like, I can't believe I did that. I can't believe I spent that money. I can't believe I did this.
Yeah.
So will I make mistakes? Yes. But it's not going to be on that level that I did.
Yeah, of course.
We all make mistakes. It's about how you can pivot and come back from that.
100%. Yeah, I'm totally with you. I just think like, I know, and AA might seem crazy. I know a lot of people think AA is like for alcoholics and stuff, but like it can be used for all types of addiction. And even just like learning some of the principles might be helpful if you start getting into a position, because that's the thing, like it really can possess you. And again, I don't want to diagnose you. I don't know if you're an addict or whatever, but like if you...
Therapist, Mark.
Yeah, I know, but like if you get into that feeling again where it's like, oh man, like if I just borrow this, I can do this and I can pay my principal and my reputation will be fixed. Like if you have like you are obviously very intelligent, and if you're able to rationalize that intelligence or rationalize that ability to fix this thing and not dealing with the emotional shit plus maybe an addiction problem on top of that, it's not crazy to think that these things could spiral again. So creating a framework and a support system around you, and I think AA is part of that, if that's something you want to do, can help with not falling back into those holes. Because I would hate to see you go back through the same shit. Like that'd be,
you read an article next week or something.
Oh my God, it would break my heart, bro. It'd be awful.
No, but I think it's good. Like I meet people like you, and get to connect and talk, because not everyone's like are out of say 100 podcasts someone does. There's one that's like this, where you're sitting down, you're having that conversation, and we've been through similar things but in different ways, and it's once you get onto a certain level, you can kind of relate to people in more ways than you would ever expect. So it's good to like make those connections. Like I'm a very big like about networking and connecting, and just like the good. I think for the longest time I didn't have people that were in that like-minded mindset, and now like I met these video guys that are doing the podcast with me, and they're like very like they're the same age, they're dedicated, they believe in me, and they're like upbringing because they keep me on track, they hold me accountable. That's like having a gym partner that's accountable.
Yeah, literally it's the same thing. Yeah,
so like just seeing that and just knowing that, and it's just like that reinvigorates my purpose and keeps me going. So I like having that, and I never had that for such a while.
And then what is Big Bick Energy?
So Big Bick Energy is kind of like a play on words with obviously Big Dick Energy. But for me, it stands for someone that has been or taken major risks, wasn't afraid to take those risks, has failed and got knocked down, but then is able to get back up again and shine and learn from those mistakes, and being able to like reinvent themselves. So that's like what it is to have like Big Bick Energy. And it doesn't just apply to me as a person, but just anyone that's gone through some shit and can come back up on the other side.
Do people criticize the name at all?
They do, but see, so the name for me, it's not going to be a brand that's like in your clothing store. It's like, it's something, I'm the brand. It's not the shirt, you know, it's not the merch. I think it looks cool. Like I get compliments like when I'm wearing a hoodie or whatever, because it's a nice looking design. It stands out. And it's just like, it's something that goes with like the persona, you know, like I called my company like BBE Entertainment. It's more so about me. It's the person behind the brand. It doesn't matter about like the name itself. I'm not looking whether you agree or disagree.
No, I'm with you. I just feel like big dick energy playing on it, like feels kind of douchey again. Like again, I know your story, so I know your intentions, but like I'm looking at someone from the outside being like, all right, so this fucking rich white kid, he borrows all this money, steals from all these people, defrauds everyone, goes to a camp prison that's like super nice, and now he's out trying to sell a story under Big Dick Energy. Like, who the fuck is this guy?
I get it. What I mean? Like, but now you got to know me, and it's different.
Yeah, of course. But like now, but it took me fucking 4 hours to get to the core of like who Ian is and like what you're going through, and I'm like, I just don't want to give people more reasons to to write you off.
But I think the hook is that it sparks engagement. Obviously something intrigued you. You didn't write me off because you saw BBE on my
of course
profile.
I watched the Vice doc and I was like, this
I think
is a crazy
it engages
story.
It's just like another engaging feature about it. Like it puts like intriguement.
But this is the thing, bro. I was attracted to who Ian was. I was like, who is this guy that's able, like brilliant enough to like get all this money and create these businesses, but also crazy enough to like defraud people and to lose it and to go to prison and then come through the other side. The Big Dick Energy shit didn't do anything for me. It was, who is Ian? Like,
but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not about the name. It's about the person behind the brand.
That's true.
So I will develop followers who get to know me. Before, like, I didn't start BBE and then made a TikTok. I made a TikTok and then started BBE. So they got to know me. That's a core following of people that got to know me.
100%.
And now they know what it stands for.
Because Ian is cool. Ian is worth knowing. I like Ian. But like, I would just caution you in the way that you made an image before and you wore the suit to school because you wanted people to fuck with the image of Ian. Don't create another image that you can't control or that's trying to paint yourself in a way that might not be true.
Are you trying to talk me out of BBE?
No. It's not BBE specifically. It's just like, I just don't want you to be like, oh, now I got to be Wolf of Wall Street or whatever. Like,
no, that would.
Ian is worth it, bro. Ian is cool enough. People were calling
me the Wolf of Ive Street, so I would have ran with that name. No, I like it.
I hope you get the position I'm coming from. I'm not coming for you. I'm just saying, like, I think you're cool enough, and I like you enough to promote who you are and like your story and how it can help people and not create like this Big Dick Energy brand or something.
No, that's not, I don't know if you read the bio or not, but if someone read the bio and like understood it, it's not embracing like being cocky or I think it looks, once you get to know me and then you understand it, it's like, okay, like he was just like this like this big kind of image, like out there doing something different. Like it's the idea of, okay, he was 18, he ran a nightclub, he did this, like it was all like big things.
Yeah. It was awesome. Like all the legal shit you did was amazing. Like that's so cool. Throwing these parties, like helping the fucking homeless shelter, like all that shit is so cool and aspirational. And I'm almost like, if you had a better directing force in your life that knew what was going on and could point all of this ambition and energy in the right direction, fucking who knows? Like these are the what ifs I'm sure you thought about, like while in prison.
Oh, I think about what ifs every day.
Like if I just stayed with the corporate job and was just like killing it with them, what could have happened? Like if just a mentor came along.
I
and
think
they were
about
like,
college too. I could have killed it at the college game.
Yeah.
Been like a promoter. I made a bunch of money.
Yeah, and just all legal, like gone to the college thing, made college events. Like there's obviously a ton of what ifs, and I don't think it helps to dwell in the past.
But then we wouldn't be sitting here right now, which is what I look at too.
That's true. I
wouldn't have lived like such an interesting life, and I wouldn't have a story.
100%.
So I think going through all of this now, I wouldn't try to change it because it brought me to where I'm supposed to be now.
Yeah, of course.
And
100%.
it made me definitely like a better person because of it.
Yeah, I don't think you should dwell in the past, but I do think it's important to reflect on it so you don't make those same mistakes. And I truly hope that you don't, and that you're able to kind of learn from where you're at and pay back all those people. Like that would be so cool.
Thank you.
So that's my hope for you, man.
Well, you'll be with me on the journey.
Yeah, man. I'm curious to see where it goes. I know you have a podcast coming out. I'm not sure when this will drop, but you have a podcast that's dropping the 19th?
January 22nd.
January 22nd. Yeah. Awesome. That's dope. And that's called?
Locked In with Ian Bick.
Okay, cool. And if people want to check your TikToks to hear more stories from...
If they just go to ianbick.com, that links to everything.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Awesome. Well, Ian, I appreciate you coming and hanging with me, man.
This was great, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Hopefully you get some clips out of it.
Of course.
And I hope your car's not towed.
You're paid for it.
Yeah, I know. Let's go check on it.
Okay.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.